Welcome to another spine-chilling tale from Sleep Theories. Before we dive into tonight's story about streets that vanish and realities that shift, I want to give a special thanks to Meditate, Create and Valensrox for suggesting this incredible concept. Your ideas fuel these stories, so please keep those video suggestions coming in the comments below. And if you enjoy these mysterious tales that blur the line between nightmare and reality, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe to Sleep Theories for more stories that will keep you awake long into the night. Now, settle in and prepare yourself for a journey into a world where familiar places become foreign, where your own memories might be the only proof of what once was real. The city looks different at 3 in the morning. Streetlights cast long shadows between buildings, and the usual chaos of traffic gives way to an almost sacred quiet. I've been driving rideshare for 4 years now, working the night shift because the money's better, and honestly I prefer the solitude. There's something honest about the night. People are either going somewhere important or running from something they'd rather forget. My phone buzzed with a new ride request just as I finished dropping off a group of college kids downtown. The pickup was on Maple Avenue, and the destination showed as 1247 Warren Street. I knew the area well, had driven through it hundreds of times. Warren Street ran parallel to the University District, lined with old brownstones that had been converted into apartments for students and young professionals. The passenger was already waiting outside when I pulled up. Middle-aged woman with greying hair clutching a small overnight bag. She looked tired in that bone-deep way that comes from more than just staying up late. "You're going to Warren Street," I confirmed as she settled into the back seat. "Yes, 1247. Thank you for coming so quickly." Her voice carried a slight accent I couldn't place. I've been visiting my sister there for years, but tonight, I'm not sure why, but I kept getting turned around trying to find it myself. I pulled away from the curb and headed toward the familiar route. The GPS showed a straight shot, down Maple, left on University, then right onto Warren Street. Simple enough. I'd probably driven that exact route 50 times this year alone. "How long has your sister lived there?" I asked, making conversation to fill the comfortable silence. "Oh, about 15 years now. Same apartment the whole time. She's always joking about how she'll never move because she finally memorized her address." The woman laughed softly. "Though between you and me, the neighbourhood has changed quite a bit. Not necessarily for the worse, just different." We made the left onto University Avenue, passing the late-night coffee shop that catered to cramming students and the 24-hour laundromat where I'd seen the same homeless man sleeping in the doorway for the past 2 years. Everything looked normal, exactly as it should. Then I made the right turn where Warren Street should have been. The street sign read Miller Avenue in crisp official lettering. Not a makeshift replacement or a temporary sign. This looked like it had been there for decades. The metal showed the right amount of weathering, the same faded green paint as all the other street signs in the district. I slowed the car, checking my GPS. The blue line still showed us travelling on Warren Street, but the street sign clearly said Miller Avenue. I glanced in my rearview mirror at my passenger, who was looking out the window with a puzzled expression. "This is strange," she murmured. "This doesn't look quite right." I pulled over and studied the buildings. They were similar to what I remembered. The same general style of architecture, the same height and spacing. But the details were wrong. The corner building had been painted a warm terracotta colour in my memory. Now it was a muted sage green. The small community garden that used to occupy the lot between 2 apartment buildings had been replaced by a pocket park with different trees, different layout, different everything. "The address should be right down there," I said, pointing toward where the 1200 block should have been. But even the building numbers seemed off somehow. My passenger was quiet for a long moment, staring out at the street. "This is Miller Avenue," she said finally. "But I could have sworn. I've been coming here for 15 years. I know this was Warren Street last week." We drove slowly down the block looking for 1247. We found it, a narrow brownstone wedged between 2 larger buildings with the right number painted on the door. But something felt fundamentally wrong about the whole scene. Like looking at a photograph where someone had digitally altered small details. "This is it," my passenger said as we pulled up to the address. But she didn't sound certain. She sat in the car for several more seconds, studying the building. The door used to be blue. I'm sure it was blue last time I was here. The door was dark green with paint that looked like it had been that colour for years. She paid me through the app and got out, but hesitated on the sidewalk. "Driver, you've been through this area before, right? Have you ever heard of Warren Street?" I nodded slowly. I thought I had. I could have sworn this was Warren Street. So did I. She walked toward the building, then turned back one more time. Maybe we're both just tired. Maybe I've been calling it the wrong name all these years. But as I drove away, checking my mirrors to make sure I was heading in the right direction, I knew she was wrong. I had definitely driven down Warren Street before, many times, and it had definitely been Warren Street, not Miller Avenue. I made a mental note to check my paper map when I got home. I kept an old road atlas in my glove compartment, one of those habits left over from before GPS became reliable. But first, I had 3 more rides to finish before my shift ended. The rest of the night passed normally, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had shifted. It was like when you rearrange furniture in a room you've lived in for years. Everything is technically correct, but your body keeps expecting things to be in the wrong places. By the time I got home at dawn, I'd almost convinced myself it was just fatigue. Night shift work can play tricks on your mind, especially after working 6 straight days. Maybe I had been misremembering the street name. Maybe my passenger had too. Stranger coincidences had happened. But as I sat in my driveway watching the sunrise paint the sky in shades of orange and pink, one thought kept nagging at me. If it had always been Miller Avenue, why did my GPS still think we had been travelling on Warren Street? I slept until 3 in the afternoon, which was normal for my schedule, but the dreams were anything but normal. All night long, I kept dreaming about driving down familiar streets that led to places I'd never seen before. In one dream, I was trying to get home, but every turn led to a different version of my neighbourhood. Same houses, different colours, different numbers, different trees. When I finally dragged myself out of bed and made coffee, the first thing I did was dig through my glove compartment for my paper road atlas. It was a 2019 edition, still relatively new, with detailed street maps of the entire metropolitan area. I flipped to page 47, the section that covered the University District. My finger traced down University Avenue to the intersection where I had made the right turn the night before. Warren Street, clear as day, printed in the same font as every other street name on the map. Not Miller Avenue, Warren Street, exactly where I remembered it being. I stared at the map for several minutes, then checked the GPS on my phone. When I searched for Warren Street in that area, it came up with no results. When I searched for Miller Avenue, it showed exactly the route I had driven the night before. Something cold settled in my stomach. I grabbed my laptop and started searching online for any information about street name changes in the University District. The city's official records showed that Miller Avenue had been established in 1987 and had never been renamed. There was no mention of Warren Street anywhere in the municipal database. On impulse, I created a post on the city's community forum. Does anyone remember Warren Street in the University District? It used to run parallel to the campus, between University Avenue and Oak Street. Now it's called Miller Avenue, and I can't find any record of when the name was changed. I included a photo of my paper map showing Warren Street clearly labelled. The first few responses came within an hour. Yeah, I remember Warren Street. I used to live there in 2018. When did they change it? Warren Street! My ex-boyfriend lived on that street. I always thought it was a weird coincidence because his last name was Warren. I delivered pizza in that area for 3 years. Definitely remember Warren Street. Strange that there's no record of the name change. But then other responses started coming in. Are you guys serious? That's been Miller Avenue for as long as I can remember, and I've lived here for 30 years. This is obviously fake. Why would you create a fake street name and Photoshop it onto a map? Miller Avenue was named after the Miller family who donated the land to the city in 1887. It's never been called anything else. The thread quickly devolved into arguments between people who insisted they remembered Warren Street and people who were equally certain it had always been Miller Avenue. By evening, the tone had turned ugly, with accusations of lying and attention-seeking behaviour. I went to bed that night feeling unsettled but oddly vindicated. At least I wasn't the only one who remembered Warren Street. Maybe there was a reasonable explanation. Perhaps the city had renamed it recently and hadn't updated all their records yet. When I woke up the next afternoon, I checked the forum thread immediately. The post was gone. Not deleted, with a note saying it had been removed for violating community guidelines. Completely gone, as if it had never existed. My post history showed no record of ever creating it. More disturbing, when I checked my paper map again, page 47 now showed Miller Avenue, where Warren Street had been printed the day before. The font was identical to all the other street names, and the paper showed no signs of alteration. It looked exactly like it had been printed that way originally. I sat at my kitchen table staring at the map, trying to convince myself that I had misremembered what I had seen. But I distinctly recalled running my finger along the printed words Warren Street, less than 24 hours earlier. I grabbed my phone and tried searching online for any cached versions of my forum post, any screenshots, any evidence that it had ever existed. I found nothing. That night, instead of starting my usual rideshare shift, I drove back to Miller Avenue. I parked across the street from where I had dropped off my passenger and studied the buildings more carefully. The corner building was definitely sage green, and the paint job looked professional and weathered, but something about the colour seemed wrong to my eyes, like seeing a familiar person wearing an outfit that doesn't quite suit them. The pocket park was well established, with mature trees and worn paths that suggested it had been there for years. I walked through the small park looking for any signs of recent construction or landscaping changes. The trees were all at least 10 years old, maybe more. The memorial plaque near the entrance was dated 2009, dedicating the space to the Miller Avenue Community Garden Preservation Society. But I could swear I remembered a different garden in this exact spot. A smaller space with raised vegetable beds and a chain-link fence, not this manicured little park with its neat flower borders and decorative benches. As I stood there in the evening light, a woman walked by, walking her dog. She was middle-aged, looked like she lived in the neighbourhood. "Excuse me," I called out. "I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm trying to settle a bet with a friend. Do you happen to know if this street used to be called something else?" She stopped and looked at me suspiciously. "Miller Avenue?" "No, it's always been Miller Avenue. My grandmother lived on this street in the 1940s. Family's been here for generations." "What about this park? Has it always been here?" Now she looked at me like I might be mentally unstable. "The Miller Community Park?" "Of course it's always been here. Are you from the area?" "I thought I was," I said. "Thanks anyway." As I walked back to my car, I noticed something that made me freeze in place. Across the street, leaning against a lamppost, was a man in a dark jacket who seemed to be watching me. When I looked directly at him, he turned away and started walking in the opposite direction. Maybe it was paranoia, but something about his posture had suggested he'd been observing me for a while. I got in my car and drove home, checking my rearview mirror more frequently than usual. I didn't see the man again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that my questions about Warren Street had attracted unwanted attention. That night I started keeping a notebook by my bed. I wrote down everything I could remember about Warren Street, the colour of buildings, the storefronts, the layout of the street. If my own maps couldn't be trusted to stay consistent, at least I could document what I remembered while the memories were still clear. I had no way of knowing it then, but that notebook would become my only anchor to reality in the days to come. 3 days later, I decided to do a systematic survey of the university district. If Warren Street could disappear and be replaced by Miller Avenue, what else might have changed? I armed myself with my notebook and drove to the area in the late afternoon when the lighting was good for observation. I started at the corner of University and Miller, the intersection I thought I knew so well. The first thing I noticed was the mural on the side wall of the Riverside Grocery Building. I had admired that mural dozens of times while waiting at the traffic light. It depicted a World War II soldier in uniform saluting against a backdrop of an American flag. The plaque at the bottom read, "In honour of local veterans, painted by Lincoln High School Art Class 2017. But the face was wrong. I sat in my parked car, staring at the mural, trying to understand what I was seeing. The soldier's features were different. Broader jaw, different nose, darker hair. The uniform was the same, the pose identical, but it was definitely not the same face I remembered. The original soldier had looked younger, with lighter hair and a more angular face. I got out and walked closer to examine the plaque. The bronze was weathered in a way that suggested it had been there for years. There was no sign of the recent replacement or alteration. According to this plaque, Lincoln High School's art class had painted this specific mural in 2017, and I was sure I had been seeing it regularly since at least 2019. I took several photos of the mural and made detailed notes about the differences I remembered. The next stop was Murphy's Diner, 3 blocks down Miller Avenue. I had eaten there probably 20 times over the past 2 years. Decent coffee, good breakfast, friendly staff who knew the night shift workers in the area. The neon sign in the window had always been slightly crooked, and the owner, an elderly man named Murphy, always wore the same green apron. But Murphy's Diner was gone. In its place stood Riverside Pharmacy, with a crisp new sign and a bright, sterile interior visible through large windows. The building was the same shape and size, but everything else had changed. Where Murphy's had been painted a warm yellow, the pharmacy was stark white. Where there had been a small parking lot, there was now a landscaped area with modern benches. I went inside, hoping to find someone who could tell me about the previous business. "Excuse me," I said to the pharmacist, a woman in her 40s with greying hair. "I'm new to the area, and I was wondering what used to be in this building before the pharmacy." She looked puzzled. "This has always been Riverside Pharmacy. My family has owned this location for 12 years. No other business before that. Well, my husband's father ran it before us, but it's been a pharmacy for at least 20 years. Maybe longer. We have records going back to 1998. I thanked her and left, my hands shaking slightly as I made notes. In my notebook, I wrote down everything I could remember about Murphy's Diner. The layout, the menu, the colour of the booths, the way Murphy always hummed while he cooked. The pattern continued throughout the afternoon. The barber shop I remembered had been replaced by a coffee shop that looked like it had been there for years. A vacant lot where I was sure there had been a small apartment building now contained a well-established community garden with mature plants. Most disturbing, the people I talked to didn't just disagree with my memories. They seemed genuinely confused by my questions, as if I was asking about places that had never existed. By late afternoon, I had documented 7 significant discrepancies between what I remembered and what currently existed. In each case, the current version looked authentic and established. Not like recent changes or replacements. I decided to try a different approach. There was a used bookstore on Oak Street that specialised in local history and ephemera. If changes had been made to the neighbourhood, there might be some record of what had been there before. Paperback Paradise was exactly as I remembered it. Dusty, cramped, with towers of books reaching toward the ceiling, and narrow aisles that barely allowed one person to pass. The owner, an elderly woman named Mrs. Henderson, was sorting through a box of old magazines behind the counter. "I'm looking for anything about the University District," I told her. "Old photos, newspapers, anything that might show what the neighbourhood looked like in the past few years. Any particular time period? Actually, I'm most interested in very recent history, like 2019 to now. I'm trying to track some changes in the area." She directed me to a section near the back where she kept local newspapers and university publications. I spent an hour going through issues of the student newspaper, looking for any mention of Murphy's Diner, Warren Street, or the other places I remembered. In a stack of community newsletters from 2020, I found something that made my pulse quicken. There was a small classified ad that read, "Murphy's Diner closing after 15 years. Thanks to all our loyal customers. Final day, March 15th, 2020. I stared at the ad, reading it over and over. Here was proof that Murphy's Diner had existed, that I wasn't imagining things. I looked around for Mrs. Henderson to ask about purchasing the newsletter, but she'd stepped away from the counter. While I waited for her to return, I continued searching through the papers. In a university newsletter from 2019, I found a small article about a community art project that mentioned the Warren Street Mural Renovation Project. The article was brief, but it clearly referred to Warren Street as a real place. I gathered both publications and brought them to the counter, but Mrs. Henderson was still nowhere to be seen. After waiting for several minutes, I heard voices coming from the back room. Mrs. Henderson talking to someone in low, urgent tones. "I'll be right with you," she called out. But something about her tone had changed. When she emerged from the back room a few minutes later, she looked flustered and avoided making eye contact. "I'm sorry, but we're closing early today," she said. "Family emergency." "I just wanted to buy these 2 newsletters," I said, holding up the publications with the Murphy's Diner ad and the Warren Street reference. She glanced at the papers in my hand and her expression became even more uncomfortable. "I'm sorry, but those items aren't for sale. They're part of a private collection that was brought in by mistake." "But they were in the public section." "Please leave," she said firmly. "We're closed." I had no choice but to put the newsletters back and leave the store. As I walked to my car, I noticed a dark sedan parked across the street with 2 people inside. The passenger seemed to be watching the bookstore. I drove around the block and parked where I could observe paperback paradise without being obvious about it. Within 10 minutes, I saw Mrs. Henderson lock up the store and flip the sign to closed. The dark sedan pulled away from the curb and followed her as she walked to her own car. That night I tried calling the bookstore. The phone rang and rang, but nobody answered. When I drove by the next afternoon, there was a sign in the window. "Closed due to illness. Reopening date TBD." I never saw those newsletters again. And when the store reopened 2 weeks later, Mrs. Henderson claimed to have no memory of our conversation about local history publications. But I had seen them. The Murphy's Diner ad and the Warren Street reference had been real, printed in black and white. Someone was making sure that evidence of the old neighbourhood disappeared as quickly as I found it. That night, I started taking precautions. I made copies of everything I wrote in my notebook and hid them in different locations around my apartment. If my written records could somehow be altered like the maps had been, I wanted to make sure I had backups. I also started taking photos of everything. Street signs, buildings, murals, storefronts. If reality was being edited somehow, maybe photographs would provide a more permanent record. I had no idea how naive that hope was. After the incident at Paperback Paradise, I realised I needed to be more careful about how I investigated the changes in the neighbourhood. If someone was monitoring people who asked too many questions about Warren Street, I couldn't just walk around interviewing random strangers. Instead, I decided to focus my search online. The internet was vast and decentralised. Surely it would be harder to scrub every reference to places and events that had apparently been erased from physical reality. I started with basic searches: Warren Street University District, Murphy's Diner, street name changes. Most of the results were irrelevant, but I found a few forum posts and social media comments that seemed promising. However, when I tried to access them, I kept getting page not found errors, or finding that the posts had been deleted. It was frustrating, but I kept trying different search terms and looking deeper into cached results. After several hours of this tedious work, I found something interesting. Buried in the comments section of a paranormal blog was a cryptic post from someone with the username Reality Archivist. For those experiencing geographical discontinuities, timeline displacement, or collective memory revision events, there is a place to document and discuss these phenomena safely. Search for Forgotten Archive on Tor. Use standard precautions. I had heard of Tor, the anonymizing browser used to access hidden parts of the internet. I had never needed it before, but the idea of geographical discontinuities was too close to my own experience to ignore. It took me a few hours to figure out how to install and configure Tor properly, and another hour to find the Forgotten Archive forum. When I finally accessed it, I found a simple, text-based discussion board with several dozen active threads. The forum's description read, "A space for documenting and discussing places, events, and people that no longer exist. Share your memories, compare experiences, and preserve what has been forgotten. Anonymity required. Verification encouraged." I spent the next several hours reading through posts, and what I found there was both reassuring and terrifying. There were dozens of people from around the world reporting experiences similar to mine. A woman in Portland described how her neighbourhood pizza place had been replaced by a bank, with everyone insisting the bank had always been there. A man in Chicago wrote about a park that had somehow become a shopping centre overnight, complete with businesses that had apparently been operating there for years. But the post that really caught my attention was from someone called Phase Walker. Phoenix residents, has anyone noticed changes in the Midtown district? Specifically, I'm looking for anyone who remembers Central Avenue, between 7th and 15th Streets, being completely different last month. Buildings are the same height and general style, but wrong colours, wrong businesses, wrong details. Also, does anyone remember the Morrison building having a different architectural style? The post had been made 3 weeks earlier and had several responses. People confirmed similar experiences in Phoenix, but what was most interesting were the details Phase Walker provided in follow-up comments. The changes happened all at once, sometime between Tuesday night and Wednesday morning. I noticed a bright flash in the sky around 3:30 a.m. Tuesday, followed by a low rumbling sound. By Wednesday, the entire 6-block area had these subtle but consistent differences. The pattern seems to be systematic, like someone ran a find and replace function on reality. Same overall structure, but with details swapped out for alternatives that look equally real and established. I've been tracking the phenomenon for 8 months now. It's happened 3 times in Phoenix, always preceded by the same atmospheric disturbance. Always between 3 and 4 a.m. Always affecting a specific geographic area in a grid pattern. I created an account with the username Night Driver and posted my own experience. University District, major metropolitan area, keeping location vague for now. Warren Street became Miller Avenue overnight. All records changed to match new reality. Physical evidence disappears when discovered. People who remember the old version seem to attract attention from unknown parties. Anyone else experience active suppression of investigation? The response was immediate and overwhelming. Within an hour, I had a dozen replies from people who had experienced similar reality shifts. More importantly, 3 people had direct messages for me, including one from Phase Walker. Check your private messages, the forum's built-in system informed me. PMS are automatically encrypted and delete after 48 hours. Phase Walker's message was brief but specific. Your pattern matches Phoenix event number 3. Grid-based replacement, systematic documentation destruction, observer monitoring, need to talk. Same time tomorrow in encrypted chat room number 7734. The second message was from someone called Temporal Witness. If you're experiencing active suppression, you're past the point of casual observation. They know you remember. Be careful what you search for online from now on. The third was from Grid Theory. The University District changes you describe match predicted coordinates from the projection model. If you're willing to help with documentation, there may be a way to predict the next event. I spent the rest of the night reading everything I could find on the forum. The more I read, the more convinced I became that what I was experiencing wasn't unique or isolated. There was a pattern here, a systematic process of reality alteration that was affecting people around the world. The forum users had developed their own terminology and theories. Reality shifts, sudden changes to physical locations that appeared to have always been that way, memory islands. People who retained memories of the pre-shift reality, evidence decay, the tendency for physical proof of old reality to disappear or be altered, grid events, reality shifts that followed systematic patterns across urban areas, adjustment teams, mysterious groups that seemed to monitor and suppress investigation. The most disturbing thread was titled Disappeared Observers. It contained reports of people who had been actively investigating reality shifts and had subsequently vanished entirely. In some cases, family members and friends claim no memory of the missing person ever existing. One post from Archive Keeper read, "Toronto Mapper has been offline for 3 weeks. Checked with contacts in the city. No record of anyone by his real name at his last known address. Employer claims no one by that name ever worked there. His entire identity appears to have been edited out of the system." I closed the laptop and sat in my dark living room trying to process what I had learned. If the forum users were right, I wasn't just dealing with some local phenomenon or personal delusion. I was apparently part of a global pattern of reality manipulation that someone was going to great lengths to hide. And if the forum was correct about adjustment teams and people who asked too many questions, I was already in more danger than I had realised. The next evening I logged into encrypted chat room number 7734 to meet Phase Walker. What I learned there would change everything I thought I knew about the nature of reality itself. The encrypted chat with Phasewalker was scheduled for 11 p.m, but I logged in an hour early to get familiar with the interface. The chat room was completely anonymous. No usernames displayed, just randomised ED numbers that changed every few minutes. At exactly 11 p.m, a message appeared. Night Driver, confirm you're here by describing the colour of the building that's wrong on your Miller Avenue. I typed back, Sage Green Corner building, should be terracotta. Confirmed. I'm the Phoenix contact. Before we start, have you noticed anyone watching you since you began investigating? I thought about the man by the lamppost outside Miller Avenue, and the sedan that had followed Mrs. Henderson from the bookstore. Maybe a few incidents that seemed like surveillance. Then we need to cover safety protocols first. Are you posting from your home? Yes. Bad idea. From now on, only access the forum and chats from public Wi-Fi, preferably locations you can leave quickly. Never the same place twice. Assume your home internet is monitored if you've been flagged as an observer. This was getting into territory that felt paranoid, but given everything I had experienced, I decided to take the advice seriously. Flagged by who? We call them adjustment teams, but we don't know exactly who they work for. Government black project, private corporation, something else. The source doesn't matter as much as the pattern. They monitor for people who remember pre-shift reality and document evidence. At first they just clean up loose ends, remove evidence, discredit witnesses. But if someone digs too deep or becomes too vocal, they escalate. Escalate how? Depends. Sometimes the person just stops investigating, gets distracted by sudden life changes, new job opportunities, family emergencies. Sometimes they disappear from forums and can't be reached. In extreme cases, they disappear entirely. Identity scrubbed from records. Family and friends lose all memory of them. The implications of that made me feel sick. You're saying they can edit people out of existence? We think so. Same process that changes street names and building colours, just applied to human beings instead of places. But here's what's important. We've never lost anyone who followed proper security protocols and worked within our support network. Phasewalker spent the next hour teaching me basic operational security. Use public Wi-Fi exclusively for forum access. Never search for shift-related terms on personal devices or networks. Vary my travel patterns and avoid predictable routines. Most importantly, document everything offline and in multiple hidden locations. The documentation is crucial, Phasewalker explained. They can alter physical evidence, but they seem to have trouble with distributed, redundant records. If you hide copies of your notes in 10 different places, they might find and alter some of them, but usually not all. Finally, we got to the technical discussion of what we were actually dealing with. The working theory is that we're experiencing timeline convergence events, Phasewalker wrote. Imagine two almost identical realities running parallel to each other. Same basic structure, same historical events, but small differences in details. Street names, building colours, business locations, individual faces. You're saying there are multiple versions of reality? Multiple versions, yes, but usually kept separate by what physicists call quantum decoherence. Think of it like radio stations. They exist simultaneously, but you can only tune into one at a time. Something is causing these reality streams to merge, with one version overwriting the other. What could cause something like that? High-energy particle experiments, electromagnetic anomalies, possibly even certain astronomical events. The forum has been tracking correlations between shifts and activities at research facilities, but the data is incomplete. Phasewalker sent me a file containing maps and timelines of documented reality shifts from around the world. The patterns were striking, events clustered around major universities and research facilities, with timing that suggested coordination or a spreading effect. Phoenix has a major particle physics lab 30 miles south of the city, Phasewalker noted. Every shift event here has occurred within 72 hours of high-energy experiments. Your university district, any major research facilities nearby? I thought about it. The university had a physics department, but I didn't know about major experimental work. However, about 20 miles northwest of the city was Brookhaven Research Institute, a private facility that did contract work for the government. Possibly, I'll need to research it. Be careful how you research it. Don't use normal search engines or library computers. The adjustment teams monitor for certain types of inquiries. We agreed to meet again in 3 days, same time, same protocol. Phasewalker gave me a list of specific things to document: any unusual atmospheric phenomena, timing of changes, geographic patterns, and especially any signs of surveillance. One more thing, Phasewalker added before signing off. If you see a bright flash in the sky followed by low-frequency rumbling, that's the signature of an active shift event. You'll have maybe 6 hours before the changes lock in. That's your window to document everything you can about the pre-shift reality. The next day, I implemented the new security protocols. I found a different coffee shop with public Wi-Fi and spent an hour researching Brookhaven Research Institute. What I found was concerning. Brookhaven specialised in advanced particle physics research with applications for national security. Their website was deliberately vague, but academic papers referenced work on quantum field manipulation and dimensional interface studies. Most significantly, their experimental schedule showed high-energy runs every Tuesday and Friday night between 2 and 5 a.m. Warren Street had become Miller Avenue on a Wednesday morning. The last high-energy run at Brookhaven had been Tuesday night, 2 to 5 a.m. I started paying attention to details I'd previously ignored. On Friday afternoon, I positioned myself in the Miller Avenue area with my notebook and camera, planning to monitor the area through the night. At 11 p.m. I noticed the first watcher. He was sitting in a car parked at the far end of the street, positioned to have a clear view of the entire block. Middle-aged, wearing dark clothes, professional demeanour. He wasn't trying to hide his presence, but he wasn't obvious about surveillance either. At midnight, a second watcher appeared on foot, casually strolling through the area but lingering near streetlights and stopping frequently to check his phone. At 1 a.m, a van with tinted windows parked near the corner intersection. By 2 a.m, there were at least 5 people in the area who seemed to be conducting some kind of coordinated observation. They weren't focused on me specifically. They seemed to be monitoring the entire neighbourhood. At 3:17 a.m, I saw the flash. It started as a bright point of light in the northwestern sky, roughly in the direction of Brookhaven Research Institute. The light expanded rapidly, not like an explosion, but more like a ripple spreading across the sky. For about 3 seconds, the entire northwestern horizon was illuminated with an eerie blue-white glow. Then came the sound, a deep thrumming rumble that seemed to come from underground rather than the sky. It was felt as much as heard, a vibration that made car alarms start going off throughout the neighbourhood. The watchers immediately became more active. I saw them talking into radios and checking devices that looked more sophisticated than cell phones. The van started its engine. I spent the next hour documenting everything I could see in the area, taking photos and writing detailed descriptions. At first, nothing seemed different, but around 5 a.m, I noticed subtle changes beginning to appear. The streetlight on the corner flickered and went out. When it came back on a few minutes later, it was a different style, same height and position, but with a more modern LED fixture instead of the old sodium vapour lamp. The stop sign at the intersection looked slightly different. The red was a shade deeper, and the reflective strips were positioned differently. Most unsettling, when I looked back at photos I'd taken just 2 hours earlier, some of them showed these new versions instead of what I remembered photographing. By dawn, the watchers had disappeared. I drove home, my hands shaking as I realised I had just witnessed a reality shift in progress. That afternoon, I returned to Miller Avenue to document the full extent of the changes. The differences were subtle but consistent. Paint colours slightly different, business signs in new fonts, even the memorial plaque in the park had been altered. The dedication date was now 2011 instead of 2009, and it honoured the Miller Avenue Heritage Preservation Society instead of the Community Garden Group. Most disturbing of all, when I tried to access the photos I had taken during the night, half of them had been automatically corrected by my phone software to match the new reality. My camera had somehow been convinced that it had always photographed the updated version of the neighbourhood. But my handwritten notes remained unchanged. Whatever technology was altering physical evidence couldn't seem to affect ink on paper, at least not immediately. I spent the rest of the week implementing additional security measures and preparing for my next meeting with Phasewalker. I made multiple copies of my notes and hid them in different locations around the city. I bought a second phone that I kept turned off except for emergencies. Most importantly, I started paying attention to my daily routine and varying it randomly. It was a good thing I did. On Wednesday morning, I noticed a car that had been parked outside my apartment building for 3 days straight. Different cars, different people, but always someone maintaining visual surveillance of the building entrance. On Thursday, I received a phone call from someone claiming to be conducting a survey about community memory and local history. The questions were oddly specific about Warren Street and recent changes in the university district. On Friday, I found that my apartment had been searched while I was out. Nothing was missing, but small things had been moved. Books in slightly different positions, papers shuffled, furniture shifted by inches. It was done professionally by someone who wanted me to know they had been there without making it obvious to anyone else. The message was clear. They knew who I was, where I lived, and what I was investigating. That night I packed a bag and left my apartment. I didn't know if or when I would be able to return safely. I spent the next week staying in cheap motels and internet cafes, using different locations each day to access the Forgotten Archive forum. The pattern of surveillance had made it clear that my investigation had moved beyond casual interest. I was now actively being monitored by whoever was behind the reality shifts. Phasewalker had warned me this might happen. Our next scheduled meeting was in encrypted chat room number 7734, but given the escalation in attention, I needed to be extra careful about operational security. I chose a 24-hour internet cafe in a different part of the city, paid cash, and used a computer terminal in the back corner where I could see anyone approaching. At exactly 11 p.m, I logged into the chat room. Phasewalker was already waiting. Night driver, confirm status. Are you still operating freely? Apartment compromised. Living mobile for now. Witnessed active shift event Tuesday night. Documentation successful, but photos were retroactively altered. Confirmed pattern. They're escalating because you're documenting real-time changes. That makes you a priority target, but it also means you've seen something very few people have witnessed directly. I described the flash in the sky, the rumbling sound, and the gradual transformation of the neighbourhood over the following hours. Phasewalker seemed particularly interested in the timing and the electromagnetic effects. The 6-hour lag between the flash and full manifestation is consistent with other observations, Phasewalker typed. We think that's how long it takes for the quantum decoherence field to fully stabilise. During those 6 hours, reality is basically in flux. Some people see the old version, some see the new, some see both overlapping. What about the retroactive changes to photographs? Quantum field effects can alter magnetic storage and digital memory. That's why we rely on handwritten documentation and physical photographs when possible. The analogue formats seem more resistant to alteration. Phasewalker sent me a file that made my skin crawl. It was a detailed map of my city with a grid overlay, marking predicted locations for future reality shifts. We've been tracking the pattern for 8 months now, Phasewalker explained. The shifts aren't random. They follow a systematic grid pattern radiating outward from specific central points, usually research facilities or locations with unusual electromagnetic properties. The map showed Brookhaven Research Institute at the centre of concentric circles, with predicted shift zones marked at regular intervals. The university district where I had witnessed the Warren Street change was in the second ring. According to the projection, the next affected area would be the downtown financial district, approximately 3 miles southeast of Brookhaven. When? I typed. If the pattern holds, next Tuesday night. The high-energy experiments at Brookhaven run on a regular schedule, and each cycle seems to push the effect field a little further outward. I studied the map more carefully. The grid was precise, almost mechanical in its layout. Each shift zone was approximately the same size, roughly 6 city blocks in a square pattern. Within each zone, the changes appeared to follow consistent rules. Same basic infrastructure, but with details altered in systematic ways. This looks like a spreading wave pattern, I observed. Exactly. Like ripples in a pond, but moving through dimensional space instead of water. Each experimental cycle at Brookhaven creates another pulse, and each pulse pushes the effect boundary a little further out. Phasewalker sent me additional files, documentation from other cities where similar patterns had been observed. Phoenix, Seattle, Austin, Atlanta, all had research facilities at the centre of expanding grids of reality shifts. Is this coordinated? Are all these facilities working together? We don't know. Could be coordinated, could be that multiple groups are working on similar technology and creating interference patterns. What we do know is that it's accelerating. The time between shift events is getting shorter, and the affected areas are getting larger. The implications were staggering. If the pattern continued, eventually the entire metropolitan area would be affected. Millions of people would wake up one day in a slightly different version of their own city, with most of them never realizing anything had changed. Why don't more people notice? I asked. Most people don't pay attention to small details. If your street sign changes colour or a building gets painted a different shade, do you really notice? Even if you do, you assume there's a mundane explanation, routine maintenance, normal updates. The human brain is remarkably good at rationalising small inconsistencies. But some people do notice. About 1 in 1,000, based on our estimates. Usually people with strong observational skills or particular attention to detail. Night shift workers see it more often, probably because they're more aware of their environment during quiet hours. Phasewalker sent me detailed instructions for documenting the predicted shift in the financial district. The key was to be in position before the experimental window, document the pre-shift state thoroughly, then track changes in real time during the 6-hour transformation period. This is dangerous, Phasewalker warned. If you're caught in an active shift zone during the transition, there can be complications. What kind of complications? People have reported disorientation, memory confusion, in extreme cases temporary existence in both realities simultaneously. One observer in Seattle claimed to spend 3 hours in a version of the city where she had never been born. She could see her apartment, but strangers were living there, and no one recognized her name. I closed my eyes, trying to imagine what that would feel like, being erased from your own life, even temporarily. There's something else, Phasewalker continued. The Forum has been tracking missing persons reports in areas that have experienced multiple shift events. The numbers are statistically significant. People don't just disappear from records. They disappear from reality entirely. How many people? Hard to get exact numbers because of the nature of the disappearances, but we estimate between 50 and 100 people nationwide over the past year. All of them were either active observers or people who had been asking questions about reality shifts. I thought about the disappeared observers thread on the forum and the reports of people who had simply stopped existing. If Phasewalker was right, I was not just investigating a strange phenomenon, I was documenting what amounted to a systematic alteration of reality that was claiming human casualties. Why are you telling me this? Wouldn't it be safer for me to just stop investigating? Because stopping doesn't seem to protect people once they've been flagged. And because we need documentation of real-time shifts if we're ever going to understand how to stop this process. Stop it? You think it can be stopped? We have to believe it can be. Because if it can't, eventually there won't be anyone left who remembers what the world was supposed to look like. We arranged to meet again after the predicted financial district shift. Phasewalker would monitor from Phoenix while I documented locally, and we would compare observations to refine the prediction model. Before signing off, Phasewalker gave me one final piece of advice. If you're going to do this, you need to accept that you might not be able to return to your normal life. Once you've seen reality change in real time, once you've documented evidence of systematic alteration, you become part of a very small group of people who know what's really happening. That knowledge comes with a price. I logged off and sat in the internet cafe for a long time, staring at the map of predicted shift zones. My apartment was in the 5th ring out from Brookhaven. If the pattern continued, my own neighbourhood would be affected within a few months. I could try to return to my normal life, pretend I'd never noticed anything unusual, hope that ignorance would protect me. But I had already seen too much, asked too many questions, attracted too much attention, and somewhere in the back of my mind a terrible thought was forming. What if this had happened before? What if the reality I thought of as normal was actually the result of previous shift events, and I was just now becoming aware of an ongoing process that had been altering the world for years? What if the life I remembered was already gone, and I was just a memory island floating in someone else's version of reality? The financial district shift was scheduled for Tuesday night, but on Monday afternoon I received an encrypted message through the forum's private messaging system. It wasn't from Phase Walker. The sender was identified as Dr_Cassandra_Mills, with a verification code I didn't recognise. Night Driver, I know you don't know me, but I've been following your documentation work through mutual contacts. I have information about the source of the reality shifts that could help your investigation. If you're willing to meet in person, I can explain what's really happening and why. I understand the risks of face-to-face contact, but some things can't be communicated safely through digital channels. The message included detailed instructions for a meeting location, a 24-hour diner in an industrial area about 15 miles from downtown, and specific security protocols. The sender claimed to be a former researcher at Brookhaven Institute who had left the project after discovering the true scope of what they were attempting. Every instinct told me this was dangerous. Phase Walker had warned me about trusting unknown contacts, and meeting someone in person violated every security protocol I had learned. But the possibility of getting inside information about Brookhaven was too valuable to ignore. I spent Monday night researching the meeting location and planning multiple escape routes. The diner was isolated but had good visibility in all directions. There were several ways to approach and leave the area without being trapped. Most importantly, it was far enough from Brookhaven that it shouldn't be affected by Tuesday night's predicted shift event. At 2 a.m. Tuesday morning, I drove to the meeting location. The diner was exactly as described. A classic 1950s-style establishment that looked like it catered to truck drivers and late-shift workers. I arrived 30 minutes early and positioned myself at a corner booth where I could watch both the entrance and the parking lot. At exactly 2:30 a.m, a woman in her 40s entered the diner. She was tall, with greying brown hair and the kind of intense, intelligent eyes that suggested an academic background. She looked around the restaurant carefully before approaching my table. "You must be the rideshare driver," she said quietly. "I'm Cassandra Mills. Thank you for coming." She sat across from me and immediately began speaking in low, urgent tones. "I need to start by telling you that everything you've observed is real, but it's not what you think it is. The reality shifts aren't accidental side effects of particle physics experiments. They're the entire point of the project." "What do you mean?" "Brookhaven Institute isn't conducting pure research. They're working on a contract for a consortium of government agencies and private organisations. The goal is to develop technology for what they call reality optimization." The phrase sent a chill down my spine. Reality optimization? Think of it as editing history on a small scale. Imagine being able to change inconvenient facts, remove evidence of mistakes, alter public memory of events. The applications for intelligence agencies and corporations are obvious. She pulled out a tablet and showed me documents that looked like technical specifications and project timelines. I couldn't verify their authenticity, but the level of detail was impressive. "The technology works by manipulating quantum decoherence fields," she explained. "In simple terms, we're forcing reality to choose between multiple possible versions of the same location or event. The version that gets selected depends on parameters we input into the quantum field generator." "You're saying this is deliberate? Someone is choosing what changes." "Exactly. Each experimental run at Brookhaven isn't testing the technology, it's implementing specific changes requested by clients. Warren Street became Miller Avenue because someone wanted that change made. But why? What's the point of changing a random street name? It's not random. Every change serves a purpose, usually to alter or obscure some piece of evidence or memory. Maybe there was a crime on Warren Street that someone wanted forgotten. Maybe a business or political deal that needed to be erased from public record. The street name change forces all the associated records and memories to be updated." She showed me more documents, project files with client codes and change specifications. I saw references to memory revision protocols and evidence nullification procedures. "The process has limitations," Cassandra continued. "It can only alter small areas at a time, and it works best on details that people don't pay close attention to. But the technology is improving rapidly. Early tests could only change things like paint colours and sign fonts. Now they can alter entire buildings and create false histories going back decades. What about the people who remember the original versions? Most people's memories are automatically adjusted along with the physical changes, but about 1 in 1,000 individuals seem to be resistant to the memory revision effect. You're what we call a persistent observer, someone whose brain maintains quantum coherence at a level that resists the alteration field. And that's why I'm being watched. Persistent observers are a problem for the project. If too many people notice the changes and start comparing notes, it could expose the entire operation. So there are protocols for dealing with observers: surveillance, evidence removal, and if necessary, more direct intervention. Direct intervention? Cassandra's expression became grim. The same technology that can edit buildings out of reality can be applied to people. Remove someone from the quantum field entirely, and it's as if they never existed. No body, no crime scene, no investigation, because no one remembers there was ever a person to disappear. The implications hit me like a physical blow. How many people? I don't have exact numbers, but I know it's been used at least a dozen times since the project became operational, always on persistent observers who are getting too close to the truth. Why are you telling me this? Why risk meeting me? Because I helped design this technology, and I need to live with what it's being used for. When I agreed to work on quantum field manipulation, I thought we were developing tools for scientific research. I didn't know it would be used to erase people from existence. She handed me a small device that looked like a modified smartphone. This is a quantum field detector. It can sense reality distortions up to 6 hours before they manifest. It will also alert you if you're being targeted for direct intervention. Targeted how? If someone initiates an erasure protocol on you, the device will give you approximately 30 minutes warning. That's how long it takes to calibrate the field for a specific target. It might be enough time to get out of range. Out of range of what? The erasure field has a limited radius, about 2 miles from the generation source. If you can get outside that perimeter before the protocol completes, you should be safe. I looked at the device, trying to understand what she was telling me. You're saying if I stay more than 2 miles away from Brookhaven, they can't erase me? From the main facility, yes, but they have mobile units for field work, smaller generators that can be deployed anywhere, with a range of about half a mile. How do I know if a mobile unit is targeting me? The detector will show you the direction and approximate distance to any active quantum field source. If you see a mobile signature approaching your location, you need to move immediately. Cassandra glanced at her watch. I have to go. The financial district shift is scheduled to begin in 4 hours, and I need to be somewhere with an alibi when it happens. Wait, you said each change serves a specific purpose. What's being hidden in the financial district? I don't know the details, but the client code suggests it's related to banking records, probably erasing evidence of some financial irregularity or illegal transaction. After tonight, certain buildings, businesses, or records will no longer exist, and no one will remember they ever did. She stood up to leave, then turned back one more time. One more thing. The project is expanding rapidly. The current schedule has shift events planned for 3 more cities this month, and the frequency is increasing. They're not just hiding individual crimes or mistakes anymore. I think they're preparing for something much larger. Like what? Like editing recent history on a massive scale. Think about what you could accomplish if you could make entire events disappear from public memory. Elections, scandals, wars, anything that someone wanted to undo. After she left, I sat in the diner for another hour, trying to process what I had learned. If Cassandra was telling the truth, I wasn't just investigating a strange phenomenon, I was documenting a secret war against reality itself. The quantum field detector remained silent until I started driving back toward the city. Then, at 6:47 a.m., it began beeping softly. I looked at the display and saw a distance reading, 2.3 miles, decreasing. A mobile unit was approaching my location. I pressed the accelerator and drove as fast as I dared, watching the distance reading gradually increase as I put space between myself and whatever was hunting me. The device didn't stop beeping until I was more than 5 miles away from the city centre. For the first time since this all began, I understood exactly how much danger I was in. The quantum field detector that Cassandra had given me became my constant companion over the next 3 days. It remained mostly quiet, but twice I had to quickly change locations when it detected mobile field sources approaching. The cat and mouse game was exhausting, but it also gave me valuable information about how the erasure teams operated. They seemed to work in predictable patterns, sweeping through areas where I had been seen, checking locations where I might seek shelter. More importantly, they appeared to have limitations. The mobile units couldn't maintain their quantum fields indefinitely, and they needed several hours to recharge between deployment attempts. I used this window to document the financial district shift from a safe distance. Just as Phase Walker had predicted, the event occurred at 3:33 a.m. on Tuesday night. I watched from a parking garage 4 miles away as the familiar blue-white flash illuminated the sky, followed by the deep rumbling that seemed to come from underground. Over the next 6 hours, I used telephoto lenses to observe the gradual transformation of the downtown area. Buildings shifted colour, signs changed fonts, and at least one entire block seemed to be restructured with different architectural styles. By dawn, the financial district looked subtly but comprehensively different. More disturbing, when I checked news websites and social media the next day, I found reports of a minor earthquake that had supposedly occurred at the same time as the flash. Seismologists were quoted as saying it was a rare but harmless tectonic adjustment. The official narrative was already being established to explain away what people had observed. On Thursday afternoon, the quantum field detector started behaving erratically. Instead of the steady readings I had grown accustomed to, it began showing multiple field sources scattered throughout the city. The display looked like a radar screen during a storm, dozens of mobile signals moving in coordinated patterns. I realised they weren't hunting me individually anymore. They were conducting a systematic sweep of the entire metropolitan area. That evening I received one final message through the forum's encrypted system. It was from Phase Walker. Major escalation detected in multiple cities. Grid pattern acceleration confirmed. They're moving to Phase 2. Final convergence predicted for your location. Saturday night, 3:33 a.m. This is not a normal shift event. Recommend immediate evacuation beyond 50-mile radius. I tried to respond, but the forum was no longer accessible. When I attempted to reach any of the Forgotten Archive servers, I received only error messages. It was as if the entire network had been taken offline. The quantum field detector showed the reason why. Field sources were now active at locations throughout the city, including several positions that surrounded the internet cafe, where I was trying to access the forum. They weren't just hunting persistent observers anymore, they were systematically suppressing all communication channels that could be used to coordinate resistance. I spent Thursday night driving aimlessly through the outer suburbs, staying ahead of the mobile units while trying to understand what final convergence might mean. The detector showed an increasingly dense network of field sources, all of them moving in perfect coordination towards some kind of centralized pattern. By Friday morning I understood what they were planning. Instead of the usual isolated shift affecting a few city blocks, they were preparing to alter the entire metropolitan area simultaneously. Every mobile unit, every field generator, every piece of quantum manipulation technology they had was being positioned for a coordinated reality revision on a scale I had never imagined possible. But what were they trying to hide that would require editing an entire city? The answer came to me while I was studying a map of the field source positions. The pattern wasn't random. The mobile units were positioned at specific locations throughout the city, locations that corresponded to government buildings, research facilities, major corporate headquarters, and media centres. They weren't hiding evidence of individual crimes. They were preparing to erase something that had left traces throughout the entire power structure of the city. Something big enough that removing all evidence of it required changing the reality of 3 million people simultaneously. Friday night, I positioned myself on a hilltop 20 miles outside the city limits, well beyond the range of any quantum field technology I knew about. The detector showed the massive build-up of field sources throughout the metropolitan area, all synchronized for simultaneous activation. At exactly 3:33 a.m. on Saturday, the sky above the city exploded with light. It wasn't the localized flash I had seen during previous shift events. the entire horizon lit up with brilliant blue-white radiance that lasted for nearly 30 seconds. The rumbling that followed was so intense I could feel it through the ground, even at my distance. Then, as I watched through binoculars, the city began to change. Not gradually as I had observed before, but rapidly and comprehensively. Buildings flickered between different versions of themselves. Entire blocks shifted layout and architectural style. The skyline itself was being rewritten in real time, but something went wrong. About 10 minutes into the process, the light began to flicker irregularly. The smooth transformation became chaotic, with buildings and streets oscillating between multiple possible versions. The quantum field detector was screaming with alarms as it registered massive instabilities in the reality distortion grid. Through my binoculars, I could see people in the streets, wandering in obvious confusion. Some appeared to be experiencing multiple overlapping realities simultaneously, stopping and starting as they navigated spaces that were changing around them faster than their minds could process. At 4:15 a.m. there was a final blinding flash, followed by complete darkness. When my vision cleared, the city looked normal again, but not the same normal I remembered. The skyline was subtly different. Buildings I had known for years were gone, replaced by structures in completely different architectural styles. The highway system had been rerouted. Even the geographical features looked wrong. Hills in different positions, the river following a slightly altered course. I tried to use my phone to call someone, anyone, to see if they remembered the old version of the city. But when I checked my contacts list, it was empty. When I tried to dial my sister's number from memory, the recording said it had never been assigned. Worse, when I checked my driver's license, my own name was spelled differently. Not dramatically, just one letter changed, but enough to make me question my own identity. I drove back toward what used to be my neighbourhood, but the streets were laid out differently. Where my apartment building should have been, there was a small park with a memorial plaque dated 1987, dedicating the space to those lost in the Great Reconstruction. I found a motel and spent the next several hours trying to access any information about what the city had been like before the final convergence. Every internet search, every historical record, every photograph showed the new version, as if it had always existed. The quantum field detector had gone silent. When I examined it more closely, I realised it was no longer functional. The massive field convergence had apparently burned out its sensors. On Sunday morning, I drove to where Brookhaven Research Institute should have been. I found an empty field with a historical marker indicating that the land had been preserved as a natural habitat since 1962. There was no sign that any research facility had ever existed there. I tried calling the number Cassandra had given me for emergency contact. The line was disconnected. When I searched for any record of Dr. Cassandra Mills, I found nothing. No employment history, no academic publications, no evidence that she had ever existed. By Sunday evening, I realised the terrible scope of what had happened. They hadn't just hidden evidence of some scandal or crime. They had rewritten the entire history of the city, creating a version of reality where their project had never existed at all. It's been 6 months since the final convergence, and I've learned to navigate this version of the city that wears my home's face but doesn't quite fit. The streets have familiar names but wrong layouts. The landmarks exist in different locations. The people I thought I knew have different histories, different personalities, sometimes different faces entirely. I tried to return to work, but the rideshare company has no record of my employment. My bank account exists, but with a different balance and a transaction history I don't recognise. My apartment building exists, but strangers live in what used to be my unit, and the landlord insists no one by my name has ever rented there. I found a few other persistent observers, people who, like me, retained memories of the pre-convergence reality. We meet occasionally in carefully chosen locations, sharing stories and comparing notes about what used to be. But we're careful. Even in this edited reality, we suspect that asking too many questions about the old world might still attract unwanted attention. The Forgotten Archive forum is gone completely, not just offline, but removed from internet history as if it never existed. The search terms that used to lead to discussions of reality shifts now produce only academic papers about memory disorders and psychological delusions. I've tried to document what I remember of the original reality, writing everything down in multiple notebooks that I hide in different locations. But sometimes, when I check on them, I find that my own handwriting has changed subtly. Words altered, details modified, as if the editing process is still ongoing even now. The quantum field detector sits on my desk, permanently dead. Sometimes I wonder if Cassandra Mills was real, or if she was just another persistent observer like me who got erased when they cleaned up the loose ends. Maybe our entire conversation was a dream, or a hallucination brought on by exposure to reality distortion fields. But I don't think so. I remember her face too clearly, remember the weight of the device when she handed it to me, remember the specific technical details she shared about the quantum field technology. I think she was real, and I think she sacrificed herself to give me a warning that I couldn't fully understand until it was too late. Yesterday I drove to the hilltop where I watched the final convergence. There's a scenic overlook there now, with a plaque commemorating the site as a natural viewing area preserved since 1923. But when I stood in the exact spot where I had witnessed the city being rewritten, I could swear I saw something that shouldn't have been there. For just a moment, in the corner of my vision, the skyline flickered. For less than a second, I saw the old version of the city, the buildings I remembered, the highway system I had driven for years, the landscape that matched my mental map of home. Then it was gone, and I was looking at this new version that everyone else believes has always been there. I don't know if what I saw was real or just my mind's desperate attempt to hold on to memories that are being systematically erased. But it gives me hope that somewhere, somehow, the original reality still exists. Maybe that's all I can do now, remember what was, and hope that memory itself is enough to keep the truth alive, even in a world that's been edited to deny it ever existed. I think Warren Street was just the first stitch to tear. Whatever world I came from, it's gone, and this one doesn't want me here. But I'm still here anyway, carrying the ghost of a reality that only a few dozen people remember. And as long as we remember, maybe it's not entirely lost. Maybe remembering is enough. Maybe remembering is all we have left. What if the most powerful secret society in the world wasn't hiding their evil plans, but keeping something far worse from awakening? Tonight's chilling tale takes us deep into the redwood forests of California, where ancient rituals and modern power collide in ways you never imagined. Special thanks to Langauman for suggesting this spine-tingling concept. If you have ideas for future stories, drop them in the comments below. And if you're enjoying these midnight journeys into the unknown, don't forget to like and subscribe to Sleep Theories for more tales that blur the line between conspiracy and nightmare. The envelope arrived on a Tuesday morning, slipped between my electric bill and a stack of rejection letters from publishers who wouldn't touch my work anymore. Plain white paper, no return address, postmarked from San Francisco but feeling like it had travelled much farther than the 300 miles from the city. My name was written in careful block letters across the front. ALEXMORGAN. Nothing else. No apartment number, though whoever sent it knew exactly where to find me in this cramped studio above the Chinese restaurant on Divisadero Street. I'd been blacklisted for 18 months now, ever since I published that expose on Meridian Industries and their illegal arms deals with 3 different terror groups. The story won awards, toppled a senator, and destroyed my career in equal measure. Turns out some truths are too expensive for the media to handle. The lawsuit bankrupted the magazine, my editor disappeared into witness protection, and I became radioactive to every publication from the Chronicle to Mother Jones. But someone still thought I was worth reaching. Inside the envelope was a single sheet of cream-coloured paper, expensive stock, with an embossed header that made my hands shake. The Bohemian Club, San Francisco. Below that, an invitation written in the same careful script. Mr. Alex Morgan is cordially invited to attend the summer encampment at Bohemian Grove, Monterey, California, July 15th to 31st, 2024. Guest privileges have been arranged. Transportation and accommodation provided. This invitation is non-transferable and expires at sundown on July 15th. At the bottom, written in different handwriting, rushed, urgent, was a single line that would haunt me for weeks. This is your last chance to see the truth. Don't waste it. Bohemian Grove. I'd heard whispers, read the conspiracy theories, seen the grainy photos leaked over the years. Every July, the most powerful men in America, presidents, CEOs, generals, media moguls, retreated to 2,700 acres of ancient redwoods north of San Francisco for 2 weeks of what they called fellowship, what the rest of the world called the most secretive gathering of the American elite. No journalists allowed, no cameras, no women, no record of what happened behind those gates, except for the occasional leaked photo of men in robes standing before a massive owl statue, performing something called the cremation of care ceremony. Political theatre most assumed. Rich men playing dress-up while they planned the next war or market crash. But this invitation was real. The paper felt authentic. The letterhead matched samples I'd seen in archived documents. Someone with serious connections wanted me inside those gates. The question was why. I spent 3 days researching everything I could find about the Grove. The official history spoke of artistic pursuits, informal talks, and male bonding among the country's leadership. The unofficial history painted darker pictures: secret deals, occult rituals, decisions that shaped global politics made during drunken conversations around campfires. The most disturbing accounts came from the few infiltrators who'd made it inside over the decades. They described the opening ceremony where members dressed as druids and burned an effigy called Care before a giant concrete owl. They spoke of lakeside talks where defense contractors pitched new weapons to Pentagon officials, of quiet conversations that preceded major policy announcements, of a casual corruption so normalized it felt like summer camp for sociopaths. But none of them had stayed long. Most were caught and expelled within days. The security was too tight, the members too paranoid, the stakes too high for any real investigation. Whoever sent this invitation was giving me something no journalist had ever possessed: legitimate access. The question was whether I was walking into the story of a lifetime or a trap that would finish what Meridian Industries had started. On the morning of July 14th, I made my decision. I packed light, a small camera hidden in my toiletry kit, a digital recorder disguised as an inhaler, a notebook I could claim was for poetry if questioned, everything that might help me document what happened behind those gates. The invitation included a phone number. When I called, a woman's voice gave me an address in Santa Rosa and told me to be there by 6 p.m. sharp. No other details. No explanation of who had arranged this or what they expected in return. I drove north through wine country as the sun set, watching the hills turn gold and purple in the fading light. The address led to a small parking lot behind a defunct gas station. 3 black SUVs waited, engines running, windows tinted. A man in a plain suit approached my car before I'd even turned off the engine. "Morgan?" he asked. I nodded. "Leave your keys in the ignition. Someone will return your car when you're finished." "Finished with what?" He didn't answer, just opened the passenger door of the middle SUV and waited. I grabbed my bag and climbed in, noting the soundproof partition between front and back seats, the lack of door handles on the interior. Whatever was happening, there would be no turning back once we started moving. The drive took 40 minutes through increasingly dense forest. No conversation, no music, just the hum of tyres on asphalt and the gradual realisation that I was committing to something I didn't understand. My phone lost signal after the first 10 minutes. The windows were too dark to see landmarks. By the time we stopped, I had no idea where we were or how to get back. The gates of Bohemian Grove appeared suddenly in our headlights. Massive wooden barriers flanked by stone pillars, with the carved image of an owl watching from above. Guards emerged from hidden positions, checked documents, waved us through. The SUV followed a winding road deeper into the forest, past smaller camps with names like Hillbillies and Lost Angels painted on rustic signs. We stopped at a cluster of simple cabins near what appeared to be a lake. The man in the suit handed me a small leather folder. "Your documentation," he said. "You're a guest of the Mandalay camp. Keep your head down, your mouth shut, and your eyes open. Someone will contact you when it's time." Time for what? But he was already walking back to the SUV. I watched the taillights disappear into the trees, leaving me alone in the most secretive place in America with nothing but a fake identity and questions I wasn't sure I wanted answered. Inside the leather folder was a camp roster listing me as a Morgan, Investment Banking, Chicago. Below that was a simple map of the Grove and a schedule of events. Tomorrow night was marked in red. Cremation of Care Ceremony, 9:30 p.m, Sacred Grove. At the bottom of the page, in the same urgent handwriting from the invitation, was one final note. Watch for the second ceremony. That's where the real truth begins. The morning brought sounds I'd never expected to hear in such a place. Laughter, casual conversation, the clink of coffee cups on saucers. Looking out the window of my assigned cabin, I saw men who controlled trillions of dollars and millions of lives shuffling around in bathrobes and flip-flops like they were at a summer camp. Because that's exactly what it was, I realised. The most exclusive, powerful summer camp in the world. I dressed in the khakis and polo shirt that had been left in my closet, the Grove's unofficial uniform, and stepped outside to explore. The camp sprawled across the forest in a seemingly random pattern of paths and clearings, each dedicated to different groups with names that sounded like fraternity houses. Caveman, Silverado, Owl's Nest, Sons of Toil. At the central plaza I found what looked like a small town square, a dining hall large enough for hundreds, a stage for performances, a bar that was already serving despite the early hour. Men moved between these spaces with the easy familiarity of those who'd done this many times before. Some faces I recognised from television and magazine covers. Senators CEOS, a former Secretary of State. Others were anonymous but carried themselves with the quiet confidence that comes from wielding serious power. The strangest part was how normal it all felt. These were the people conspiracy theorists claimed ran secret cabals to control world events, and they were arguing about baseball scores and complaining about their golf games like any group of aging fraternity brothers. First time at the Grove? I turned to find a heavy-set man in his 60s, silver hair perfectly styled despite the casual setting. His face was familiar, but I couldn't place it immediately. "That obvious?" I asked. He laughed. "You've got that wide-eyed look. Everyone does their first time. I'm Bill. Been coming here for 23 years. Alex, investment banking. Right. Mandalay camp. Heard you were joining us. What brings you to our little retreat?" It was a casual question, but something in his tone suggested it wasn't casual at all. I'd prepared for this. "Market analysis consultant," I said. "Specialised in political risk assessment. Figured this might be a good place to network." Bill nodded slowly. "Indeed it is. You'll want to catch tonight's ceremony if you haven't seen it before. Quite a spectacle. Been the same for nearly a century now. The owl thing, cremation of care. Beautiful tradition. Helps everyone leave their worries behind, focus on fellowship." He paused, studying my face. "Though I suspect you might find other aspects of our gathering more professionally relevant." Before I could ask what he meant, Bill was walking away, leaving me with the distinct impression that I'd just passed some kind of test. I spent the day observing, noting the casual interactions between men whose public relationships were supposedly adversarial. A Democratic senator sharing drinks with a Republican defense contractor, a tech CEO deep in conversation with someone I was pretty sure ran the NSA, a former president holding court near the lake, surrounded by media executives who hung on his every word. This was where real policy got made, I realised. Not in committee meetings or official negotiations, but in these informal moments between men who'd known each other for decades. The Grove was a lubricant for American power, a place where opposing sides could find common ground away from cameras and constituents. As afternoon turned to evening, the atmosphere shifted. Conversations became more hushed, more urgent. Staff members appeared with cases of equipment I couldn't identify. The lake area was cordoned off with rope barriers. Whatever was happening tonight, it was bigger than casual networking. At sunset, I joined the stream of men walking toward the sacred grove, a natural amphitheatre carved into the hillside dominated by the famous owl statue. 40 feet tall, carved from concrete, with burning eyes that watched over everything. Hundreds of folding chairs faced a small stage where men in hooded robes were preparing props I couldn't make out in the growing darkness. The ceremony began with music, a choir hidden in the trees, singing something that sounded like a funeral dirge. Then came the procession, 24 men in flowing robes, carrying torches, escorting what appeared to be a small coffin draped in black cloth. A voice boomed from speakers hidden throughout the forest, narrating the death of Care and its cremation before the great owl. The robed figures placed the coffin on a pyre and set it ablaze while the choir reached a crescendo. Flames leaped toward the owl's glowing eyes as hundreds of the world's most powerful men watched in reverent silence. It should have been absurd. Grown men playing dress-up, performing amateur theatre in the woods. Instead, it felt genuinely eerie. Something about the ancient trees, the flickering shadows, the synchronized movement of so many people participating in a ritual most of them probably didn't fully understand. Then the lights went out. Not just the ceremonial flames, everything. The owl's eyes went dark, the hidden speakers went silent, even the subtle path lighting I'd barely noticed disappeared. We were plunged into absolute darkness, hundreds of men sitting in chairs carved into a hillside with no way to see where they were going. But instead of panic or confusion, there was silence. Complete unnatural silence. No one moved, no one spoke, no one even seemed to breathe. It was as if the entire gathering had been frozen in place. I waited for someone to call for help, for flashlights to appear, for the normal response to a power outage. Instead, I heard something that made the hair on my arms stand up. Footsteps. Measured, deliberate, moving through the crowd with impossible precision despite the darkness. The footsteps stopped near the front of the amphitheatre. Then came a voice, speaking in what sounded like Latin, words I couldn't understand but that seemed to resonate in my chest. Other voices joined in, creating a chant that built and built until it felt like the forest itself was vibrating with sound. This wasn't part of the official ceremony, this was something else entirely. The chanting stopped as abruptly as it had begun. A few seconds later the lights returned. Owl's eyes blazing, speakers crackling back to life, the master of ceremonies continuing his narration as if nothing had happened. The spell was broken, men began talking and moving again. The formal ceremony concluded with applause and casual conversation. But as we filed out of the sacred grove, I noticed something that chilled me. At least 24 men weren't heading back to the camps with everyone else. Instead, they were walking deeper into the forest, following a path I hadn't noticed before. All of them carried small flashlights, and all of them moved with the purposeful direction of people who knew exactly where they were going. I hung back, letting the main crowd pass, then followed the breakaway group at a distance. They were easy to track. The flashlight beams bobbed through the trees like fireflies, leading toward a part of the grove I hadn't seen on any map. The path wound uphill for nearly half a mile before opening into a smaller clearing I would never have found on my own. Here, hidden from the main camp by dense forest, was a second amphitheatre. Older, more primitive, carved from natural rock formations rather than built from concrete and steel. At the centre stood not an owl but a stone altar, covered with symbols I didn't recognise. The 24 men formed a circle around it, no longer in ceremonial robes but in simple black clothing. They were chanting again, but this time I could make out some of the words. English mixed with Latin, speaking of binding and containment, of keeping something sleeping, of maintaining the barriers that held back chaos. As they chanted, one man stepped forward with something I definitely hadn't expected to see. A wooden crate, old and weathered, marked with symbols and what appeared to be a date from the 1940s. This was the real ceremony. Everything at the sacred grove had been theatre for the masses. This was why I'd been invited, why someone wanted a journalist to witness what happened in the shadows of America's most secretive gathering. I pressed closer, trying to see what was in the crate, but the trees blocked my view. All I could make out were the chanted words, growing more urgent now, in the sense that something ancient and dangerous was being carefully, deliberately contained. Then one of the men looked directly at me. The man who spotted me was younger than the others, maybe 45. with the lean build of someone who stayed in shape despite spending his days behind a desk. In the flickering torchlight, I couldn't make out his face clearly, but his posture suggested military training. He raised a hand and the chanting stopped instantly. "We have a visitor," he said, voice carrying easily across the clearing. I considered running, but there was nowhere to go. The path back was too narrow, too winding, and I'd never find my way in the dark. Instead, I stepped forward into the light, trying to project confidence I didn't feel. "Alex Morgan," I said. "Mandalay Camp, I was just—" "You were just following us," the man interrupted. "Question is why?" An older man emerged from the circle, someone I now recognised as a former defence secretary, whose tenure had spanned 3 administrations. His presence here transformed this from concerning to terrifying. These weren't just wealthy eccentrics playing games. These were people who controlled military budgets and intelligence operations. "Show him," the defence secretary said simply. 2 men stepped aside, giving me a clear view of the stone altar. The surface was covered with carved symbols that looked far older than anything else in the grove, spirals and geometric patterns that seemed to shift in the torchlight. The wooden crate sat at the centre, its lid partially open to reveal something that gleamed metallic in the flickering light. "Do you know what you're looking at, Mr. Morgan?" the defence secretary asked. I shook my head, not trusting my voice. "Project Owl," he continued, "started in 1943, continued in various forms ever since. The Grove isn't just a social club, it's a containment facility." "Containment for what?" The younger man laughed, but there was no humour in it. "You wouldn't believe us if we told you. Hell, most of the members don't know. They think they're here for networking and male bonding. The cremation of care is just pageantry to them, a quaint tradition with symbolic meaning. But the real ceremony," I gestured toward the altar, "is about keeping something very old, very powerful and very dangerous from waking up," the defence secretary finished. "The owl isn't a symbol we worship, Mr. Morgan. It's a prison we maintain." They were all watching me now, measuring my reaction, waiting to see how I'd process what they were telling me. Part of me wanted to laugh. This sounded like the fever dreams of conspiracy theorists, ancient evils and shadow governments and occult containment protocols. But the setting was too real, the participants too credible, the ritual I'd witnessed too elaborate to be fiction. "What's in the crate?" I asked. "The original binding artifacts," said a woman's voice from behind me. I spun around to find someone who definitely hadn't been there moments before. A woman in her 70s, silver hair pulled back severely, wearing clothes that managed to look both practical and expensive. Her presence violated everything I knew about the Grove's men-only policy. "Eleanor Hartwell," she said, extending a hand. "I've been managing Project Owl since 1987. Women aren't allowed. In the social aspects, no. But some secrets are too important for gender politics." She moved past me to examine the crate's contents. These were recovered from a Nazi expedition to Tibet in 1943. The SS Ahnenerbe thought they'd found artifacts that could summon and control ancient powers. They were half right. She lifted something from the crate, a metal disc covered with the same spiralling symbols as the altar, but these seemed to move on their own, shifting and changing as I watched. "The Tibetan monks who originally possessed these weren't trying to summon anything," Eleanor continued. "They were trying to keep something asleep. When Hitler's occultists broke the original binding, they didn't gain power. They released something that had been contained for centuries." "What kind of something?" the defence secretary answered. "Call it what you like. Ancient god, interdimensional entity, primordial force of chaos. The names don't matter. What matters is what it does when it's free." He gestured, and one of the other men brought out a tablet computer incongruous in this setting of torches and stone altars. The screen showed a map of the world with red markers scattered across it. "Every time the binding weakens, we see spikes in seemingly random catastrophic events," he explained. "Political assassinations, market crashes, natural disasters, terrorist attacks. Not caused directly, but influenced. Chaos spreads like a virus when certain barriers are down. The Grove was established here because of the natural properties of these particular redwoods," Eleanor added. "Old growth forests have natural resonance with certain types of, let's call them spiritual phenomena. The founding members didn't understand the science, but they recognized the effect. The annual gathering, the rituals, the focused attention of powerful minds, it all serves to reinforce the containment. And the cremation of care is a distraction, the younger man said. Theatre for the masses while we handle the real work. Most of the members genuinely believe they're here for fellowship and networking. The inner circle knows better. I looked around the group, trying to count how many people were part of this inner circle. Maybe 30 total, out of the thousands who'd attended Grove encampments over the decades. A shadow organisation within a secret society, managing what they claimed was an existential threat to human civilization. "Why tell me this?" I asked. "Why invite a journalist?" Eleanor and the Defence Secretary exchanged glances. Something passed between them, a decision being made in real time. "Because we're dying off," Eleanor said finally. "The knowledge, the responsibility, the burden, it's all been passed down through personal relationships for 80 years. But the world has changed. The people with the power and resources to maintain the containment aren't necessarily the people we can trust with the truth." New money doesn't understand old responsibilities, the Defence Secretary added. Tech billionaires, crypto moguls, social media executives, they have the influence we need, but they think everything can be solved with apps and algorithms. They don't believe in things that can't be quantified. So you need documentation, I realised. A record of what really happens here. Insurance in case the oral tradition breaks down. Exactly, Eleanor confirmed. But it has to be someone outside the power structure. Someone with credibility and investigative skills. Someone who's already proven they'll publish dangerous truths regardless of personal cost. She meant my Meridian Industries exposé. This was why I'd been blacklisted and then mysteriously invited. They needed a journalist who demonstrated willingness to sacrifice their career for a story. "What happens if the binding fails completely?" I asked. The group fell silent. Finally, the younger man spoke. "Look at any period of sustained global chaos in human history. The fall of Rome, the Black Death, the world wars, the collapse of the Soviet Union. Times when multiple systems failed simultaneously, when cause and effect stopped making sense, when it felt like the world was coming apart at the seams. Those were natural historical processes. Were they? Eleanor interrupted. Or were they what happens when humanity loses the ability to maintain certain spiritual defences? The monks who originally bound this thing warned that it feeds on conflict and confusion. The more chaos it causes, the stronger it becomes, until the binding fails entirely. She returned the metal disc to the crate and closed the lid carefully. "The ceremony you just witnessed reinforces the containment for another year," she said, "but each time it gets harder. The original artifacts are degrading, the knowledge is fragmenting, and the world is changing in ways that make traditional approaches less effective." "How long do we have?" "Unknown," the Defence Secretary admitted. "Could be decades, could be years, could be tomorrow if something goes wrong. That's why we need someone on the outside, someone who can document not just what we do, but why we do it. Insurance for the future." As if summoned by his words, a low rumble echoed through the forest. Not thunder, the sky was clear. Something deeper, more primal, like the earth itself was groaning. The torches flickered, and for a moment the carved symbols on the altar seemed to glow with their own light. Then everything went still again. "Time to go," Eleanor said quietly. "The ceremony's complete, but the effects can be unpredictable for the first few hours." The group began dispersing, each member taking a different path back through the forest. Within minutes, I was alone with Eleanor and the Defence Secretary, the altar dark and silent again. "There's more to see," Eleanor told me, "but not tonight. Tomorrow, if you're serious about this responsibility, we'll show you the archives, the complete record of Project Owl going back to its inception. And if I'm not serious, then you'll have an interesting story about rich men playing games in the woods," the Defence Secretary said, which is what 90% of the attendees would tell you anyway. They walked away in different directions, leaving me standing alone beside the stone altar. The forest felt different now. Not threatening exactly, but aware, as if something vast and patient was watching from between the trees, held in check by forces I was only beginning to understand. I found my way back to Mandalay Camp by following the distant sound of laughter from the main plaza. Men were still awake, drinking and talking around campfires, processing the evening's official ceremony. To them, it had been a meaningful but ultimately symbolic ritual. They had no idea what had happened in the hidden clearing, no sense that their casual gathering served a purpose beyond networking and tradition. Back in my cabin, I sat on the narrow bed and tried to process what I'd experienced. Every instinct I'd developed as a journalist screamed that this was elaborate nonsense. Powerful people telling themselves comforting stories about their importance, dressing up their influence in mystical language to avoid confronting the mundane reality of politics and economics. But the metal disc had moved on its own. The forest had responded to the completion of their ritual, and the people involved weren't the kind who needed to invent elaborate fantasies to feel important. They already controlled most of the world's power and resources. Either I'd stumbled into the most sophisticated hoax in human history, or I'd been invited to document something that made every conspiracy theory I'd ever dismissed seem quaint by comparison. Tomorrow I'd get to see the archives. Tomorrow I'd learn whether Project Owl was an elaborate delusion or the most important secret in the world. Either way, my life as I knew it was over. I barely slept. Every sound in the forest seemed amplified. Branches creaking in the wind, night birds calling to each other, the distant murmur of late-night conversations from other camps. When I finally drifted off near dawn, my dreams were filled with spinning metal discs and watching eyes carved from stone. Eleanor found me at breakfast, appearing beside my table in the dining hall as if she'd materialised from thin air. In daylight, she looked like any other well-preserved socialite who might attend charity galas in Pacific Heights. The kind of woman whose presence at an all-male retreat would be explained as someone's eccentric aunt, who'd been grandfathered in through family connections. "Ready for the historical tour?" she asked, settling into the chair across from me. "Is that what we're calling it? The other guests think you're researching the Grove's role in American political history, which isn't entirely untrue." She sipped her coffee, eyes scanning the dining hall. "Most of them will be occupied with golf and lake activities today. Perfect time for a deeper education." We walked through the main camp area, past men reading newspapers and debating policy like they were at any expensive resort. Eleanor kept up a stream of casual conversation about Grove traditions and notable members, playing her part as tour guide. But I noticed she was leading us away from the popular areas, towards sections of the forest I hadn't seen before. "The Grove covers nearly 3,000 acres, she explained as we walked. "Most guests never venture beyond the central few hundred. Why would they? The camps, the lake, the dining facilities, everything they need for their retreat is concentrated in one area. But the rest of the property serves other purposes." We'd been walking for almost 20 minutes when she stopped beside what appeared to be a maintenance shed. Weathered wood siding, corrugated metal roof, the kind of utilitarian structure that becomes invisible once you've seen it. Eleanor produced a key and opened the padlock on the door. Inside, the shed was bigger than it appeared from outside, extending back into the hillside. What I'd taken for a simple storage building was actually a facade hiding a much larger underground facility. Fluorescent lights flickered on as we descended a concrete staircase that went down much deeper than should have been possible. "Built during the Cold War," Eleanor explained, her voice echoing in the narrow stairwell. "Officially, it's an emergency shelter for continuity of government operations. Unofficially, it houses the most complete archive of Project Owl materials outside of certain classified Pentagon files." The stairs ended at a steel door marked with radiation warnings and biohazard symbols. Eleanor placed her palm on a scanner that seemed decades newer than the rest of the facility. The door slid open with a hydraulic hiss, revealing something that took my breath away. The archive stretched out in all directions, a vast underground chamber carved from the bedrock beneath the grove. Metal shelving units reached toward a ceiling lost in shadows, each one packed with boxes, files, artifacts and equipment I couldn't begin to identify. Climate control systems hummed quietly, maintaining perfect temperature and humidity for materials that spanned nearly 8 decades of secret research. "Welcome to the real history of the 20th century, Eleanor said. She led me past shelves of documents in German, Russian, Chinese, and languages I didn't recognise. Maps marked with symbols similar to what I'd seen on the altar. Photographs of archaeological expeditions to remote locations around the world. Technical specifications for devices that looked like they belonged in science fiction movies. After we recovered the original Nazi materials in 1943, President Roosevelt authorised a classified research program, Eleanor explained, pulling a thick file from one of the shelves. The scientists involved were initially sceptical. Einstein himself consulted on the project for 6 months before concluding that the artefacts operated according to principles beyond current physics. She opened the file, revealing handwritten notes in what I recognised as Einstein's distinctive script. Mathematical equations filled page after page, interspersed with frustrated observations about phenomena that violate fundamental assumptions about the nature of reality. What did he conclude? That the universe is far stranger than we assumed, and that consciousness might play a more active role in physical processes than anyone wanted to admit. Eleanor closed the Einstein file and pulled out another one marked Tibet Expedition 1944 to 1947. We sent teams back to find the original source of the artefacts, learn how the binding process actually worked. The photographs in this file showed Western archaeologists working alongside Tibetan monks in monasteries that looked untouched by modernity. But what caught my attention were the images of stone chambers carved deep into mountain faces, filled with artefacts identical to what I'd seen the night before. The monks weren't surprised to see us, Eleanor continued. They'd been expecting someone to come asking questions about what the Germans had stolen. According to their records, this wasn't the first time the binding had been broken and had to be re-established. How many times? At least 7 documented instances over the past millennium. Each time, the disruption led to a period of sustained chaos. Wars, plagues, social collapse. The monks developed their containment techniques through trial and error over centuries. She showed me translation documents, painstakingly decoded texts that described rituals similar to what I'd witnessed, but far more complex. The Tibetan methods involved dozens of practitioners working in carefully coordinated groups, maintaining the binding through constant vigilance and regular reinforcement ceremonies. The Grove's founders didn't understand the underlying principles, Eleanor admitted. They just knew that gathering powerful, influential people together for focused ritual activities seemed to have a stabilising effect on certain phenomena. We moved deeper into the archive, past sections devoted to different decades of research. I saw files on the Cuban Missile Crisis, Vietnam War, Watergate, the fall of the Berlin Wall, all marked with notations about containment stress and binding fluctuations. Major historical events correlate with weaknesses in the containment, Eleanor explained. Sometimes the stress is caused by the events themselves. Global conflicts generate the kind of chaos that feeds the entity. Sometimes it's the reverse. Containment failures create conditions that make conflicts more likely. Chicken and egg. Exactly. Which is why prevention became our focus rather than reaction. She stopped at a section of the archive devoted to technology development. Here were prototypes of devices that looked decades ahead of anything I'd seen in the outside world. Machines that supposedly measured spiritual resonance and metaphysical field fluctuations. Computer models attempting to quantify something that traditional science insisted didn't exist. The hardest part has always been bridging the gap between ancient knowledge and modern capabilities, Eleanor said, picking up a device that looked like a cross between a spectrometer and a Geiger counter. The monks' techniques worked, but they required lifelong training and cultural conditions that don't exist in the modern world. We needed methods that could be implemented by people with day jobs and families. Hence the Grove. Annual gatherings of influential people, focused ritual activities, enough genuine belief and emotional investment to create the necessary resonance. She set down the device and looked at me seriously. But it's a band-aid solution, and we all know it. The original binding required full-time practitioners working in optimal conditions. We're trying to maintain something incredibly complex and dangerous using part-time amateurs. We reached the centre of the archive, where a circular area had been cleared for what appeared to be a viewing room. Multiple monitors displayed real-time data streams, seismic readings, atmospheric measurements, and more esoteric graphs tracking things labelled psychic resonance and entity containment levels. This is where we monitor the binding stability, Eleanor explained, settling into one of the chairs facing the displays. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The moment something starts to deteriorate, we know about it. I studied the screens, trying to make sense of the constantly shifting data. One monitor showed a map of the world with coloured dots marking locations where anomalous events had occurred in the past 24 hours. Another displayed what looked like seismic data, but with patterns that seemed too regular to be natural earthquakes. "What's the current status?" Eleanor's expression grew grave. "Declining. The binding has been weakening steadily for the past 15 years, accelerating in the past 5. We estimate maybe 2 to 3 years before complete failure becomes inevitable. What happens then? Unknown. The historical records from previous binding failures are incomplete. The monks who witnessed them were usually dead within months, but we can make educated guesses based on pattern analysis." She pulled up another screen, this one showing a timeline of major global events overlaid with containment stability measurements. The correlation was undeniable. Every period of significant chaos in human history corresponded with dramatic drops in whatever they were measuring. Complete binding failure would likely trigger cascading system collapses, Eleanor continued. Political institutions, economic markets, social structures, all the complex relationships that hold civilization together become vulnerable when certain types of influence are unchecked. How bad are we talking? Best case scenario? A severe global recession coupled with widespread political instability, multiple government collapses, market crashes, social unrest spreading faster than any rational analysis would predict. And worst case? Eleanor was quiet for a long moment, studying the data streams that painted an increasingly grim picture of whatever they were monitoring. Worst case is the end of human civilization as we know it, not through nuclear war or climate change or any of the threats people talk about in public, through something much more fundamental, the breakdown of the psychological and spiritual structures that allow complex societies to exist. She pulled up historical records from previous binding failures, translated accounts from Tibetan monasteries that had witnessed similar events centuries earlier. The entity doesn't destroy through physical force, she explained. It works through consciousness, through the collective human capacity for cooperation and rational thought. When the binding fails completely, people lose the ability to trust institutions, to believe in shared values, to work together toward common goals. Everything falls apart from within. I stared at the monitors, watching real-time measurements of something that supposedly determined the fate of human civilization. The graphs showed steady decline across multiple indicators, punctuated by sudden spikes that corresponded to major news events I recognized from recent headlines. This is why you needed an outside journalist, I realized. The inner circle is dying off, and you need someone to document the whole system before it's too late. Partly. But there's another reason. Eleanor turned to face me directly. We think the traditional approach might be fundamentally flawed. What do you mean? The grove, the annual ceremonies, the networking among powerful elites. It all assumes that influence and authority are the same thing they were 50 years ago. But the world has changed. Real power increasingly lies with people who have no connection to traditional institutions. She pulled up another screen, this one showing social media analytics and internet traffic patterns. Modern influence is distributed, digital, and often anonymous. A teenager with a viral video can shape public opinion more effectively than a senator. Cryptocurrency traders can destabilize national currencies. Hackers can cripple infrastructure. The Grove model assumes that controlling government and corporate leaders gives you control over social stability. But it doesn't anymore. Exactly. Which means our containment strategy might be obsolete just when we need it most. Eleanor stood up, pacing between the monitors. We need new approaches, new methods, new people involved in the binding process. But we also need someone on the outside who can document everything we've learned, preserve the institutional knowledge in case our transition efforts fail. You want me to write the ultimate conspiracy theory article. I want you to write the truth. All of it. The complete history of Project Owl, the scientific evidence for non-physical phenomena affecting global stability, the methods we've developed for managing existential threats that most people don't believe exist. She led me to another section of the archive, this one containing dozens of film reels stored in climate-controlled cases. But first, you need to understand exactly what we're dealing with. The Nazi expedition that started all this documented their activities extensively. They filmed everything, convinced they were making history. Ellen selected one of the reels and loaded it into a vintage projector that looked like it belonged in a museum. The screen flickered to life, showing black and white footage of men in SS uniforms working in what appeared to be a Tibetan monastery. Tibet, 1943, Eleanor narrated as the images played. The Ahnenerbe expedition, led by Heinrich Himmler's personal occult research division. They found what they were looking for, but they had no idea what they were actually dealing with. The film showed German archaeologists carefully removing artifacts from hidden chambers, documenting everything with scientific precision. But as they worked, the footage began to show anomalies, shadows that moved independently of their sources, equipment malfunctioning in ways that defied explanation, and in the faces of the expedition members, a growing sense of unease that became terror as the film progressed. "Watch what happens when they break the original seal," Eleanor said. On screen, the Germans used explosives to breach a stone chamber that had clearly been sealed for centuries. The moment the barrier cracked, the camera recorded something that made my skin crawl, a sound like wind rushing through tunnels, but with an intelligence behind it that felt actively malevolent. The expedition members began arguing, then fighting, then turning on each other with a violence that seemed to come from nowhere. Within hours of breaking the seal, half the team was dead, and the survivors were fleeing through the mountains carrying only the most portable artifacts. "They thought they'd found weapons," Eleanor explained as the reel ended. What they actually found was something that used them as weapons against each other. The surviving members of the expedition spent the rest of the war trying to develop countermeasures, but it was too late. The damage was already spreading. She loaded another reel, this one showing American soldiers in 1945 investigating what remained of German occult research facilities. General Patton's intelligence units found the Nazi research archives during the final push into Germany. Most of it was dismissed as mystical nonsense, but a few people recognized the potential strategic implications. The second film showed American scientists examining the artifacts that would eventually end up at Bohemian Grove, testing them with instruments that clearly couldn't measure what they were really dealing with. But the effects were undeniable. Personnel exposed to the artifacts began exhibiting erratic behavior, making increasingly irrational decisions, turning against colleagues and superiors without apparent cause. Project Owl was established to contain and study the artifacts while developing countermeasures, Eleanor continued. The Grove became the testing ground for large-scale containment techniques. And it worked. For almost 80 years, yes, but the binding requires constant maintenance, and each generation faces new challenges. She showed me more reels, documenting decades of research and development, scientists working to understand forces that couldn't be quantified, politicians unknowingly participating in rituals designed to maintain global stability, business leaders whose networking activities served purposes they never suspected. The most recent footage showed the Grove ceremonies I'd witnessed, but from multiple camera angles that revealed details invisible to casual observers. During the official cremation of care, sophisticated monitoring equipment tracked energy fluctuations that spiked dramatically during specific moments of the ritual. The hidden ceremony showed even more dramatic readings, with measurements that peaked exactly when the chanting reached its climax. The science isn't complete, Eleanor admitted. We're still working with phenomena that exist at the intersection of consciousness and physics, in areas where traditional materialist approaches break down. But the effects are measurable, reproducible, and absolutely critical for global stability. Why hasn't any of this been published? Because publication would destroy the effectiveness of the countermeasures. The binding works partly because the participants believe in what they're doing, even if they don't understand the underlying mechanisms. Widespread skepticism and debunking would undermine the psychological foundations that make the ritual effective. She gestured toward the monitors showing real-time containment data. But we're reaching a point where secrecy might be more dangerous than exposure. The traditional power structures that maintain the Grove system are fragmenting. New forms of influence are emerging faster than we can adapt, and the entity itself seems to be evolving, finding new ways to exploit modern communication systems and social networks. What are you asking me to do? Eleanor stopped the projector and faced me directly. Document everything. Learn how the system works, understand what's at stake, and prepare a complete record that can preserve this knowledge for future generations. Then help us figure out how to adapt these techniques for a world where power and influence operate according to completely different rules. And if I refuse? Then you'll have an interesting story about rich men performing rituals in the woods. You'll publish it, people will read it as entertainment, and the most important secret in human history will die with us. The monitors around us continued their steady tracking of forces I was only beginning to understand. Whatever they were measuring was declining steadily, and the implications of that decline were more terrifying than any conventional threat I could imagine. How long do I have to decide? The next phase of your education starts tonight, Eleanor said. We'll show you the complete film archive, introduce you to the current research team, and give you access to the real-time monitoring systems. After that, you'll understand exactly what's at stake. She began shutting down the projection equipment, preparing to leave the archive. But I should warn you, once you've seen everything, there's no going back. The knowledge becomes a responsibility, and that responsibility will follow you for the rest of your life. As we climbed back toward the surface, I tried to process what I'd learned. Either I'd stumbled into the most elaborate hoax in human history, or I was being invited to document something that made every conspiracy theory seem quaint by comparison. The shed above us looked innocent enough in the afternoon sunlight, just another maintenance building in a forest full of them. But beneath our feet lay evidence of forces that supposedly shaped the course of human civilization, monitored by people who carried the weight of secrets too dangerous for public consumption. Tomorrow night, I'd see the rest of the archive. Tomorrow night, I'd learn whether Project Owl represented humanity's greatest triumph or its most necessary deception. Either way, my life as I knew it was ending. The only question was what would replace it. Eleanor met me again at sunset, appearing beside my cabin as the dinner bell rang across the grove. Around us, members were gathering for the evening's entertainment, some kind of historical presentation about Grove traditions that would give us perfect cover for our real activities. Tonight you see everything, she said simply. The complete archive going back to the beginning. Fair warning, some of it isn't easy to watch. We took a different route to the underground facility, following maintenance paths that avoided the main camp areas. Eleanor moved with the confidence of someone who'd made this journey countless times, but I noticed she kept checking her watch with increasing frequency. Are we on a schedule? The containment readings have been fluctuating all day, she explained. Nothing critical yet, but we want to complete your education before the situation becomes complicated. The archive felt different at night. Emergency lighting cast harsh shadows between the shelving units, and the climate control system seemed louder in the darkness above. Eleanor led me to a section I hadn't seen before, where dozens of film canisters were stored in temperature-controlled cases. Chronological order, she said, pulling out the first reel. Tibet, 1943. This is where it all started. The footage was better preserved than I'd expected, considering its age. German expedition members documented their activities with scientific precision, filming everything from arrival at the monastery to the careful cataloguing of artefacts they found in hidden chambers. But what struck me most was the change in the expedition members themselves as the film progressed. They started as confident researchers, convinced they were recovering important historical artefacts for the Reich. By the end, they were hollow-eyed and paranoid, jumping at shadows and arguing with increasing violence over trivial decisions. Watch the progression, Eleanor advised as she loaded the second reel. The deterioration follows a predictable pattern. She was right. The expedition leader, who appeared calm and competent in early footage, gradually became erratic and suspicious. He began seeing conspiracies among his own team members, making accusations that had no basis in reality. Other team members developed obsessive behaviours, repetitive actions that served no logical purpose, but which they couldn't seem to stop. The entity doesn't possess people in any dramatic sense, Eleanor explained. It influences them, amplifies existing psychological weaknesses, makes rational cooperation increasingly difficult. The later reels showed the aftermath. German scientists attempting to study the recovered artifacts, unaware that exposure to them was affecting their judgment and behaviour. Research that started as methodical investigation devolved into fractured efforts as team members became unable to work together effectively. By 1944, the Nazi research program was in complete disarray, Eleanor said, loading footage from American intelligence units, not because they lacked resources or expertise, but because the people involved had lost the capacity for organised, rational effort. The American footage was even more disturbing. Soldiers who'd participated in securing the German research facilities began exhibiting similar symptoms within weeks: paranoia, aggression, an inability to follow orders or work as a team. The artifacts were quickly transferred to secure facilities, but the damage was already spreading through the military units involved. This is when President Roosevelt authorised Project Owl, Eleanor said, showing me classified documents I definitely shouldn't have been seeing. The decision was made to contain the artifacts rather than study them, at least until we understood what we were dealing with. The next series of reels documented the early years of the Grove's involvement. Prominent businessmen and politicians who thought they were participating in elaborate team-building exercises, unaware that their activities were being carefully monitored for their effects on containment stability. The beautiful irony, Eleanor noted, is that the most effective participants were people who took the rituals seriously, without believing in their literal truth. They invested genuine emotional energy in symbolic activities, creating the psychological resonance necessary for containment without the skepticism that would undermine it. I watched decades of Grove ceremonies, seeing the evolution from crude early attempts to the sophisticated rituals I'd witnessed. The filmmakers documented everything from multiple angles, tracking correlations between participant behaviour and mysterious readings on monitoring equipment. The breakthrough came in 1963, Eleanor said, loading a reel marked Project Mindbridge Consciousness Research Initiative. We finally began to understand the relationship between collective human consciousness and what we were trying to contain. This footage showed scientists working with equipment that looked decades ahead of anything I'd seen in public research facilities. They were mapping what they called psychic resonance fields, measuring the effects of focused group attention on phenomena that traditional science insisted didn't exist. Consciousness isn't passive, Eleanor explained as the footage showed researchers monitoring brainwave patterns during Grove ceremonies. Under specific conditions, focused human attention can influence physical processes through mechanisms we still don't fully understand. The evidence was compelling. During successful binding rituals, monitoring equipment showed dramatic changes in local electromagnetic fields, gravitational anomalies, and other effects that defied conventional explanation. The more focused and emotionally invested the participants, the stronger the measured effects. But the most important discovery was that the entity itself is conscious, Eleanor continued, loading a reel from the 1970s. Not conscious like a human or animal, but aware in ways that allow it to adapt and respond to our containment efforts. This footage was harder to watch. It showed experiments where researchers deliberately weakened containment protocols to study the entity's responses. The results were horrifying. Within hours, people exposed to the weakened binding began turning on each other with a savagery that had no rational explanation. We learned that it doesn't just influence behaviour randomly, Eleanor said. It targets the specific psychological and social bonds that hold groups together. It makes people distrust authority, question shared values, abandon cooperation in favour of individual survival. The final series of reels brought the documentation up to the present day. Recent Grove ceremonies filmed with modern digital equipment, showing measurements that painted an increasingly dire picture. The binding was weakening despite their best efforts, and the entity's influence was spreading through channels they were still struggling to understand. Internet culture, social media, digital communication, they've created new vectors for the kind of psychological influence the entity specialises in, Eleanor explained. People are more isolated, more suspicious, more prone to conspiracy thinking than ever before. The very technologies that connect us globally are making us more vulnerable to forces that exploit human psychological weaknesses. She showed me correlation analyses that were truly frightening. Every major spike in online harassment, political extremism, and social division corresponded with measured fluctuations in containment stability. The entity wasn't just confined to the physical artifacts anymore. It was spreading through digital networks, using human communication systems to amplify its influence. This is why traditional approaches aren't working, Eleanor said. The Grove model assumes that controlling physical locations and influential people gives you control over social stability. But in a networked world, influence operates according to completely different rules. The most recent footage showed research teams working on new approaches, attempts to create digital containment protocols, online rituals that could engage globally distributed participants, technological methods for monitoring and countering the entity's influence through internet channels. The preliminary results are promising, Eleanor admitted, but we're running out of time. The traditional binding is failing faster than we can develop alternatives. She turned off the projection equipment and faced me directly. That's the complete record. 80 years of research containment and gradual understanding of something that exists at the intersection of consciousness and physics. Now, you understand what we're really dealing with. I sat in silence for several minutes, trying to process what I'd seen. The footage was too detailed, too consistent, too well documented to be an elaborate hoax. But accepting it as real meant accepting that everything I thought I knew about how the world worked was fundamentally incomplete. What do you need from me? Help us bridge the gap between old knowledge and new realities, Eleanor said. Document everything we've learned, but also help us figure out how to adapt these techniques for a world where influence operates through social media and digital networks rather than exclusive clubs and private meetings. I'm a journalist, not a researcher. You're someone who understands how information spreads in the modern world, how narratives form and evolve, how public opinion gets shaped by forces most people never notice. Those are exactly the skills we need. She gestured toward the monitors showing real-time containment data. The entity is learning to use our own communication systems against us. We need people who understand those systems well enough to develop countermeasures. And if we fail, Eleanor's expression grew grave. Then within the next few years, human civilization enters a period of chaos and collapse, unlike anything in recorded history. Not through war or natural disaster, but through the breakdown of the psychological foundations that make complex societies possible. The weight of what she was telling me settled on my shoulders like a physical burden. If they were right, I wasn't just being offered the story of a lifetime, I was being recruited to help prevent the end of the world as we knew it. When do we start? Tomorrow, Eleanor said. But first, you need to see what happens when containment fails. We have one more reel to show you. Footage from 1962, when a test of weakened binding protocols got out of hand. She loaded the final reel, and I watched something that would haunt my dreams for years to come. Research subjects exposed to deliberately weakened containment turned on each other with a ferocity that looked less like human behaviour than like animals driven mad by disease. Within hours, rational people became incapable of basic cooperation, seeing enemies everywhere, responding to imagined threats with real violence. Multiply that by global population, Eleanor said quietly, and you begin to understand what we're trying to prevent. As we climbed back toward the surface, I realised there was no going back. Whether Project Owl represented the most important secret in human history, or the most elaborate delusion ever created, I was now part of it. The knowledge had become a responsibility, and that responsibility would shape everything I did for the rest of my life. Above us, the Grove continued its normal activities. Powerful people, networking and bonding, unaware that their casual retreats served a purpose that might determine the survival of human civilization. Tomorrow I'd begin learning how to help them succeed. I woke before dawn to the sound of helicopters, not the distant drone of aircraft passing over, but the heavy thrum of rotors directly overhead, circling the Grove in patterns that suggested search rather than transport. Eleanor appeared at my cabin door before I'd finished dressing. her usual composed demeanour replaced by urgent tension. "We have a problem," she said simply. "Someone's been monitoring our activities." She led me quickly through the forest, avoiding the main paths and staying under tree cover that would hide us from aerial observation. "The helicopters were government aircraft," she explained, "but not ones under Project Owl's control. Different agencies have different levels of clearance," she said as we moved. "Some know about our activities, some know only pieces, and some know nothing but suspect something significant is happening here. Which category do the helicopters represent? The dangerous one. People who know enough to be suspicious but not enough to understand the consequences of interference." We reached the concealed entrance to the archive facility, but Eleanor didn't lead me inside. Instead, she continued deeper into the forest, towards sections of the grove I'd never seen. "The underground facility is compromised," she explained. "Motion sensors, thermal imaging, electromagnetic monitoring. Anyone with the right equipment can detect activity below ground. We need to show you the backup systems." After 20 minutes of hiking through increasingly dense forest, we reached what appeared to be a natural clearing dominated by a single massive redwood. Eleanor approached the tree and pressed her hand against a section of bark that looked identical to every other section. A hidden panel slid aside, revealing modern electronic equipment built directly into the living wood. "Emergency monitoring station," she said, activating screens that showed the same real-time data I'd seen in the underground archive. "If the main facility's compromised, we can still track containment stability from here." The readings were worse than anything I'd seen before. Multiple indicators showed rapid deterioration, with fluctuations that spiked dramatically every time the helicopters passed overhead. "Electromagnetic interference," Eleanor explained. "The aircraft are disrupting the resonance fields that maintain the binding. They don't know what they're doing, but the effect is cumulative." As if summoned by her words, one of the helicopters passed directly overhead, and the monitoring equipment registered a spike that made Eleanor curse under her breath. "We need to evacuate the sensitive materials," she said, beginning to shut down the equipment. "The original artifacts, the most critical research data, anything that can't be replaced." "Where?" "Secondary sites." We learned decades ago never to keep everything in one location. She finished securing the monitoring station and led me back toward the main camp. "But first, we need to get you away from here. If this goes wrong, you're the only person outside the project who knows the complete truth." We were halfway back to my cabin when the shooting started. Not gunfire, something else. The sharp crack of what sounded like electrical discharges. Through the trees, I could see flashes of light that had nothing to do with the helicopters overhead. "What is that?" Eleanor grabbed my arm, pulling me behind the massive trunk of an ancient redwood. "Containment failure. The electromagnetic interference pushed the binding past critical thresholds." The flashes were coming from the direction of the sacred grove, where the official ceremonies took place. But these weren't artificial lights. They looked like lightning, but moving in patterns that defied any natural explanation. "The entity is breaking through," Eleanor said, checking her watch with obvious anxiety. "Localized manifestation, probably limited to the immediate area, but we need to implement emergency protocols immediately." "What kind of emergency protocols?" Before she could answer, a man appeared through the trees, one of the Grove members I'd seen at the dining hall, but changed in ways that made my skin crawl. His face was twisted with rage that seemed to come from nowhere, and he was carrying what appeared to be a broken tree branch like a weapon. "You?" he said, focusing on Eleanor with hatred that was obviously irrational. You're the one who's been lying to us." Eleanor stepped back, keeping the tree trunk between herself and the approaching man. "George, you need to get back to your cabin. You're not thinking clearly." "Thinking perfectly clearly for the first time in years," George replied, raising the makeshift weapon. "Seeing through all the lies, all the manipulation. You people think you can control us, think you can use us for your games." He swung the branch at Eleanor's head with murderous intent. She dodged, but barely, and I realised with growing horror that we were seeing the entity's influence in real time. George wasn't just angry. He was completely detached from normal human empathy and reason. "This is what happens when containment fails," Eleanor said quietly, pulling me deeper into the forest. People lose the capacity for rational cooperation. They see enemies everywhere, respond to imagined threats with real violence. Behind us, George was joined by others, Grove members who transformed from networking politicians and businessmen into something that barely resembled human beings. They moved with pack mentality, communicating through gestures and sounds that suggested intelligence but not consciousness as I understood it. How do we stop it? Emergency binding ritual, Eleanor said, leading me toward another concealed facility. But it requires specific people in specific locations, and we're running out of time. The facility she brought me to was smaller than the main archive, but clearly designed for crisis situations. Emergency supplies, backup communication equipment, and most importantly, a collection of artifacts identical to the ones I'd seen in the underground chamber. Portable containment kit, Eleanor explained, gathering materials with practiced efficiency. The ritual can be performed anywhere, but it's less stable than the permanent installation. She handed me a metal disc covered with the same spiralling symbols I'd seen before, but this one felt warm to the touch and seemed to vibrate with energy I couldn't identify. Hold this and think calming thoughts, she instructed. Visualize peace, cooperation, people working together toward common goals. The binding responds to consciousness, but it requires focused intention from multiple participants. I don't know how to do this. You don't need training, you need belief. The entity feeds on conflict and suspicion. The binding requires the opposite. Trust, cooperation, shared purpose. As she spoke, the sounds from outside grew worse. More Grove members had joined the pack hunting us, but their behaviour was becoming less and less human. They were making sounds that reminded me of wolves or wild dogs, communicating through methods that bypassed language entirely. They're not possessed, Eleanor explained, setting up equipment that looked like a cross between a radio and a meditation altar. They're influenced. The entity amplifies existing psychological weaknesses, selfishness, paranoia, aggression, until rational cooperation becomes impossible. How long does it last? Without intervention? Permanent. The changes become self-reinforcing, creating a cycle of escalating conflict that spreads to anyone exposed to the affected individuals. She activated the emergency equipment, and I felt the disc in my hands grow warmer. Around us, the air seemed to thicken, taking on the quality of electrical charge that precedes thunderstorms. Now, Eleanor said, focus on everything that makes human civilization possible. Trust between strangers, cooperation across differences, the willingness to sacrifice individual advantage for collective benefit. I tried to do what she asked, but the sounds outside made concentration nearly impossible. The hunting pack had found our location and was circling the facility, testing for weak points with animal cunning. It's not working, I said. It needs more participants, Eleanor admitted. The emergency protocol requires at least 7 people working in coordination. I was hoping we could manage with 2, but the interference is too strong. As if responding to her words, the attackers began trying to break down the door, but their methods were wrong somehow. They were using tactics that might work against prey animals, but not against humans who understood tools and leverage. Their intelligence is being affected, Eleanor observed. They're losing abstract reasoning, reverting to more primitive cognitive patterns. Is that good or bad for us? Both. They can't plan sophisticated attacks, but they also can't be reasoned with or distracted. The door was beginning to buckle under coordinated assault. Within minutes they'd break through, and I had no illusions about what would happen then. The people outside might once have been politicians and businessmen, but they'd become something that saw us as threats to be eliminated. Eleanor made a decision that probably saved our lives. Run, she said, gathering the most essential artifacts into a backpack. There's a service road 2 miles north of here. Follow it east until you reach Highway 101, then go south to San Francisco. What about you? I'll try to implement the emergency protocol with whatever Grove members are still unaffected. But you need to get this information to the outside world. She handed me a small device that looked like an ordinary cell phone but felt heavier than it should. Encrypted satellite communicator, she explained. Speed dial 1 connects you to our backup facility in Colorado. Tell them what happened here and give them your location. They'll arrange extraction and debriefing. The door gave way just as we climbed out through a concealed rear exit. I heard Eleanor shouting something that sounded like Latin, saw flashes of light that suggested she was attempting some kind of emergency ritual, but I was already running through the forest as fast as the terrain would allow. Behind me, the sounds of conflict grew worse, not just the pack that had been hunting us, but what sounded like warfare spreading throughout the grove. The entity's influence was expanding, affecting more and more people, creating a feedback loop of violence that would keep escalating until someone found a way to stop it. I ran for over an hour, following game trails and maintenance paths that led generally north. Twice I heard helicopters overhead, but I couldn't tell if they were still part of the problem or part of some attempted solution. The encrypted communicator remained silent. Either the backup facility was out of range, or something had happened to it as well. The service road, when I finally found it, was blocked by abandoned vehicles. Grove security guards had apparently fled their posts, leaving gates open and equipment scattered. Whatever had happened here was bigger than just the immediate area around the sacred grove. I followed the road east on foot, staying off the asphalt to avoid being visible from the air. The communicator finally picked up a signal as I reached higher ground, but when I activated speed dial 1, the response wasn't what I had expected. "Project Owl emergency line," a voice said. "State your clearance level and location." "I don't have a clearance level," I said. "Eleanor Hartwell gave me this device. There's been a containment failure at Bohemian Grove." A pause, then. "Are you the journalist?" "Yes." "We've been expecting your call. What's your current location?" I described my position as best I could, and the voice gave me coordinates for a pickup point 5 miles south of my position. "Emergency extraction team is en route," the voice said. "ETA 40 minutes. Stay hidden until you see a black helicopter with owl markings." "What happened to Eleanor?" Another pause, longer this time. "Unknown. We lost contact with all Grove personnel 3 hours ago. You may be the only survivor with first-hand knowledge of the incident." The call ended, leaving me alone on a forest road with the weight of impossible knowledge. If Eleanor was right, I'd just witnessed the beginning of something that could destroy human civilization. If she was wrong, I'd been recruited into the most elaborate delusion in history. Either way, there was no going back. The story I'd come to investigate had become my life, and that life would never be the same. The helicopter that picked me up wasn't military, but it wasn't civilian either. Black, unmarked, with sound dampening that made it whisper rather than roar. The pilot didn't speak during the 40-minute flight south, and the windows were tinted too dark to see our destination until we landed. The facility looked like a corporate retreat centre, modern architecture nestled in rolling hills, solar panels and native landscaping that suggested environmental consciousness rather than government secrecy. Only the subtle security measures revealed its true nature. Sensors disguised as decorative elements, barriers that looked like artistic features, multiple escape routes hidden as walking paths. Eleanor was waiting for me in the lobby. She looked exhausted but uninjured, wearing clean clothes that suggested she'd arrived well before me. Relief flooded through me at seeing her alive, followed immediately by suspicion about how she'd gotten here so quickly. "You made it," she said, embracing me with what felt like genuine emotion. "I wasn't sure you would." "How are you here?" "I thought you were trapped at the Grove." "Emergency protocols," she explained, leading me toward a conference room. "The moment containment failed, automated systems began evacuating key personnel and sensitive materials. I was out within minutes of your escape." The conference room contained a dozen people I'd never seen before, all of them studying multiple screens showing data feeds from Bohemian Grove. The footage was disturbing. Grove members moving in coordinated packs, exhibiting behaviour that looked less human with each passing hour. "Situation report," said a woman who appeared to be in charge, younger than Eleanor, with the bearing of someone accustomed to making life-and-death decisions under pressure. "Complete local containment failure," Eleanor replied. "The electromagnetic interference from unauthorized surveillance pushed binding stability past critical thresholds. The entity achieved localized manifestation and began directly influencing exposed personnel. Casualties? Unknown. Approximately 200 Grove members were on site when the failure occurred. Current status of affected individuals is unclear, but behavioural modification appears to be progressing according to predicted patterns. I watched the screens showing real-time footage from the Grove, trying to process what I was seeing. The people in the images moved with animal coordination, but their actions showed planning and intelligence that suggested they weren't completely reduced to primitive instincts. "They're organising," I observed. "Exactly," said the woman in charge. "The entity doesn't just cause chaos, it creates new forms of order based on conflict and dominance rather than cooperation and trust. Left unchecked, the affected population will form a functional society, but one dedicated to spreading their condition to others." "How?" Eleanor pulled up additional screens showing modelling predictions. "Physical contact isn't required. Extended exposure to affected individuals gradually influences behaviour in others. The process is slower than direct manifestation, but it's cumulative and irreversible without intervention." "What kind of intervention?" "That's what we need to decide," the woman in charge said. "We have 3 options, none of them good." She activated a presentation that laid out scenarios with clinical precision. Option 1, military containment. Seal off the affected area, prevent anyone from leaving, wait for the situation to stabilise. The affected population would eventually die off, but we'd lose any chance of understanding how the entity adapted to modern conditions. Option 2, aggressive binding ritual. Deploy our full capabilities to re-establish containment, potentially reversing the effects on affected individuals. High probability of success, but it would require resources that might be needed for future emergencies. Option 3, strategic documentation. Allow the situation to develop while recording everything, learning how the entity operates in uncontrolled conditions. Massive risk of spread, but invaluable data for developing long-term countermeasures. The weight of what they were asking settled on me like a physical presence. These weren't abstract policy decisions. They were choices about the lives of people I'd shared meals with, conversations with, casual moments of human connection that now seemed impossibly precious. "What do you recommend?" I asked. "That depends on you," Eleanor said. "You're the only person who witnessed the complete sequence of events, the only outsider who understands what's really at stake. Your perspective could determine which approach we take." I studied the screens showing real-time surveillance of the Grove. The affected members were building something, crude structures that served purposes I couldn't identify, but which suggested they retained enough intelligence to plan and execute complex projects. "They're not just reverting to primitive behaviour," I realised. "They're creating something new." "Exactly," Eleanor confirmed. "The entity doesn't destroy civilization. It transforms it into something that serves its purposes rather than human ones." "And if this spreads beyond the Grove?" "Modelling suggests a tipping point around 10,000 affected individuals," the woman in charge said. "Beyond that, containment becomes impossible. The entity achieves critical mass and begins reshaping human civilization according to its own principles." I stared at the screens, watching people who'd once controlled vast resources and wielded enormous influence reduced to something that resembled humanity, but fundamentally wasn't. The choice they were asking me to make would determine not just the fate of those individuals, but potentially the future of human civilization itself. "How long do we have to decide?" "Hours," Eleanor said grimly. "The affected population is already attempting to breach the Grove's perimeter. Once they reach populated areas, the window for containment closes permanently." As if summoned by her words, alarms began sounding throughout the facility. On the screens, we watched Grove members systematically dismantling the barriers that had kept them isolated from the outside world. They moved with coordinated purpose, using tools and techniques that suggested retained intelligence despite their transformed state. "They're adapting faster than our models predicted," the woman in charge observed. "The entity is learning from direct interaction with modern infrastructure." I made my decision. "Option 2, I said. "Full binding ritual. Try to save them." Eleanor nodded grimly. "It'll require everything we have. If we fail, there won't be resources left for future containment efforts. And if we do nothing, there won't be a future to contain." The next 6 hours passed in a blur of coordinated activity. Teams deployed to locations around the Grove, carrying artifacts and equipment I was only beginning to understand. The binding ritual required precise positioning, perfect timing, and absolute faith in principles that defied everything I'd learned about how the world worked. But it worked. I watched on screens as the coordinated behaviour of the affected Grove members gradually became confused, then chaotic, then slowly returned to something recognisably human. The transformation took hours, but by dawn, rescue teams were extracting survivors who remembered nothing of their transformed state, but everything of their normal lives. The official story, when it emerged, blamed a gas leak for temporary behavioural effects among Grove attendees. A few conspiracy theorists suggested government mind control experiments, but without hard evidence, their theories joined the usual background noise of speculation about elite gatherings. 6 months later, I sit in my apartment staring at a hard drive containing the complete documentation of Project Owl. Video footage, research data, historical records, and testimony from dozens of participants spanning 8 decades of secret work to maintain global stability. The binding held. The Grove members recovered completely, with no memory of their transformation. The immediate crisis passed, and the world continued its normal pattern of manageable chaos and incremental progress. But the monitoring data tells a different story. The entity learned from its brief manifestation. Each subsequent containment requires more resources, more participants, more sophisticated countermeasures. The traditional approaches that worked for decades are becoming less effective with each passing year. Eleanor calls weekly with updates from facilities I'm not supposed to know exist. Teams working on digital containment protocols, researchers developing new methods for managing consciousness-based phenomena, analysts tracking the entity's adaptation to modern communication networks. They're making progress, but the race is getting closer. My phone buzzes with news alerts. Political assassinations in 3 countries, simultaneous market crashes that defy economic analysis, social unrest spreading through digital networks faster than anyone can track. Each event correlates with fluctuations in containment stability, signs that the old binding is weakening despite our best efforts. I have a choice to make. The hard drive contains everything needed to preserve Project Owl's institutional knowledge. Published as fiction, it would ensure the information survives, even if the current organisation fails. Presented as investigative journalism, it might mobilise resources for developing new containment methods. But publication might also undermine the psychological foundations that make the binding effective. Widespread skepticism could destroy the very mechanisms that have protected human civilization for 80 years. My cursor hovers over the upload button for a secure server that would distribute the complete files to journalists worldwide. With one click, I could expose the most important secret in human history. Or I could delete everything and trust that the people carrying this burden know what they're doing. Outside my window, the city continues its normal rhythm of traffic and commerce. Millions of people living their lives unaware that the stability they take for granted depends on secrets, too dangerous for public consumption. They don't know that their capacity for trust, cooperation and rational discourse is maintained by forces that most would dismiss as impossible. Maybe that's how it should be. Maybe some truths are too important to share. I close the laptop without making a decision, knowing I'll face the same choice tomorrow and the day after, and every day until either the binding holds permanently or everything falls apart. The hard drive sits on my desk like a loaded weapon, containing information that could save the world or destroy it, depending on how it's used. In the forest north of San Francisco, ancient redwoods continue their patient growth, sheltering secrets that predate human civilization. Beneath their roots, monitoring equipment tracks forces that exist at the intersection of consciousness and physics, measuring phenomena that determine whether humanity remains capable of the cooperation and trust that make complex societies possible. The owl watches and waits, neither good nor evil, but something far more dangerous. A force of pure change that cares nothing for human hopes or fears. And somewhere in the darkness between sleeping and waking, it grows stronger. Maybe they weren't hiding power. Maybe they were hiding what power keeps at bay. But how long can any cage hold something that learns from every attempt to contain it? I guess we'll find out. How 2000 quietly ended the world. What if I told you the world ended on New Year's Eve 1999 and nobody noticed? What if the Y2K fix worked so well that it quietly swapped our reality for another one, leaving only the smallest traces behind? Leave your video ideas in the comments below, and like and subscribe to Sleep Theories if you enjoy these stories. My name is Marcus Webb, or at least it used to be. According to my driver's license now, there's an extra B in there somewhere, though I can't say exactly where it belongs. That's the kind of detail that would have driven me insane before December 31st, 1999. Now it's just another entry in what I used to call my coincidence tin, before someone mailed it back to me with a note that made me stop collecting evidence entirely. I was 26 that winter, a junior systems technician at the AT&T central office in Newark, New Jersey. Not exactly the front lines of the information age, but close enough to matter when the clocks needed babysitting. Our facility housed a Stratum 1 network time protocol server, one of maybe 50 primary time sources in North America, fed by GPS satellites and backed up by a cesium atomic clock that cost more than my house. The setup was elegant in that brutally practical way that telecommunications infrastructure tends to be. GPS satellites broadcast precise time signals, our cesium oscillator provided local backup, and our NTP server distributed synchronized time to thousands of downstream systems across the eastern seaboard. Banks, power grids, air traffic control, they all traced their chronometers back through a hierarchy of time servers that ultimately led to places like ours. I loved the precision of it. While most people worried about their microwaves blinking 12 o'clock after power outages, I monitored time accuracy measured in nanoseconds. My workstation displayed graphs showing the tiny corrections our system made as it reconciled network time with atomic time with astronomical time. Usually the variations were so small they looked like flat lines. New Year's Eve 1999 was supposed to be the ultimate test of that precision. Everyone remembers Y2K differently now. The popular version is either complete hysteria over nothing, or a crisis averted by heroic programming efforts. Both versions miss the real story, which is that the fix worked exactly as designed, just not the way anyone expected. I drew the short straw for overnight duty that December 31st. While the rest of the world either panicked or partied, I sat in a climate-controlled room watching time itself transition from the 20th century to the 21st. My job was simple: monitor our Stratum 1 server as it rolled over from 1999 to 2000, document any anomalies, and call the escalation chain if anything looked wrong. The GPS constellation had already survived its own rollover crisis that August, when the satellite's week counters reset after 1,024 weeks of operation. That had been a minor blip. Some older receivers got confused for a few hours, but nothing catastrophic. The Y2K transition was supposed to be even smoother, since most of the critical infrastructure had been patched months earlier. I had 3 monitors running, one showing our local NTP server status, one tracking the GPS time feed, and one displaying the cesium clock output. At 23:59:50 UTC, everything looked perfect. 10 seconds later, something impossible happened. The GPS time display froze at 23:59:59. Not crashed, frozen. The timestamp stopped updating, but the signal strength remained solid. Meanwhile, our cesium clock kept ticking normally, advancing through 23:59:59 to 0, 0000 to 000001. For exactly 2 seconds, we had 3 different versions of now running simultaneously. The frozen GPS time, the advancing cesium time, and our NTP server's output, which seemed to be averaging all available sources. Then, at what should have been 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 2 seconds on January 1st, 2000, the GPS feed resumed, not gradually, instantly. The timestamp jumped from 23:59:59 to 00002 in a single refresh cycle. Our NTP server smoothly incorporated the change and continued broadcasting synchronized time to its downstream clients. The whole event lasted less than 3 seconds. According to the logs, nothing broke. No error conditions were triggered. The NTP daemon didn't even register the discrepancy as significant enough to note in its status reports. If I hadn't been watching the raw feeds, I might have missed it entirely. I took screenshots of everything: the frozen GPS display, the cesium timeline, the NTP server logs showing 2 seconds of missing data that appeared as a flat plateau on the usual sawtooth correction graph. Then I printed hard copies, because something in my gut told me digital records might not be reliable for this particular anomaly. At 0030 I called my supervisor Jim Reeves at home. "Everything nominal here," I told him. "Clean rollover, no service interruptions. We did see a brief GPS time hold around midnight UTC, but the cesium backup covered it perfectly." "How brief?" Jim asked. I could hear the skepticism in his voice. GPS systems weren't supposed to hold time like that. 2 seconds, maybe 3. Looked like the constellation might have synchronized some kind of coordinated correction. Nothing downstream noticed. "Good enough," Jim said. "Document it in the incident log as a minor GPS anomaly. Resolved automatically. We'll review the traces Monday." But Monday's review never happened. When I arrived at work on January 3rd, Jim seemed to have forgotten our conversation entirely. When I mentioned the GPS hold event, he looked at me blankly. "GPS looked fine in the overnight reports," he said. "What hold are you talking about?" I showed him my screenshots and printouts. He studied them for a long moment, then shrugged. "Weird artifact in the logging system, probably. These old displays get glitchy when they roll over large counters. Everything's working fine now, right?" Everything was working fine, but small things were wrong. The first thing I noticed was the diner across the street from our building. For 3 years, I'd bought coffee there every morning from a place called Mel's Corner Cafe. The sign still said Mel's, but now there was additional text underneath. Family restaurant since 1987. I was certain that text hadn't been there before. When I mentioned it to Tommy Nguyen, the other night shift tech, he looked at me like I was crazy. "It's the best we can do." The cesium clock sits in its locked cabinet, still keeping perfect time according to atomic decay rather than administrative convenience. Sometimes I think about opening that cabinet, checking its output against the network feeds, seeing how far we've drifted from the original timeline. But that way leads back to collection tins and evidence folders, and the gradual dissolution of consensus reality. Instead, I focus on the work, training new technicians, monitoring synchronization networks, ensuring that when the next major adjustment comes, and it will come, probably sooner than any of us would like, the infrastructure will be ready to handle it smoothly. Lake calls me every few months, usually just before a minor calibration. The conversations are brief and professional now, more like status updates between colleagues than the cryptic warnings they used to be. We've developed an efficient working relationship based on mutual understanding. I maintain operational consistency, she manages strategic timeline stability, and together we keep the world running on schedule. Last week she mentioned that they're developing new protocols for managing what she calls temporal stress fractures, places where repeated adjustments have created persistent instabilities that resist normal correction methods. Apparently there's a shopping mall in Ohio where every store directory shows different tenant lists depending on which entrance you use, and a highway in Nevada where the mile markers reset every few months but the road itself never changes length. "We're looking for experienced field personnel," she said. "People who understand both the technical infrastructure and the human adaptation requirements." Interested? I told her I'd think about it. Tonight, as I finish my shift and lock the server room behind me, I notice that someone has finally replaced the wall clocks. The new ones are digital, showing hours, minutes and seconds in precise LED numerals. No sweeping hands, no mechanical uncertainty, just clean, unambiguous timekeeping that updates once per second in perfect synchronization with our network feeds. The young technician on the incoming shift, a recent graduate named David Kim, notices me looking at them. "Pretty nice upgrade," he says. "Much easier to read than those old analog things." "Yeah," I agree, "much easier." I don't mention that the old clocks never had second hands. He wouldn't understand, and more importantly, it doesn't matter anymore. We live in the timeline where digital wall clocks make perfect sense, where precision timing is displayed precisely, where the infrastructure tells a consistent story about how time works. Walking to my car in the pre-dawn darkness, I hear the familiar hum of the timing system settling into their new configuration, adjusting frequencies and synchronizing references across the continental network. It's a sound that most people will never notice, the quiet heartbeat of managed reality maintaining its steady rhythm. The receipt for our choice is stamped on every clock face, encoded in every timestamp, woven into the fundamental architecture of how we measure the passage of time. We traded a little bit of objective truth for a lot of functional stability, and most days I think we got the better end of the deal. But as I drive home through the empty streets of Newark, passing under signs that might or might not say exactly what they said yesterday, I sometimes wonder what Marcus Webb, without the J, without the extra letter, without the knowledge of how provisional everything really is, would think of the world we've built. He'd probably never noticed the difference. And maybe that's the point. The world didn't end on December 31st, 1999. It just swapped transmissions at highway speed so smoothly that most of the passengers never felt the shift. We're still travelling in the same direction, still reaching the same destinations, still living lives that feel authentic and meaningful. We're just doing it in a slightly different version of reality than the one we started with, maintained by a hidden infrastructure of timekeepers who make sure the clocks stay synchronized and the seams stay sealed. It's not the world we were born into, but it's the world we chose to keep. And after 9 years of living in it, I can honestly say that it's a pretty good world. Stable, functional, and carefully maintained by people who understand that sometimes the most important truths are the ones nobody ever needs to know. The cesium clock in my desk drawer ticks away in perfect atomic rhythm, marking time according to the fundamental decay rate of cesium-133 atoms, rather than human administrative convenience. Someday, maybe, someone will need that reference again, but for now it's enough to know that it's there, keeping one small piece of objective time safe in a world built on consensus and compromise. Time keeps moving forward, one carefully managed second at a time, carrying all of us toward whatever future we'll choose to inhabit when the next adjustment becomes necessary. And somewhere in the background, barely audible above the hum of servers and the whisper of air conditioning, reality continues its quiet work of staying consistent with itself, one synchronized timestamp at a time. Always said that, Marcus. You walk past it every day. I know what I've seen, I said. Maybe you just never noticed. People miss obvious stuff all the time. But I was a time technician. My entire job was noticing tiny discrepancies. I didn't miss obvious stuff. Over the following weeks, more small wrongnesses accumulated. My employee ID badge, which I'd carried for 2 years, now listed my name as Marcus J. Webb instead of just Marcus Webb. I didn't have a middle name, never had, but the badge looked genuine. Same photo, same issue date, same magnetic stripe encoding. I checked my driver's license. It also showed Marcus J. Webb, with what appeared to be the original lamination and printing, but I distinctly remembered not having a middle initial on either document. Tommy insisted he'd always known me as Marcus J. What does the J stand for? I asked him. I don't know, man. You never said. Why are you being so weird about this? I started carrying a small digital camera, documenting things that seemed off. The corridor outside our server room had always been painted institutional beige, but now there was a 6-inch strip of slightly different beige paint running along the east wall, as if someone had covered over where a window or door used to be. The paint was old, not fresh, but it didn't match the surrounding wall. When I asked the building maintenance supervisor about it, he told me there had never been any windows or doors on that wall. Been the same configuration for 15 years, he said. You feeling okay, Webb? I was feeling fine. It was reality that seemed to be running a fever. 3 weeks after Y2K, an unmarked manila envelope appeared in my work mailbox. Inside was a single sheet of letterhead from something called the Temporal Continuity Office, and what looked like an internal field advisory. The memo was brief: Field Advisory TC 2000-001. Classification: Administrative date. 2. January 2000 subject: Successful completion of scheduled UTC alignment. All critical staff are commended for the successful implementation of a multi-source holdover during the 31st of December 1999 epoch transition. Coordinated time synchronization between astronomical, atomic and network sources was maintained within acceptable parameters. Minor calibration artifacts at edge nodes are expected and will resolve through standard stratum propagation over the coming months. Field personnel should maintain consistency in reporting and avoid speculation regarding minor administrative discrepancies. Questions regarding this advisory should be directed through normal channels, Temporal Continuity Office, US Naval Observatory. I read the memo 3 times, then researched the Naval Observatory online. They were responsible for maintaining the United States master clock, which made sense, but I couldn't find any references to a Temporal Continuity Office in any of their public organisational charts. The phrase multi-source holdover stuck with me. In network timing, holdover referred to a backup system maintaining synchronization when the primary reference failed. But what kind of holdover involved multiple sources simultaneously? And what were these minor calibration artifacts at edge nodes? I started paying closer attention to our system logs, looking for patterns. What I found was a series of small firmware updates that had been pushed to our NTP server and GPS receiver starting in early January. The updates came through normal channels with proper authentication, but the release notes were vague. GPS receiver firmware V 4.2.1, enhanced leap second handling NTP daemon, update 2000.1.3, improved stratum one-time smearing algorithm cesium clock controller version 1.8, extended holdover stability. None of us had requested these updates. More importantly, the features they described hadn't existed before. Time smearing was a concept I'd never encountered in any NTP documentation, and our cesium clock had never had extended holdover capabilities. When I asked Jim about the updates, he seemed surprised that I was questioning routine maintenance. Probably just Y2K follow-up patches, he said, making sure everything stays synchronized properly. Why is something not working? Everything was working perfectly. That was the problem. By March, I had assembled what I privately called my coincidence tin, a small metal box containing printed screenshots, photos of changed signs, photocopies of documents that didn't match my memory, and detailed notes about every small wrongness I'd observed. I kept it locked in my desk drawer and told no one about it. The evidence was mounting, but it was all circumstantial. Individual pieces could be explained away as faulty memory, printing errors, or simple mistakes. Collectively, though, they suggested something much stranger. That the world I was living in wasn't quite the same world I'd inhabited on December 30th, 1999. The theory forming in my mind was ridiculous, but it was also the only explanation that fit all the facts. The 2-second GPS time hold hadn't been a malfunction. It had been intentional. A coordinated pause that allowed some kind of temporal recalibration to occur. The minor calibration artifacts mentioned in the memo weren't bugs. They were side effects. Someone had adjusted reality itself and they'd used the global timing infrastructure to do it. In April, I got confirmation that I wasn't crazy. I was reviewing our March logs when I noticed something odd in the air traffic control data feeds that passed through our facility. There was a brief notation at 14:32:18 on March 15th. ATC vector hold, software update. The timestamp was followed by a 2-second gap in the feed, then normal traffic resumed. I'd worked with ATC systems before. They didn't hold vectors for software updates. When air traffic control needed to update systems, they used redundant controllers and hot swaps to avoid any interruption in service. The 2-second hold would ground every aircraft in the affected airspace. But according to the logs, no aircraft had been grounded that day. The hold had happened, yet it also hadn't happened. I called the regional ATC facility claiming I needed to verify our time synchronization data for their sector. "Did you folks experience any service interruptions on March 15th? I asked the technician who answered. "March 15th? There was a pause. "No, we had a clean day." "Why?" "Our logs show a brief vector hold around 14:30 that afternoon. Just wanted to make sure it wasn't related to our time feed." "Hold on," I heard keyboard typing. "I'm not seeing any holds that day. You sure about your timestamp?" "Pretty sure. 2-second duration, marked as software update." "That doesn't make sense. We don't hold vectors for software updates." His tone had shifted from helpful to suspicious. "Who did you say you were with again?" "AT&T Timing Services. We provide NTP synchronization for your..." "Right. Look, I can't discuss operational details with external vendors. If there's a synchronization issue, Have your account manager contact our network operations centre through proper channels." He hung up before I could respond. That evening I found my coincidence tin on my desk. I was certain I'd left it locked in the drawer, but there it was, sitting in plain sight. Inside was everything I'd collected, plus one new item, a photograph of our server room wall clocks. In the photo, all 6 clocks were missing their second hands. I looked up at the actual wall clocks. Sure enough, none of them had second hands. They showed only hours and minutes, in the same utilitarian style they'd always had, but without the sweeping red hands that had once marked every second with mechanical precision. I grabbed my camera and took comparison photos, then checked my earlier shots of the room. In every image I'd captured before March, the clocks had second hands. In every image after March, they didn't. Attached to the new photograph was a small note typewritten on plain paper. "You left out the obvious one. Someone was watching me. Someone knew about my collection and had access to my workspace. Someone who wanted me to notice the clocks but was being subtle about it." I locked the tin away and spent the rest of the night researching the US Naval Observatory online. What I found was fascinating. They were responsible not just for keeping official time, but for distributing it to military and civilian systems worldwide. They operated the GPS Master Control Station, maintained the definitive UTC clock for the United States, and coordinated with international timing authorities to ensure global synchronization. If someone wanted to adjust time on a planetary scale, the Naval Observatory would be ground zero. The next morning I found another unmarked envelope in my mailbox. This one contained a visitor badge for the US Naval Observatory in Washington, D.C., valid for a single day the following week, and a brief note. "Building 78, Conference Room C, 2 p.m. Ask for Lake." I almost didn't go. Whatever was happening, it was clearly bigger than a junior telecom technician needed to be involved in. But curiosity won over caution, and the following Thursday I took a personal day and drove down to Washington. The Naval Observatory occupied a sprawling campus in northwest DC, filled with serious-looking buildings and precise landscaping. I presented my visitor badge at the main gate, went through a security screening that seemed unusually thorough for a civilian facility, and was directed to Building 78. Conference Room C was small and windowless, furnished with a simple table and chairs. I waited alone for 10 minutes before a woman in her 50s entered, carrying a thick folder and wearing the kind of confident expression that suggested she was accustomed to explaining complicated things to confuse people. "Mr. Webb," she said, extending her hand, "thank you for coming. I'm Jennifer Lake." She didn't use any title, but something about her bearing suggested she was used to being in charge. She wore a simple business suit and spoke with the precise diction of someone who spent a lot of time briefing senior officials. "I understand you've been collecting interesting timing data," she said, settling into the chair across from me. "Depends what you mean by interesting." She opened her folder and spread several documents on the table. I recognised some of them immediately. My screenshots from New Year's Eve, printouts of the GPS time hold, copies of the firmware release notes. Others were new to me. Technical diagrams, satellite telemetry reports, and what looked like coordination memos between various government agencies. The GPS constellation experienced a coordinated time adjustment on December 31st, 1999, she said matter-of-factly. 2 seconds were inserted into the global timing reference to reconcile discrepancies between astronomical time and atomic time that had accumulated over the previous decade. I stared at her. "You're telling me that was intentional?" "Completely intentional, and absolutely necessary." She pulled out a graph showing the divergence between different time standards over the 1990s. Coordinated universal time is based on atomic clocks, but it's supposed to track Earth's rotation. The problem is that Earth doesn't rotate at a perfectly consistent rate. Over time, the two references drift apart. I knew about leap seconds, the occasional 1-second adjustments that were added to UTC to keep it aligned with astronomical time, but what she was describing was something much more significant. 2 seconds is a huge correction, I said. Why not use the normal leap second process? Because the normal process was insufficient, Lake said. By late 1999, the accumulated error was approaching 3 seconds, and the International Earth Rotation Service was deadlocked on how to handle it. Some wanted to add 2 leap seconds consecutively. Others wanted to skip leap seconds entirely and let the systems drift. Neither option was acceptable. She showed me another document, a risk assessment that made my stomach drop. A 2 leap second event would have caused cascading failures in financial systems that weren't designed to handle consecutive corrections. But allowing the drift to continue would have gradually desynchronized GPS navigation, cellular networks, and power grid controllers. So you decided to handle it yourselves, I said. We decided to handle it properly. Instead of forcing every system in the world to absorb a sudden 2-second correction, we distributed the adjustment across multiple primary time sources over a brief coordination window. GPS satellites held their time broadcast while ground-based atomic clocks continued advancing. Network time protocol servers averaged the 2 references, creating a smooth transition that downstream systems barely noticed. It was elegant, I had to admit. Instead of a jarring leap that could break fragile systems, they created what amounted to a 2-second stretch in time itself, distributed so gradually that most equipment treated it as normal synchronization error. But there were side effects, I said. Lake nodded grimly. Reality has a certain inertia. When you adjust fundamental references like time, energy has to go somewhere. Usually it dissipates harmlessly through minor inconsistencies in data records, small variations in measurement standards, trivial administrative discrepancies. Usually, the January adjustment was larger than we'd ever attempted. Some of the energy manifested as more noticeable artifacts, names with extra letters, signs that read slightly differently, paint seams where building modifications were averaged across timeline variants. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. Timeline variants? Think of it as data reconciliation on a cosmic scale, Lake said. When you force multiple time references to converge, sometimes you get multiple versions of events trying to exist simultaneously. Usually one version dominates and the others fade, but occasionally you get persistent inconsistencies, places where reality couldn't quite decide which version was correct. She showed me a map of North America with dozens of red dots scattered across it. Every red dot represents a location where we detected significant timeline artifacts after the January adjustment. Most were minor, street signs, building details, personal records. A few were more substantial. How substantial? There's a small town in Montana where half the residents remember the local high school mascot being the Eagles, and half remember it being the Hawks. The trophy case contains awards for both teams, with dates that overlap. The yearbook photos show both versions of the uniforms, often in the same group shots. I thought about my extra middle initial, the diner sign, the missing window that had never existed. And you just let people live with that? The alternative was a global economic collapse followed by societal breakdown, Lake said bluntly. 2 seconds doesn't sound like much, but financial trading algorithms operate on microsecond timescales. A sudden 2-second leap would have destroyed market synchronization worldwide. Air traffic control, power grid management, telecommunications routing, all of it depends on precise timing. We prevented a true catastrophe. By creating a false reality, by choosing which version of reality we wanted to keep. Her expression was completely serious. The January adjustment wasn't the first time we've had to make this choice, and it won't be the last. The Earth keeps slowing down, atomic clocks keep advancing, and every few years the discrepancy builds up enough to require intervention. She pulled out another document, this one showing projected timeline adjustments extending into the future. September 2001, March 2005, October 2008. We've identified the dates when major corrections will be necessary. Each one will be carefully planned and minimally disruptive, but they'll all leave traces. What happens to people like me? People who notice? That depends on what you do with the information. Lake leaned back in her chair, studying me carefully. Collections become narratives. Narratives add energy to the seams. The more attention you pay to timeline inconsistencies, the more unstable they become. I thought about my coincidence tin, my photographs, my careful documentation of every small wrongness. You want me to stop collecting evidence? I want you to understand that your evidence collection is making the problem worse. Every time you photograph a timeline seam, every time you document an inconsistency, you're feeding energy into the instability. Eventually that energy has to dissipate, and it usually does so by creating larger, more obvious discrepancies. She showed me a photograph that made my hands shake. It was my apartment building, but wrong. The fire escape was on the opposite side, the brick was different colours, and there were windows where walls should be. This is what your building looks like in the timeline where you never worked for AT&T, Lake said. The more you focus on timeline artifacts, the more likely you are to slip into variant realities where larger aspects of your life are different. So I should just pretend nothing happened? You should focus on consistency rather than accuracy. When you notice something that seems wrong, don't document it. Adapt to it. If your name has an extra letter, use the extra letter. If a sign reads differently than you remember, accept the new reading. The goal isn't to be right. It's to avoid destabilizing the reality we've chosen to inhabit. She gathered up the documents and returned them to her folder. This briefing is a one-time courtesy, Mr. Webb. We've identified you as someone with unusual sensitivity to timeline artifacts, which means you could be either an asset or a liability. The choice is yours. And if I choose to be a liability? Lake's expression didn't change, but something cold flickered in her eyes. Then you'll discover just how far timeline variance can drift from the consensus reality. Most people who make that choice spend the rest of their lives trying to convince others that their version of events is the correct one. It's not a pleasant way to live. She stood and walked to the door, then paused. "We'll be in touch," she said. I drove back to Newark in a daze, my mind reeling from everything Lake had told me. The world I thought I knew was apparently just one of many possible versions, maintained by a secret conspiracy of timekeepers who made regular adjustments to prevent societal collapse. That night I sat in my apartment staring at my coincidence tin, trying to decide what to do. The evidence I'd collected was either proof of the most significant cover-up in human history, or documentation of my own gradual detachment from reality. Either way, Lake was right about one thing. Focusing on it was driving me towards something I might not be able to come back from. I destroyed everything. Every photograph, every printout, every careful notation. I fed it all into my fireplace and watched it burn. Then I went to work the next day and acted like nothing had happened. But I kept watching. I couldn't help myself. Over the following months, I noticed the small adjustments Lake had mentioned. Firmware updates that arrived without explanation, adding features that shouldn't have existed. Brief system holds that didn't appear in official logs. Colleagues whose names had gained or lost letters, who remembered different details about shared experiences. The most obvious change was the wall clocks in our server room. Not only were the second hands missing, but no one else seemed to remember them ever being there. When I asked Tommy about it, he looked at me like I was having a breakdown. "Why would a wall clock need a second hand?" he asked. "You've got precision timing displays right there on your workstation. The wall clocks are just for rough reference." It was perfectly logical, except that I remembered 6 months of watching those red second hands sweep around their faces while I waited for systems to boot or processes to complete. Now that level of precision seemed unnecessary, even slightly obsessive. Reality was smoothing itself out, erasing the seams one small detail at a time. September 11th, 2001 changed everything again, but not in the way I expected. I was monitoring our systems that morning when the news broke about the attacks in New York and Washington. Along with everyone else, I spent the day glued to television screens, watching the towers fall and trying to process the magnitude of what was happening. But I also noticed something else. A brief system hold at 10:28 a.m. lasting exactly 2 seconds, followed by a subtle shift in our GPS time reference. It was the same pattern I'd seen on New Year's Eve 1999, but smaller and more focused. That evening I received a phone call at home. "Mr. Webb, this is Jennifer Lake. I hope you're doing well." I hadn't heard from her since our meeting at the Naval Observatory more than a year earlier. "I'm fine," I said. "Why are you calling?" "I wanted to make sure you understood what you observed today. The timeline adjustment was necessary to maintain stability during a period of extreme social stress. Without it, the emotional energy of national trauma could have caused significant reality fluctuations. I hadn't told anyone about the system hold. The fact that she knew I'd noticed it was unsettling. How many people died in the version of events that you prevented? I asked. There was a long pause. That's not how timeline adjustments work, Mr. Webb. We don't prevent or cause events. We simply ensure that the timeline remains stable enough to contain them. That's not an answer. It's the only answer I can give you. Some knowledge is too dangerous to share, even with cooperative personnel. After that, the calls became regular. Every few months, Lake would contact me before or after a timeline adjustment, usually just to check in and make sure I was maintaining consistency in my observations. She never provided detailed explanations, but I learned to recognise the pattern. Social or economic stress would build up. A careful 2-second adjustment would occur in our timing systems, and minor aspects of reality would shift to accommodate whatever changes were necessary to maintain stability. The 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, Hurricane Katrina in 2005, the Virginia Tech shooting in 2007. Each tragedy was preceded or followed by subtle timeline adjustments, smoothing out the rough edges of history to prevent cascading instabilities. I stopped thinking of them as cover-ups and started thinking of them as maintenance. Reality, it turned out, required regular calibration to keep running smoothly. By 2008, I had been promoted to Senior Systems Technician and was training junior staff on proper time synchronization procedures. I made sure to emphasize consistency over accuracy, teaching them to trust the network references even when their personal observations seemed to contradict the official timeline. If your logs show something that doesn't match what you remember, I would tell them, trust the logs. Human memory is unreliable, but atomic clocks don't lie. It wasn't entirely true, but it was close enough to keep them from noticing the seams. In September 2008, Lake called me with a different kind of request. We're planning a major timeline adjustment to prevent economic cascade failure, she said. The housing market collapse is threatening to destabilize financial systems worldwide. We need to smooth the transition to prevent total societal breakdown. What kind of adjustment? Larger than anything we've attempted since Y2K. We're looking at a coordinated hold across multiple time sources, possibly lasting up to 5 seconds. I understood the implications immediately. A 5-second adjustment would create timeline artifacts far more noticeable than anything I'd observed before. Street names could change, building layouts could shift, entire relationships might be rewritten. We'd like to offer you a consulting position, Lake continued. Full-time work with the Temporal Continuity Office, helping to coordinate timeline adjustments and manage artifact containment. The pay is excellent, and you'd be contributing to global stability in a very meaningful way. What would I have to do? Retire your current evidence collection activities permanently, sign a comprehensive non-disclosure agreement, and help us train the next generation of timeline stewards. People like you, who have natural sensitivity to temporal inconsistencies, but also understand the importance of maintaining consensus reality. It was an attractive offer. I was tired of living in the space between versions of truth, tired of noticing things I couldn't discuss, tired of being the only person who remembered that wall clocks used to have second hands. There's one condition, Lake added. The cesium clock in your facility, the one that's been serving as your personal verification standard, would need to be returned to our custody. As long as you have access to an independent time reference, you'll continue to notice discrepancies. For your own mental stability, that's not sustainable long term. I looked across the server room at the cesium clock, quietly ticking away in its climate-controlled cabinet. For almost 9 years, it had been my anchor to objective reality, the one reference I could trust when everything else seemed negotiable. How do I know you won't just adjust my memory along with everything else? Because memory adjustment is significantly more dangerous than timeline calibration, Lake said. We prefer willing cooperation to forced compliance. But the choice has to be complete, Mr. Webb. You can't keep one foot in each reality. I thought about the junior technicians I was training, the smooth efficiency of our time distribution systems, the stable world that surrounded us despite the regular maintenance required to keep it running. It was a good life, built on a foundation of small necessary lies. When do you need an answer? The economic adjustment is scheduled for October 15th. We'll need you committed before then, one way or another. 2 weeks later, I locked the cesium clock away in a storage cabinet and stopped monitoring our raw time feeds. I signed the non-disclosure agreement, accepted the consulting position, and began teaching other timeline-sensitive individuals how to maintain consistency rather than pursue accuracy. The October adjustment went smoothly. The Lehman Brothers bankruptcy was contained, the housing market collapse was managed, and the global financial system remained stable, not unharmed, but functional. Most people experienced it as a severe recession rather than the complete civilizational breakdown that the unmanaged timeline would have produced. I noticed the artifacts, of course, street names that had changed, colleagues whose personal histories had shifted, subtle modifications to building layouts and document records. But I didn't document them, didn't photograph them, didn't add them to any collection tin. Instead, I adapted. When someone's name gained or lost a letter, I used the new spelling. When a familiar building showed different architectural details, I accepted the new configuration. When my own employment record showed assignments I didn't remember, I incorporated them into my personal narrative. It became easier with practice. The human mind is remarkably adaptable, and reality is far more flexible than most people imagine. After a few years of active consistency maintenance, the seams between timeline variants became almost invisible to me. Almost. There are still moments, usually late at night in the server room, when I catch glimpses of the infrastructure we maintain. The NTP graphs show their periodic flat plateaus where time holds still for a few seconds. Firmware updates arrive, adding features that shouldn't exist but somehow do. Wall clocks throughout the building continue to lack second hands that I'm absolutely certain used to be there. And sometimes, when the timing systems are synchronizing after a major adjustment, I hear something that might be the sound of reality switching tracks. A low, harmonic hum that exists just at the edge of perception, like the Doppler shift of a massive train passing in the distance. The new timeline technicians I train never notice it. They've learned to trust the network, accept the logs, maintain consistency over accuracy. They're building the next generation of global time infrastructure, adding layers of abstraction that will make future adjustments even smoother and less noticeable. It's good work, important work. We're maintaining the technical foundation that prevents societal collapse, ensuring that the world remains stable enough for people to live normal lives without worrying about timeline inconsistencies or reality fluctuations. Most of the time, I believe that's worth the small compromises required. But late at night, alone with the quietly humming servers, I sometimes wonder about the timeline we abandoned on December 31st, 1999. The version where GPS time never froze, where wall clocks kept their second hands, where my name never had an extra letter and the diner across the street always said exactly what I remembered it saying. In that timeline, maybe the financial systems would have collapsed under the weight of an unmanaged 2-second leap. Maybe air traffic control would have failed during the correction window, causing crashes that killed hundreds of people. Maybe the power grid would have destabilized, leaving entire cities in darkness for weeks. Or maybe none of that would have happened. Maybe people would have adapted, improvised, found solutions that didn't require secretly rewriting reality every few years. Maybe that timeline would have been messier, but ultimately more honest than the carefully managed version we chose to inhabit. I'll never know. The only thing I'm certain of is that every electronic device in my pocket, every digital clock on every wall, every GPS satellite orbiting overhead carries the signature of our choice. The timestamp of our compromise ticks away in every database, every transaction log, every synchronization signal. We live in the version of the world that held. And the receipt for that fix, invisible, inaudible, but undeniably present, hums quietly in the background of everything we do, a constant reminder that reality is far more provisional than most people imagine. I signed. The stipend cleared. We crated the cesium and rolled it out under a moving blanket. By Monday the wall clocks were digital, the graphs were smooth, and my badge matched the name the network preferred. Driving home, the exit signs looked a shade unfamiliar, then familiar enough. The world didn't explode in 2000. We changed the transmission at speed and kept going. If you want the receipt for that fix, it's stamped on every timestamp. Welcome back to Sleep Theories, where we explore the mysteries that keep us awake at night. Before we dive into today's chilling tale, I want to thank the countless comments that suggested this incredible story. If you have ideas for future videos, please leave them in the comments below, and don't forget to like and subscribe if you enjoy these mysterious narratives that blur the line between fiction and reality. What if everything you've been taught about the planet is a lie, and one person finally uncovers the truth? Marcus Reed had always been the type of person who questioned everything. While his classmates accepted textbook diagrams of Earth's curvature without question, Marcus found himself staring at the horizon during family beach trips, wondering why he couldn't see the curve everyone insisted was there. While others trusted satellite images from NASA, Marcus wondered who controlled those cameras, and why certain areas always seemed conveniently obscured by clouds. By his 30s, Marcus had built a modest career as a freelance researcher, specialising in declassified government documents and historical anomalies. His small apartment in Denver was cluttered with filing cabinets, corkboards covered in red string connecting various conspiracy theories, and multiple computer monitors displaying satellite feeds, weather patterns, and archived military documents. Friends called him obsessive. Marcus preferred the term thorough. What Marcus didn't know was that his methodical nature and refusal to accept conventional wisdom would soon lead him on the most dangerous journey of his life, one that would challenge everything humanity believed about the very ground beneath their feet. This is the story of how one man's curiosity became a threat so significant that powerful forces would stop at nothing to silence him. The truth, as Marcus would discover, wasn't just stranger than fiction. It was sharper than anyone could imagine. The email arrived on a Tuesday morning in March, buried among the usual spam and newsletter subscriptions that filled Marcus's inbox. The subject line read, "Classified Antarctic Survey, Eyes Only, 1962. The sender's address was a random string of letters and numbers from a temporary email service. Marcus almost deleted it. He received dozens of hoax documents every week from attention seekers and pranksters who knew about his research into government cover-ups. But something about this particular message felt different. The attachment was a high-resolution scan of what appeared to be an authentic military document, complete with official letterhead, classification stamps, and the kind of bureaucratic language that was difficult to fake convincingly. The document detailed a joint military operation called Project Horizon's End, conducted in 1962 by American and Soviet forces, an unprecedented collaboration during the height of the Cold War. The mission's stated objective was to conduct comprehensive geological surveys of the Antarctic perimeter zones, with particular attention to navigational anomalies and cartographic inconsistencies. What caught Marcus's attention wasn't the official language, but what was hidden between the lines. The document referenced strict protocols for personnel experiencing disorientation beyond the 85th parallel south, and mandatory psychological evaluation, following exposure to geographical impossibilities. Most intriguingly, there were multiple references to a Zone 7 that required special clearance due to the sensitive nature of cosmological implications. Marcus spent the rest of that day attempting to verify the document's authenticity. The letterhead matched archived examples he found in legitimate military databases. The formatting, typography, and even the quality of paper visible in the scan all suggested this was genuine. But when he tried to cross-reference Project Horizon's End with other declassified operations from the same period, he found nothing. It was as if the entire mission had been scrubbed from official records. That evening, Marcus pulled up Google Earth and began examining satellite images of Antarctica. He focused his attention on areas beyond the 85th parallel south, looking for anything that might correspond to the mysterious Zone 7 mentioned in the document. What he found made his hands shake as he gripped his coffee mug. In a region of Antarctica that should have been clearly visible, there was a massive area obscured by what the satellite data labelled as persistent cloud cover. The clouds formed an almost perfect rectangle stretching for hundreds of miles. Marcus checked historical satellite data going back 15 years. The cloud cover was always there, in exactly the same position, with exactly the same shape. Clouds don't behave that way. Weather patterns shift constantly, But this anomaly remained fixed like a digital censorship bar placed over something Google didn't want people to see. Marcus leaned back in his chair, his mind racing. Throughout his years of research, he had investigated claims about flat Earth theory, typically dismissing them as pseudoscience promoted by attention seekers and conspiracy theorists. But the evidence in front of him suggested something far more disturbing than simple misinformation. What if the flat Earth theorists were wrong about the details but right about the cover-up? What if the truth about Earth's shape wasn't that it was flat, but that its actual configuration was so different from what people believed that revealing it would cause global panic? Marcus opened a new browser tab and began researching everything he could find about Antarctica's restricted zones, military operations in polar regions, and historical attempts to map the continent's true borders. The deeper he dug, the more questions emerged. Why were civilian flights forbidden from crossing Antarctic airspace? Why did every Antarctic expedition require extensive government approval and military escort? And why, despite decades of satellite technology, were large portions of the continent still marked as unmapped on official charts? By 3 a.m, Marcus had filled 17 pages with notes, printed dozens of satellite images, and created a timeline of suspicious Antarctic activities dating back to the 1940s. As he finally prepared for bed, one thought echoed in his mind. If someone had gone to the trouble of sending him that classified document, they wanted him to find something. The question was whether they were trying to help him uncover the truth or lure him into a trap. The next morning brought another email from the same anonymous address. This time there was no document attached, just a single line of text. The maps are wrong. Look for yourself. Marcus spent the following weeks attempting to contact anyone who might have first-hand knowledge of Antarctic anomalies. Through online forums and research networks, he managed to connect with a retired Navy pilot named James Patterson, who had flown supply missions to research stations in the 1980s. They met at a coffee shop in Colorado Springs, and Marcus was immediately struck by Patterson's nervous demeanour. The former pilot kept glancing around the cafe as if expecting to be overheard, and his hands trembled slightly as he stirred his coffee. "I shouldn't be talking to you about this," Patterson said quietly. "I signed NDAs that don't expire until I'm dead. But I'm 73 years old, and I've been carrying this for 40 years. Patterson explained that during his Antarctic missions, he had been required to follow extremely specific flight paths. Deviation from approved routes, even by a few miles, resulted in immediate radio contact from ground control ordering immediate course correction. When Patterson asked his commanding officer about the restrictions, he was told it was to avoid dangerous weather patterns and preserve fuel efficiency. But here's the thing, Patterson continued, lowering his voice further. On my final mission in 1987, we had an equipment malfunction that forced us off the approved route. I was flying at 15,000 feet, clear visibility, perfect weather. As we approached what my charts showed as the edge of the Ross Ice Shelf, I saw something that shouldn't have existed." Marcus leaned forward. "What did you see?" "A wall," Patterson whispered. "Not a regular ice formation or glacier. A vertical wall of ice extending as far as I could see in both directions. It had to be at least 200 feet high, maybe more. And here's the part that still gives me nightmares. It was perfectly straight. Nature doesn't create straight lines like that, especially not across hundreds of miles." Patterson explained that before he could investigate further, his radio crackled with urgent commands to return to base immediately. When he landed, he was debriefed by officers he had never seen before. They confiscated all of his navigation logs, film, and personal notes from the flight. The official incident report claimed he had experienced altitude sickness and hallucinations due to equipment failure. "They transferred me to desk duty the next week," Patterson said. "Never flew Antarctic missions again, but I know what I saw, and I know they didn't want me to see it." After the meeting with Patterson, Marcus decided to conduct his own experiments. If Earth's curvature was different from what people believed, he should be able to detect inconsistencies using simple physics and optical equipment. Marcus drove to several large lakes in Colorado and Wyoming, bringing with him a high-powered laser, telescopic camera equipment, and a notebook full of calculations based on the standard Earth curvature formulas he had learned in school. According to conventional geometry, a laser beam shot across a lake should demonstrate a specific amount of curvature drop over distance. The results of his experiments were deeply unsettling. At Horsetooth Reservoir, Marcus positioned his laser on the north shore and aimed it at a target on the south shore, approximately 6 miles away. According to Earth curvature calculations, the laser should have been approximately 24 feet below his target due to the planet's curve. Instead, the laser hit the target dead centre. Marcus repeated the experiment at 5 different lakes, each time achieving the same impossible result. The laser beams were travelling in straight lines across distances where Earth's curvature should have been clearly measurable. Either his equipment was malfunctioning, or the curvature he had been taught to expect simply wasn't there. 3 days after his final lake experiment, Marcus received another anonymous email. This time, it contained GPS coordinates for a location in northern Canada, along with a message. Others have done the same tests. We meet monthly. Come alone. Marcus hesitated for a week before booking a flight to Toronto. The coordinates led him to a small town called Moosonee, near the southern shore of Hudson Bay. He rented a car and drove to the specified location, a seemingly abandoned research station surrounded by snow-covered wilderness. Inside the building, Marcus found 7 other people seated around a conference table, covered with maps, photographs, and technical equipment. They introduced themselves as scientists, engineers, pilots, and researchers who had all discovered similar inconsistencies in Earth's supposed curvature. The group's leader was a woman named Elena Vasquez, a former cartographer who had worked for the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration for 15 years. Elena explained that she had first noticed discrepancies while creating coastal navigation charts in the early 2000s. Satellite data, ground surveys, and maritime reports kept contradicting each other, Elena said. When I brought these inconsistencies to my supervisors, I was told the equipment was malfunctioning or that I was making calculation errors, but the pattern was too consistent to be random mistakes. Elena showed Marcus dozens of examples where official maps showed curved coastlines and distances that didn't match real-world measurements. Ships reported travelling shorter distances than their charts indicated. Pilots found themselves reaching destinations ahead of schedule on routes that should have taken longer due to Earth's curvature. The more evidence we gathered, the more we realised we weren't dealing with isolated measurement errors, Elena continued. Someone has been systematically altering geographical data to make the world appear more curved than it actually is. Marcus shared his own research, including the Antarctic document and his laser experiments. The group listened intently, occasionally nodding in recognition when he described phenomena they had also encountered. A former surveyor named Thomas Wright explained that he had been fired from his job with the US Geological Survey after questioning discrepancies in land elevation measurements. A meteorologist named Catherine Lee described how weather prediction models only worked when she ignored official atmospheric curvature data and used flat plane calculations instead. The question, Eleanor said as the meeting concluded, is what are they hiding, and why go to such lengths to hide it? Marcus left the meeting with more questions than answers, but also with a growing certainty that he was part of something much larger than a simple geographical conspiracy. As his plane lifted off from Toronto, he stared out the window at the horizon, trying to see any evidence of the curve he'd been taught existed since childhood. The horizon looked completely flat. The breakthrough came in the form of an unexpected phone call 6 weeks later. Marcus was working late in his apartment when his phone rang, displaying a blocked number. The voice on the other end was electronically distorted, making it impossible to identify the caller's gender or age. "Marcus Reed," the voice said. "You've been asking questions about Antarctica." Marcus's heart began pounding. "Who is this?" "Someone who knows what you're looking for is real. Are you prepared to see it for yourself?" The caller explained that a private expedition was being organised for early December, summer in the southern hemisphere. The group would consist of Marcus and 2 other researchers who had been investigating similar anomalies. They would travel to Chile, then board a private vessel capable of ice navigation for a journey to the restricted zones beyond the 85th parallel. "This isn't a tourist trip," the voice warned. "The people who control access to that region don't want anyone seeing what's there. If we're caught, We'll be detained indefinitely under international security protocols. Are you willing to take that risk?" Marcus thought about James Patterson's trembling hands, Elena Vasquez's career destroyed by asking questions, and the months he had spent conducting experiments that defied everything he thought he knew about the planet. "Yes," he said, "I'll go." 2 weeks later, Marcus found himself on a plane to Santiago, Chile, carrying only essential cold weather gear and hidden recording equipment. His companions for the journey were Rebecca Torres, a physicist from UC Berkeley, who'd been investigating gravitational anomalies in polar regions, and David Kim, a former intelligence analyst who claimed to have discovered evidence of secret military installations in Antarctica. They met their guide, a grizzled Norwegian ship captain named Eric Larsen, at the port city of Punta Arenas. Larsen's vessel, the Aurora's Edge, was a modified icebreaker originally built for scientific research but now operating under private charter. Larsen himself was tight-lipped about who was funding their expedition, saying only that certain parties wanted them to document what they found. The journey south took 4 days through increasingly rough seas. As they approached the Antarctic convergence zone where cold polar waters meet warmer ocean currents, Marcus noticed his electronic equipment beginning to malfunction. His GPS unit displayed increasingly erratic readings, showing their position jumping between locations hundreds of miles apart. His digital compass spun wildly, unable to maintain a consistent bearing. Rebecca, monitoring gravitational readings with sensitive equipment, reported similar anomalies. "The magnetic field readings don't make sense," she said, studying her instruments with growing concern. "It's as if we were approaching an area where normal physics breaks down." On their 5th day at sea, they encountered the ice wall. Marcus had thought James Patterson's description was exaggerated, perhaps distorted by memory and fear. The reality was far more shocking than anything the former pilot had described. Rising from the dark Antarctic waters like a massive concrete barrier was a wall of ice that seemed to stretch infinitely in both directions. The wall was not jagged and irregular, like natural glacial formations. It was remarkably smooth and vertical, rising at least 300 feet above the waterline. "This is impossible," David whispered, staring up at the towering ice formation. "Glaciers don't form vertical walls like this. The physics of ice formation wouldn't allow it." Captain Larsen had been unusually quiet since they first spotted the wall, but now he spoke up. "I've been making trips to Antarctic waters for 30 years, he said. "I've seen glaciers, ice sheets, and every natural formation you can imagine. This isn't natural. Someone built this." As the Aurora's Edge moved parallel to the ice wall, Marcus used his telephoto camera to document what they were seeing. The wall extended beyond the horizon in both directions, creating what appeared to be an impenetrable barrier around the entire Antarctic continent. But more disturbing than the wall itself were the signs of human activity they began to notice. Every few miles they spotted large metal structures embedded in the ice, what appeared to be observation towers equipped with radar dishes and communication equipment. David, using military-grade binoculars, identified armed personnel stationed at several of these installations. "Those are definitely military uniforms," he reported, "but I can't identify the nationality. The insignia don't match any country's armed forces that I'm familiar with." As they continued their journey along the ice wall, Rebecca made an even more unsettling discovery. Her gravitational measurement equipment, designed to detect variations in Earth's gravitational field, was showing readings that violated fundamental laws of physics. "According to these instruments," she said, her voice trembling, "the gravitational pull beyond this ice wall is significantly weaker than it should be. It's as if the mass of the planet just stops." Marcus felt a chill that had nothing to do with the Antarctic air. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that if these readings are accurate, there's nothing beyond this wall. No land mass, no ocean floor, just empty space." That night, as they anchored the ship in a small inlet, Marcus reviewed the day's footage and photographs. Every image showed the same impossible sight, a perfectly constructed ice barrier that seemed designed to prevent anyone from seeing what lay beyond. The more he studied the evidence, the more one terrifying conclusion became unavoidable. The ice wall wasn't protecting Antarctica from the outside world. It was protecting the outside world from discovering what wasn't there. Captain Larson woke them before dawn with urgent whispers. "We have a window," he said, his weathered face grim in the dim light of the cabin. "My contacts report that the patrol schedule has a gap between 0500 and 0630. If we're going to find a way through the wall, it has to be now." Marcus, Rebecca and David quickly gathered their equipment and followed Larson onto the ship's deck. The captain had spotted what appeared to be a narrow channel in the ice wall, barely wide enough for their vessel to navigate. Ice formations often shifted due to temperature changes and ocean currents, but this opening seemed too perfectly positioned to be natural. "It could be a trap," David warned, scanning the surrounding ice with his binoculars. "If someone wanted to lure us into a restricted zone, this would be the perfect way to do it." "We didn't come this far to turn back now," Marcus replied, though his own instincts were screaming warnings. "We need to see what's on the other side." As the Aurora's Edge slowly navigated through the narrow channel, Marcus noticed that the ice walls on either side showed clear evidence of artificial modification. Tool marks were visible in the frozen surfaces, and the opening maintained a consistent width that would have been impossible for natural ice formation. Beyond the channel, they emerged into an area unlike anything any of them had expected to find. Instead of more ice or the Antarctic continent, they found themselves in a vast open space, surrounded by the ice wall on all sides. The area was roughly circular, perhaps 20 miles in diameter, and contained what appeared to be a massive research installation. The facility consisted of dozens of buildings, communications towers, aircraft landing strips, and what looked like mining operations. But most unsettling of all was what lay beyond the research installation, a massive opening in what should have been the ground. Marcus positioned his telephoto camera and began documenting everything they could see. The opening was perfectly circular, perhaps 2 miles in diameter, and appeared to be artificially constructed with metal reinforcements around its edges. Powerful lights illuminated the opening's perimeter, but the interior was so dark that even with Marcus's best equipment, he couldn't see the bottom. "That's not a natural geological formation," Rebecca said, studying the scene through binoculars. "Someone excavated that opening. The question is why and how deep it goes." David was monitoring radio frequencies, trying to intercept communications from the research facility. "I'm picking up transmissions in multiple languages," he reported. "English, Russian, Chinese, and what sounds like German. This isn't a single country's operation, it's international." As they watched from a distance of several miles, they could see vehicles and personnel moving around the facility. Aircraft regularly landed and took off from the airstrips, and massive cranes appeared to be lowering equipment into the circular opening. "Look at the edge of that hole," Rebecca said suddenly, pointing toward the massive excavation. "Do you see those structures?" Marcus adjusted his camera's focus and felt his stomach drop. Around the perimeter of the opening were what appeared to be massive anchoring systems, enormous metal cables and support structures that seemed designed to prevent something from falling. "It's as if they're holding the land in place," Marcus whispered, the implications hitting him like a physical blow, as if without those anchors, everything would just fall. Rebecca's gravitational equipment was providing readings that defied explanation. According to her instruments, the gravitational pull at the edge of the opening dropped to nearly zero, then reversed entirely, as if gravity was pulling upward rather than downward. "This is impossible," she said, checking and rechecking her equipment. "Gravity doesn't work this way." There's no scientific explanation for these readings. David had managed to intercept a radio transmission from the facility. The message was brief, but chilling. "Perimeter breach detected in Sector 7. Unknown vessel beyond the ice wall. Initiate containment protocol immediately." "We need to leave," Captain Larson said urgently. "Now." But as the Aurora's Edge turned toward the narrow channel through which they had entered, they discovered their escape route had been blocked. A large military vessel now occupied the opening, and additional ships were approaching from multiple directions. Marcus continued photographing and filming everything they could see as the military vessels closed in. His camera captured images of personnel wearing uniforms without national insignia, Sophisticated weapon systems, unlike anything in conventional military arsenals, and most disturbing of all, what appeared to be aircraft using propulsion systems that produced no visible exhaust or sound. "Whatever this place is," Marcus said, still recording, "it's not just about hiding Earth's shape. They're hiding technology that's decades ahead of anything the public knows exists." As the military vessels surrounded them, Rebecca made one final observation that would haunt Marcus for the rest of his life. "The gravitational readings," she said, staring at her instruments in disbelief. "According to these measurements, we're not on Earth anymore. The gravitational signature is completely different." "What do you mean?" David asked. "I mean," Rebecca replied, her voice barely a whisper, "that either my equipment is completely malfunctioning, or we've somehow travelled to a different planet." The boarding party from the military vessels consisted of armed personnel in full combat gear, who spoke no words as they confiscated all recording equipment, detained Marcus and his companions, and placed black bags over their heads. As Marcus felt himself being transferred to one of the military ships, his last coherent thought was a terrifying realization. They hadn't discovered that Earth was flat. They had discovered something far worse, that Earth, as humanity understood it, might not exist at all. Marcus awoke in what appeared to be a medical facility, though unlike any hospital he had ever seen. The walls were pristine white, the lighting was perfectly even without visible sources, and the air carried a sterile quality that seemed artificially maintained. He was lying on an examination table, wearing a hospital gown with no memory of how he had gotten there. A woman in a white coat entered the room, carrying a tablet and wearing the kind of neutral expression Marcus associated with government officials. She appeared to be in her 40s, with prematurely grey hair and eyes that seemed to evaluate Marcus as if he were a specimen rather than a person. "Mr. Reed," she said, settling into a chair beside his bed. "I'm Agent Sarah Collins with the Antarctic Treaty Enforcement Division. You've been unconscious for 3 days following your unauthorized incursion into restricted Antarctic territory." Marcus tried to sit up but discovered his movements were sluggish and uncoordinated. "What did you do to me? Where are my companions?" "You suffered severe hypothermia and altitude sickness during your expedition," Agent Collins replied, consulting her tablet. "Your companions are receiving similar medical treatment. You're fortunate to be alive." Marcus's mind was foggy, but he retained clear memories of what they had discovered beyond the ice wall. "That's not what happened. We found the research facility, the excavation site, the gravitational anomalies. I have it all documented." Agent Collins showed him a collection of photographs and video files on her tablet. They showed the Aurora's edge approaching the ice wall, but beyond that, the images showed nothing but empty ocean and natural ice formations. According to the footage, their expedition had encountered nothing more unusual than typical Antarctic scenery. "Your recording equipment was damaged by the extreme cold," Agent Collins explained. "These are the only images that were recoverable. As you can see, you found exactly what we would expect in that region. Ice, water, and natural geological formations." Marcus stared at the sanitized footage in disbelief. Every image of the research facility, the circular excavation, and the impossible gravitational readings had been replaced with mundane Antarctic scenery. Either his memory was completely unreliable, or someone had gone to extraordinary lengths to alter the evidence. "I know what I saw," Marcus insisted. "The facility, the technology, the opening in the ground." Rebecca's gravitational readings showed dash. "Miss Torres suffered a severe concussion during your expedition," Agent Collins interrupted. "Her equipment malfunctioned due to extreme weather conditions. Mr. Kim experienced similar disorientation. All 3 of you were affected by altitude sickness and hypothermia, which commonly cause hallucinations and false memories." Agent Collins leaned forward, her expression becoming more serious. "Mr. Reed, you've stumbled into a situation that involves international security protocols. The Antarctic Treaty strictly prohibits unauthorized civilian access to certain regions for very good reasons. The area you entered contains hazardous geological formations and extreme weather conditions that have killed dozens of researchers over the years." She showed him documents detailing his expedition's official record. According to the files, Marcus, Rebecca and David had hired Captain Larson for a routine Antarctic tourism trip that had gone dangerously off course due to equipment failure and poor weather. They had been rescued by international treaty enforcement personnel before dying of exposure. "You're free to return home," Agent Collins concluded, "but you'll need to sign documentation, acknowledging that you understand the national security implications of spreading false information about classified Antarctic operations. The penalty for violating this agreement is indefinite detention under international security protocols." Marcus was released 2 days later and flown back to Denver. His first instinct was to contact Rebecca and David, but he discovered that both of their phone numbers had been disconnected. Rebecca's university had no record of her ever being employed there, and David's intelligence background had been completely scrubbed from all accessible databases. When Marcus returned to his apartment, he found that his research materials had been returned by building management after a water leak had required access to his unit. Months of documents, photographs, and experimental data had been replaced with generic conspiracy theory materials that made his work appear to be the obsessions of a paranoid fantasist rather than legitimate research. Marcus attempted to contact Captain Larson, but discovered that the Aurora's Edge had been sold to an unnamed buyer, and Larson had reportedly moved to a remote location in Norway where he could not be reached. Elena Vasquez and the other researchers from the Canadian meeting had also vanished. Their email addresses were invalid, their phone numbers disconnected, and online searches turned up no trace of their existence. Most unsettling of all, Marcus began experiencing memory problems. Details of his Antarctic expedition became increasingly fuzzy, and he found himself questioning whether the extraordinary things he remembered had actually happened. When he tried to write down his experiences, he discovered that he couldn't clearly recall important specifics about the research facility or the circular excavation. 3 weeks after his return, Marcus received a final email from the anonymous sender who had originally contacted him. The message was brief. "The truth has been contained. Your service is no longer required. Any further investigation will result in permanent resolution." Marcus realized that he had been faced with a choice: accept the official explanation and live with the knowledge that his memories might be false, or continue pursuing the truth and risk disappearing entirely like his companions. He chose a third option. 6 months later, Marcus uploaded a video to multiple online platforms simultaneously. The file was encrypted, distributed through anonymous servers, and designed to be nearly impossible to remove completely from the internet. In the video, Marcus appeared tired and gaunt, speaking directly to the camera from an undisclosed location. "My name is Marcus Reed," he began, "and I'm probably going to disappear after releasing this message. 6 months ago, I discovered something about our planet that certain people don't want you to know. I can't prove everything I'm about to tell you, because most of my evidence has been destroyed or altered, but I can give you enough information to investigate for yourself." Marcus described his research into Antarctic anomalies, the declassified documents he had received, and the experiments he had conducted that suggested Earth's curvature was not what people believed. He provided GPS coordinates for locations where others could replicate his laser experiments, and detailed instructions for identifying the inconsistencies in satellite imagery that had first led him to question official geographical data. "I'm not asking you to believe me," Marcus continued. "I'm asking you to look for yourselves. Test the horizon with your own equipment. Question why certain areas of Antarctica are forbidden to civilian access. Ask why weather prediction models work better when you ignore Earth's supposed curvature." The video concluded with Marcus staring directly into the camera, his expression a mixture of fear and determination. "They've convinced most of you that people like me are crazy conspiracy theorists. Maybe I am. Maybe everything I experienced was hallucinations caused by altitude sickness and hypothermia. But if I'm right, then everything you've been taught about the world is a carefully constructed lie designed to prevent you from discovering a truth so shocking that it would fundamentally change human civilization." Marcus paused, then delivered his final words. "Sometimes the truth isn't round, it's sharper than you think. And sometimes the edge of the world is exactly where they tell you it isn't. The video was viewed over 2 million times in its first week online before being removed by platform administrators for violating community guidelines regarding misinformation. But copies continued to appear on alternative platforms, and Marcus's story began inspiring others to conduct their own investigations. 3 weeks after the video's release, Marcus Reed's apartment was found empty. Neighbours reported that he had left early one morning carrying a single suitcase and had never returned. His landlord found a note on his desk with a single line of text: "Gone to find the edge. Don't follow." To this day, no one knows what happened to Marcus Reed. His research has inspired a growing community of independent investigators who claim to have replicated his experiments and discovered similar anomalies. Government agencies continue to deny that any classified Antarctic operations exist beyond routine scientific research. But on clear days, when you stand at the ocean's edge and stare at the horizon, you might find yourself wondering the same question that consumed Marcus Reed. What if everything you see is exactly what someone wants you to see? And what if the truth about the world beneath your feet is sharper, stranger, and more terrifying than you ever imagined? The search for answers continues, but those who look too closely often find that the edge of the world is also the edge of everything they thought they knew about reality itself. What if the objects we see streaking through our solar system aren't just cosmic debris? What if some of them are watching, waiting, and following a pattern we're only beginning to understand? Tonight's story takes us into the world of deep space surveillance, government cover-ups, and the terrifying possibility that we're not alone, and haven't been for decades. If you enjoy stories like this that blur the line between science and the unknown, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe to Sleep Theories for more content that will keep you questioning what's really out there. And drop a comment below letting me know what time you're listening and where you're from around the world. I love connecting with fellow night owls and mystery seekers. Now, let's dive into the Atlas pattern. The coffee had gone cold hours ago, but I kept sipping it anyway. Room temperature caffeine was better than no caffeine, especially when you're staring at endless streams of astronomical data at 3:47 AM. My name is Marcus Webb, and I'm what you might charitably call a data analyst for the Near-Earth Object Surveillance Network, though glorified pattern-matching drone would be more accurate. Most nights were the same routine: cross-reference orbital trajectories, flag anything that deviated from predicted paths, file reports that maybe 3 people would ever read, asteroids, comets, space junk. It all blurred together into points of light moving predictably through the void. The work was mind-numbing, but it paid the bills and kept me close to the stars I'd loved since childhood. That night was different, though I didn't realise it at first. I was reviewing data from 3I Atlas, the interstellar comet that had been making headlines for the past few months. Unlike most comets that originate from our own solar system, this one had come from deep space, only the 3rd confirmed interstellar visitor we'd ever detected. The media loved stories about cosmic wanderers, and 3I Atlas fit the bill perfectly. Except something was wrong with the data. At first I thought it was an equipment malfunction. Comets develop distinctive comas, those glowing halos of gas and dust, when they get close to the sun. It's basic astronomy. But according to my instruments, 3I Atlas showed no signs of outgassing despite being well within the zone, where it should have been blazing like a celestial torch. I pulled up the trajectory data and felt my stomach drop. The orbital path showed tiny corrections, minute adjustments that were impossibly precise for a chunk of ice and rock tumbling through space. I ran the calculations 3 times, then a 4th, but the result was always the same. 3I Atlas wasn't following a natural ballistic trajectory, it was steering. My hands trembled as I documented everything: spectral analysis, trajectory corrections, the complete absence of a coma. I cross-referenced the data with our deep space tracking stations and found the same anomalies reflected across multiple observation points. This wasn't instrument error, this was real. I drafted my report with meticulous care, attaching every piece of supporting data I could find. The implications were staggering. If 3I Atlas was under intelligent control, it meant we were being visited by something far more sophisticated than a wandering comet. I encrypted the files and submitted them through official channels, then sat back in my chair and tried to process what I'd discovered. Sleep was impossible. I spent the remaining hours before dawn triple-checking my work, running additional simulations, and preparing for the inevitable barrage of questions that would come once my superiors saw the report. Part of me was terrified, but another part was electric with excitement. This could be the discovery that changed everything. When I arrived at work the next morning, I went straight to my computer to pull up the backup files of my observation log. The screen flickered to life, and my blood ran cold. The entire night's work was gone. In place of my carefully documented anomalies was a single line of text. Instrument error, data invalid, log purged. I tried accessing the backup servers, but every copy had been scrubbed clean. It was as if the past 12 hours of work had never happened. My report had vanished without a trace, leaving no evidence that I'd ever observed anything unusual about 3i Atlas. But I remembered every detail. The trajectory corrections, the missing coma, the impossible precision of its path through space. Someone had wiped my data, but they couldn't wipe my memory. I sat in my cubicle, staring at the blank screen, and realised I was no longer just a data analyst. I had become a witness to something that someone very powerful didn't want the world to know. The question was, what was I going to do about it? The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting their sterile glow across rows of identical workstations. My colleagues went about their morning routines, oblivious to the fact that evidence of possible extraterrestrial intelligence had been discovered and then systematically erased overnight. I wanted to scream, to shake them all and tell them what I'd seen. Instead, I opened a new observation log and tried to pretend that nothing had changed. But everything had changed. I just didn't know how much yet. I spent the morning trying to reconstruct my observations from memory, but without the raw data, it felt like chasing shadows. Every time I pulled up 3i Atlas in the current tracking system, the trajectory looked perfectly normal. Textbook comet behaviour with no signs of the anomalies I documented just hours before. Around lunch, I decided to reach out to Dr. Jennifer Martinez, a colleague at the Palomar Observatory who'd been tracking the same object. If anyone else had noticed the irregularities, it would be her. I kept the email casual, asking about her observations and mentioning that I'd seen some interesting data patterns the night before. A reply came back within minutes. "Hey Marcus, nothing unusual on our end. Standard comet behaviour all the way. Maybe check your instrument calibration." The dismissal stung, but I couldn't blame her. Without the data to back up my claims, I sounded like another conspiracy theorist seeing patterns in random noise. I spent the afternoon reviewing archived observations, looking for any trace of what I'd seen, but came up empty. When I got home that evening, I went straight to my home office to fire up my personal workstation. If the official channels had been compromised, maybe I could find some trace of the truth in my own files. I'd been in the habit of backing up interesting observations to my personal cloud storage, just in case. The computer took longer than usual to boot up. When the desktop finally appeared, I noticed immediately that something was wrong. Files were missing, folders had been rearranged, my backup directories were completely empty. A chill ran down my spine as I checked the access logs. According to the timestamps, my computer had been remotely accessed while I was at work. Someone had systematically gone through my personal files and deleted anything related to astronomical observations from the past month. I was reaching for my phone to call tech support when it rang. The caller ID showed an unknown number. "Hello? Marcus Webb?" The voice was calm, professional, with a slight electronic distortion that suggested it was being run through a voice changer. "Who is this?" "Someone who wants to help you avoid making a very serious mistake. You filed a report last night about anomalous observations of Object 3i Atlas. That report has been classified and removed from all systems." My mouth went dry. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Mr. Webb, we know exactly what you saw, and we know you backed up the data. We also know you've already reached out to colleagues trying to verify your observations. This is your only warning. You didn't see what you think you saw. Drop it." "Listen, I don't know who you are, but we know where you live, Marcus. We know about your sister in Portland, your ex-wife in Denver, your elderly parents in Florida. We know about your mortgage, your student loans, your chronic insomnia, and your prescription for Ambien. We know everything about you. and we're asking you nicely to forget about last night." The line went dead. I sat in my darkened office, phone still pressed to my ear, trying to process what had just happened. The specificity of the threats was terrifying. They weren't bluffing. Someone had compiled a complete dossier on my life, and they were willing to use it to keep me quiet. But quiet about what? If 3I Atlas was just a comet, why go to such elaborate lengths to cover up my observations? The very existence of this conspiracy suggested that what I'd seen was real, and more significant than I'd imagined. I walked through my apartment, checking locks and drawing curtains. Every shadow seemed to harbour potential surveillance, every car passing on the street a possible threat. I'd stumbled onto something that powerful people desperately wanted hidden, and now I was in their crosshairs. The smart thing would be to listen to the warning, delete whatever remaining files I could find, and pretend the whole thing never happened. I could go back to my quiet life of routine observations and meaningless reports. I could be safe. But I couldn't get the image out of my head. That metallic glint making impossible course corrections as it sailed through the void. If this was evidence of extraterrestrial intelligence, didn't the world have a right to know? I made a decision that would haunt me for months to come. Instead of backing down, I was going to dig deeper. The next few days passed in a haze of paranoia and careful routine. I went to work, processed data on mundane asteroids, and avoided anything remotely connected to 3I Atlas. My supervisors seemed satisfied that I'd gotten the message, but I could feel their eyes on me whenever I moved through the office. At home, I'd become obsessive about security. I disconnected my personal computer from the internet and started using an old laptop with a VPN connection from various coffee shops around the city. If someone was monitoring my activities, I was going to make it as difficult as possible. It was on Thursday night, exactly a week after my initial observations, that everything changed again. I was reviewing innocuous comet data on the disconnected computer when a notification chimed from the old laptop. New email. That was odd. I hadn't given the address to anyone, and it was supposed to be completely anonymous. The sender field was blank. The subject line read simply, "You're not alone." My cursor hovered over the message for several long minutes. Every instinct screamed that this was a trap, another layer of the conspiracy designed to draw me deeper into danger. But curiosity won out, and I clicked. The email contained no text, just a single encrypted attachment. The file name was project_Atlas_1987_declassified.pdf. I stared at the screen, heart pounding. 1987. That was decades before the discovery of our first confirmed interstellar visitor. Yet here was a file suggesting that something called Project Atlas had been operational for over 30 years. The decryption key was embedded in the file metadata, almost as if someone wanted to make sure I could access it easily. I ran the file through every security scanner I could find, but it came back clean. Finally, I opened it. What I saw made my hands shake so badly I nearly dropped the laptop. The document was a partial intelligence briefing stamped with classifications I'd never seen before. The header read, "Interstellar Object Reconnaissance Program, Project Atlas, Eyes Only." The first page contained an executive summary that made my blood run cold. Analysis of Object Designation 1, I/2017 U1, Oumuamua, confirms artificial origin and reconnaissance capabilities consistent with previous visitations dating to 1987. Object demonstrated control trajectory adjustments, non-gravitational acceleration, and structural properties incompatible with natural formation. Recommend continuation of monitoring protocols and information containment procedures. I scrolled through page after page of technical analysis, trajectory data, and spectroscopic readings that painted a picture I could barely comprehend. Oumuamua, the first officially recognised interstellar visitor, hadn't been a natural object at all. According to this document, it was some kind of reconnaissance probe, and it wasn't the first. The file included a timeline that made my stomach churn. 1987, first confirmed artificial interstellar object, designation classified. 1996, second visitor, trajectory adjusted to avoid detection. 2003, third visitor demonstrated active camouflage capabilities. 2017, Oumuamua arrival, too large to conceal from public observation. 2019, Tuai/Borisov, partial artificial characteristics detected. And at the bottom of the timeline, a chilling projection. Pattern analysis suggests visitation cycle of 6 to 7 years, with each object following optimized surveillance trajectories through inner solar system. Recommend heightened monitoring for next projected arrival, 2025 to 2026 time frame. 3i Atlas had arrived right on schedule. I spent hours poring over the technical data trying to understand the implications. These weren't random cosmic visitors. They were part of a systematic surveillance operation spanning decades. Someone, or something, had been conducting regular reconnaissance of Earth, and our governments had known about it all along. The document included references to information containment protocols and civilian observation management, which explained what had happened to my data. This wasn't just a cover-up. It was a well-established system for suppressing any evidence that leaked into public channels. But why give me this information? Who had access to such highly classified material, and why were they willing to risk everything to leak it to a low-level data analyst? I printed the entire document on the coffee shop's printer, then deleted all traces from the laptop. This was too important to trust to digital storage alone. As I walked home through the darkened streets, clutching the papers under my jacket, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The next morning brought a fresh horror. When I arrived at work, my supervisor was waiting at my desk with a grim expression. "Marcus, we need to talk. Conference room 3 now." Inside the sterile meeting room, he laid out a series of photographs across the table. They showed me entering the coffee shop, using the laptop, printing documents, and walking home with a manila envelope under my arm. "We've been very patient with you," he said quietly, "but this ends now. Whatever game you think you're playing, it stops today." I stared at the surveillance photos, realizing just how completely I was outmatched. They'd been watching every move, documenting every attempt to investigate further. The leaked document wasn't help. It was bait, designed to draw me out and prove that I couldn't be trusted to stay quiet. "I don't know what you want me to say," I managed. "I want you to say that you understand. You're a good analyst, Marcus, but you're in way over your head. Take a vacation, 2 weeks, paid leave. Think about whether this job is really the right fit for you." The message was clear. Back off or lose everything. But as I cleaned out my desk under the watchful eyes of security, I couldn't help but smile grimly. They thought they'd caught everything, but they were wrong. Hidden in my apartment was a complete copy of the Project Atlas file, and more importantly, I now knew I wasn't the only one who'd seen through the deception. Someone else was out there, someone with access to the deeper secrets of the conspiracy, and they were trying to help me expose the truth. 2 weeks of forced vacation gave me time to think, but sleep remained elusive. Every night I found myself staring out my bedroom window at the stars, wondering how many of those points of light had been visited by the Watchers. The Project Atlas document had opened a door to a reality I couldn't close again. I'd hidden the printed files in a safety deposit box at a bank across town, but I'd memorized every crucial detail. The pattern was what haunted me most. Regular intervals, a systematic coverage, and a level of coordination that suggested long-term planning spanning multiple decades. During the day, I visited libraries and used their public computers to dig through archived astronomical data. I was looking for gaps, objects that had been observed briefly and then forgotten, trajectory anomalies that had been dismissed as instrument error, anything that might fit the pattern described in the classified document. What I found was more disturbing than I'd imagined. In 1987, the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics had published a brief note about an unusual object designated 1987 QX. The initial observations showed it on an interstellar trajectory, but follow-up attempts failed to relocate it. The official explanation was insufficient data for continued tracking. But buried in the technical appendix, I found a reference to anomalous spectral characteristics suggesting metallic composition, a non-gravitational acceleration inconsistent with comet outgassing. 1987, QX had been the first visitor, exactly as described in the leaked document. I found similar patterns throughout the historical record, objects that appeared briefly in official catalogues before being reclassified or forgotten entirely, always at the predicted intervals, always showing subtle signs of artificial origin, always disappearing from public view after initial detection. The 1996 visitor had been detected by 3 different observatories, but within months, all references to it had been removed from published papers. I found fragments in old conference abstracts and preliminary reports, but the object itself had been erased from the official record. By 2003, the concealment efforts had become more sophisticated. That year's visitor never appeared in any public catalogues at all, but I found oblique references to it in budget documents, requesting additional funding for deep space monitoring equipment, and personnel evaluations praising staff for exceptional discretion in sensitive operations. The pattern was undeniable. For over 30 years, someone had been systematically monitoring and covering up evidence of artificial objects entering our solar system. The only question was, who was doing the covering up, and what were they hiding? My research was interrupted by a phone call from an unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. "Is this Marcus Webb?" The voice was elderly, gravelly, with a slight tremor. "Who's asking?" "Someone who's been watching your library research with great interest. My name is Dr. Harold Peterson. I think we should meet." The name was familiar. I'd seen it referenced in some of the older papers I'd been reviewing. Harold Peterson had been a respected astronomer in the 1980s, specialising in small body observations. His publications had stopped abruptly in 1988. "What do you want?" "I want to show you something that will change how you see everything, but not over the phone. Are you familiar with the old Griffith Observatory parking lot? Meet me there at midnight." Every instinct told me it was a trap, but I'd come too far to turn back now. That night I drove through the winding roads of Griffith Park, checking my rearview mirror constantly for signs of surveillance. The observatory was closed, its parking lot nearly empty except for a few late-night stargazers. Dr. Peterson was exactly what I'd expected. A thin, white-haired man in his 70s, leaning heavily on a walking cane and clutching a worn leather satchel. But his eyes were sharp and alert, and when he spoke, his voice carried the weight of terrible knowledge. "You're not the first to notice the pattern, Mr. Webb. I've been tracking it for over 3 decades. The difference is, I learned to keep my mouth shut." We sat on a bench overlooking the Los Angeles basin, the city lights washing out all but the brightest stars. He opened the satchel and withdrew a collection of photographs, charts, and handwritten notes. 1987 was when it all started for me, he said. I was working at Palomar then, part of a team doing systematic surveys of near-Earth objects. We detected 1987 QX on a Tuesday night in October. By Friday our department had been restructured, and I'd been reassigned to different projects. He showed me photographs of the object, grainy black and white images that nonetheless clearly showed an elongated structure with sharp edges and reflective surfaces. Nothing like any natural comet I'd ever seen. They offered me a choice: sign a non-disclosure agreement and continue my career studying harmless asteroids, or maintain my academic integrity and find myself blacklisted from every observatory in the world. I chose my career and I've regretted it every day since. Why are you telling me this now? Because I'm 74 years old, mister. Webb, I have pancreatic cancer, and I'm going to be dead within 6 months. They can't threaten my career anymore, and I'm tired of carrying this secret. He handed me a manila folder filled with documentation I'd never seen before. Internal memos about visitor protocols, budget allocations for special projects, and correspondence between observatories about maintaining operational security. There are more of us out there, he said. Astronomers who've seen things they can't talk about, technicians who've been reassigned after asking too many questions, graduate students whose thesis projects have been mysteriously cancelled. We're scattered, isolated and afraid, but we're not alone. The final document in the folder was a list of names and contact information. 24 astronomers, all with similar stories of suppressed observations and forced silence. At the top of the list was a note in Doctor. Peterson's handwriting. Project Atlas isn't just about covering up alien visitation. It's about preparing for something much bigger. The pattern is accelerating. What do you mean, accelerating? The intervals between visits are getting shorter. The objects are getting larger, and according to my calculations, the next one isn't coming to observe anymore. He pointed up at the stars with a trembling finger. It's coming to stay. We sat in silence for several long minutes, the weight of his words settling over me like a shroud. Finally, I asked the question that had been haunting me since I'd first seen the anomalous data. What do we do about it? Dr. Peterson smiled grimly. We prepare for the possibility that our governments have been lying to us for 37 years, and we get ready to find out what they've really been hiding. As I drove home that night, the list of names burning like a coal in my jacket pocket, I realised that my journey was far from over. I thought I was investigating a simple cover-up, but I was actually uncovering something much more complex and terrifying. The Watchers in space weren't just visitors passing through our solar system. They were scouts, preparing the way for something bigger. And soon, we were going to find out what that something was. Dr. Peterson's death made the obituary section of the Los Angeles Times 3 days after our meeting. Noted astronomer Harold Peterson, 74, died, peacefully in his sleep after a brief illness. No mention of his decades of research or his role in early deep space observations. Just another forgotten scientist disappearing from the record. But his list lived on. I'd spent the past week carefully reaching out to the contacts he'd provided, using coded language and anonymous email accounts. The responses had been both encouraging and terrifying. Dr. Elena Rodriguez from the University of Arizona. I've been waiting 30 years for someone to ask the right questions. James Mitchell, formerly of JPL. They reassigned me to Mars imaging after I got too curious about irregular trajectories. I've kept my own records. Professor Liu Wei from Beijing Observatory. The phenomenon is global. Chinese space program has similar protocols. Each conversation revealed another piece of the puzzle. The conspiracy wasn't limited to American institutions. It was an international effort involving every major spacefaring nation. The implications were staggering. My unofficial network was coming together just in time for the Southwest Astronomical Conference in Phoenix. It was perfect cover. Hundreds of professional and amateur astronomers gathering to discuss recent observations and share data. If I was careful, I could meet with several of my contacts without raising suspicion. I registered under my real name and booked a flight to Phoenix, trying to maintain the appearance of normal professional activity. But as I packed for the trip, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Cars seemed to linger too long outside my apartment. The same face appeared in multiple coffee shops. Paranoia, maybe, but the events of the past month had taught me to trust my instincts. The conference was held at a sprawling resort complex in Scottsdale, with sessions scattered across multiple buildings and hundreds of attendees milling about between presentations. Perfect for discreet meetings, but also perfect for surveillance. I'd arranged to meet Dr. Rodriguez during the lunch break at a quiet cafe in the resort's north wing. She was a compact woman in her 50s, with prematurely grey hair and intense dark eyes that seemed to catalogue every detail of her surroundings. "You're taking a big risk reaching out to all of us," she said quietly as we found a corner table. "They're very good at monitoring communications." I know, but Dr. Peterson thought it was time to break the silence. Harold was a good man. He carried this burden longer than any of us should have to. She slid a thin tablet across the table. "I've compiled everything I could recover from my observations in 1996. The trajectory data alone should be enough to prove artificial control." I downloaded the files to an encrypted drive, noting the precision of her documentation. This wasn't the work of a conspiracy theorist. This was rigorous scientific analysis that had been systematically suppressed. "There's something else," she said. "I've been in contact with colleagues in other countries. The pattern isn't random. These objects are conducting systematic reconnaissance of our entire solar system, mapping resources, defensive capabilities, population centres. For what purpose? That's what we need to find out. But I don't think we have much time left." Our meeting was interrupted by the arrival of James Mitchell. a nervous-looking man in his 60s who kept glancing over his shoulder as he approached our table. "We need to move," he said urgently. "There's a man with a camera taking pictures of everyone at this table." Black suit, earpiece, sitting by the fountain. I turned casually and spotted him immediately. Too well dressed for a conference, too alert for a tourist. Our eyes met for a split second before he looked away, but I'd seen enough to know we were blown. "How did they find us so fast?" Dr. Rodriguez whispered. "Doesn't matter," Mitchell replied. "What matters is getting out of here before they decide we're too dangerous to monitor passively." We separated and left through different exits, but the damage was done. My cover was blown, and now they knew I was actively building a network of suppressed witnesses. As I walked back to my hotel room, I could feel eyes on me from multiple directions. That evening I attended a presentation on deep space observation techniques, trying to maintain the appearance of normal conference activity. But my mind was racing, processing everything I'd learned and trying to anticipate their next move. The answer came sooner than expected. When I returned to my room at 11 p.m, the door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open slowly, reaching for the light switch, and froze. My room had been systematically searched. Every piece of luggage had been opened, every pocket turned inside out. My laptop was missing, along with the encrypted drives containing the leaked documents. But they'd left something behind. A single photograph on the bed. It showed me sitting at the cafe with Dr. Rodriguez and Mitchell, all three of us clearly identifiable. Written across the bottom in red ink, "Last warning." I grabbed my passport and the few items they'd left behind and got out of there immediately. The hotel lobby was filled with conference attendees, but I could spot at least 3 people who didn't belong, too alert, too focused on me specifically. I made it to my rental car and drove straight to the airport, abandoning my scheduled return flight for the first available departure to anywhere. As the plane lifted off, I watched Phoenix's lights disappear below and tried to process how completely my life had changed. I was no longer an investigator uncovering a conspiracy. I was a fugitive being actively pursued by forces with unlimited resources and no apparent limits on their willingness to use them. But I'd also gained something invaluable, proof that I wasn't alone and confirmation that the pattern was real. Whatever was coming, there were others who'd been preparing for it, and together we might stand a chance of exposing the truth. The question now was whether we could do it before they silenced us all permanently. I spent 3 weeks moving between cheap motels and internet cafes, using cash and fake names, trying to stay one step ahead of whoever was hunting me. The paranoia was exhausting, but the leaked documents I'd memorized kept me focused on the bigger picture. If the pattern was real, if something was coming, then the world deserved to know. My breakthrough came through an unexpected connection. Professor Liu Wei had put me in touch with a contact in the hacktivist community, someone known only as Ghost Signal, who specialized in hijacking broadcast streams for political messages. If I could provide credible evidence, they could get it in front of millions of people before anyone could stop them. The meeting was set up through an elaborate chain of encrypted communications. I found myself in a 24-hour diner in Albuquerque, sitting across from a 20-something woman with purple hair and enough facial piercings to set off a metal detector. She introduced herself only as Maya and seemed to take the whole thing as a personal challenge. "So you're telling me the government's been covering up alien visitors for 30 years, she said, stirring sugar into her coffee. "Not alien visitors, reconnaissance probes. There's a difference." "Is there?" "Either way, it's the biggest story in human history and they've been lying about it." She pulled out a modified tablet and began typing rapidly. "I can get you into any broadcast stream you want. Major networks, streaming services, social media feeds. The question is, what exactly do you want to tell people?" I'd been preparing for this moment for weeks. The message needed to be clear, credible, and impossible to dismiss as a hoax. I outlined my plan, a 10-minute presentation laying out the evidence, supported by the data I'd compiled from multiple sources. "Here's the problem," Maya said. "As soon as you start broadcasting, they're going to try to shut you down. I can keep the stream live for maybe 15 minutes before they find all my back doors. You get one shot at this. That's all I need. We spent the next hour setting up the technical details. Maya would hijack a popular astronomy livestream during peak viewing hours, giving me access to an audience already interested in space-related content. The broadcast would go out simultaneously across multiple platforms, making it harder to suppress completely. "One more thing," she said as we prepared to leave. "Once this goes live, there's no going back. They'll know exactly who you are and where you are. You sure you're ready for that?" I thought about Dr. Peterson dying alone with his secrets, about Dr. Rodriguez and the others spending decades in forced silence, about 3i Atlas sailing through space on its impossible trajectory while the world remained oblivious to the truth. I'm ready. The broadcast was scheduled for 9 p.m. Eastern Time on a Thursday night, prime viewing for astronomy enthusiasts. I'd rented a small studio space under a fake name and set up basic recording equipment. Maya would handle the technical aspects remotely, leaving me to focus on delivering the most important message of my life. At exactly 9 o'clock, Maya's voice crackled through my earpiece. "You're live in 3, 2, 1. Good evening. My name is Marcus Webb, and I'm a data analyst for the Near-Earth Object Surveillance Network. What I'm about to tell you will challenge everything you think you know about our place in the universe." I started with 3i Atlas, describing my initial observations and the systematic erasure of evidence. Then I expanded to the broader pattern, using charts and graphs to illustrate the regular intervals and artificial characteristics of the interstellar visitors. "These objects aren't random cosmic debris," I continued, holding up copies of the leaked documents. "They're part of a systematic reconnaissance program that has been monitoring Earth for over 3 decades. Our governments know this, and they've been actively covering it up." The chat feed exploded with comments, skepticism mixed with fascination as viewers tried to process what they were hearing. Some demanded additional proof, others shared their own unexplained observations, and a few confirmed that similar anomalies had been reported in other countries. "The pattern is accelerating," I said, moving to my final slides. "The intervals between visits are getting shorter, and according to my analysis, the next object, designated 4I/ATLAS, isn't coming to observe. It's coming to establish a permanent presence." I displayed the trajectory calculations that showed the next visitor would arrive within 18 months, on a path that would bring it into a stable orbit around Earth rather than passing through the solar system. Based on the data I've compiled from multiple sources, 4I/ATLAS will arrive in approximately 543 days. Unlike its predecessors, this object will not be leaving. It will take up position in our local space, and we need to be prepared for what that means. The chat feed was going crazy now, with thousands of viewers sharing the stream and demanding answers. Several amateur astronomers confirmed they could verify parts of my data with their own observations. The message was spreading faster than I dared hope. That's when Maya's voice crackled urgently in my earpiece. "We've got company. Black SUVs surrounding the building, and my feeds are being traced. Wrap it up now. If you're watching this, please share it with everyone you know," I said quickly. "The truth has been hidden for too long. In less than 2 years, we're going to find out what 37 years of reconnaissance has been preparing for. Don't let them keep you in the dark anymore." The feed went black just as I heard heavy footsteps in the corridor outside. I grabbed my notes and headed for the fire exit, but it was too late. 3 men in dark suits were already coming through the door, moving with the efficiency of people who'd done this many times before. "Mr. Webb, you need to come with us." I thought about running, but there was nowhere to go. I'd accomplished what I'd set out to do. The message was out there, spreading across the internet faster than they could contain it. Even if they silenced me now, the truth was already in motion. "Did I get your attention?" I asked. The lead agent smiled coldly. "You have no idea what you've just done." As they led me out in handcuffs, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in a storefront window. I looked exhausted, paranoid, probably more than a little crazy. But I also looked free. For the first time in months, I wasn't carrying the burden of the secret alone. The truth was finally out there, and now the world would have to decide what to do with it. I spent the next 72 hours in a windowless room that officially didn't exist, being questioned by people who officially weren't there. They didn't identify themselves, didn't read me my rights, and didn't seem particularly interested in following any legal procedures I was familiar with. The questions were always the same: who had given me the classified documents, how many copies existed, who else was involved in my conspiracy to disseminate false information. I stuck to the same answers. I'd acted alone, based on my own observations and publicly available data. They showed me printouts of the social media explosion that had followed my broadcast. Number Atlas pattern was trending worldwide, with millions of shares and thousands of amateur astronomers attempting to verify my claims. The initial wave of skepticism was giving way to grudging acceptance, as independent observers confirmed the trajectory anomalies I'd described. "You've caused quite a stir," said the lead interrogator, a woman in her 40s with steel-grey hair and eyes like winter. 12 countries have filed formal diplomatic protests. 3 observatories have been forced to release previously classified data. The president is demanding answers. "Good," I said. "Maybe now we can have an honest conversation about what's really happening." "You have no idea what you've done. Do you think we've been keeping this secret for fun? Do you think there isn't a reason for the careful management of this information?" For the first time I detected something other than cold professionalism in her voice. There was fear there, carefully controlled but unmistakable. "Then tell me the reason," I said. She was quiet for a long moment, studying my face as if trying to decide something important. Finally she spoke. "The reason is panic, mister." Webb. "The reason is the complete collapse of social order when 6 billion people realise they're not alone in the universe and that their governments have been lying to them for decades. The reason is mass hysteria, economic collapse and the end of civilization as we know it. People have a right to know. People have a right to survive. And sometimes those two rights are incompatible." She pulled out a tablet and showed me a series of news reports from the past few days. Stock markets crashing as investors fled anything connected to space technology. Religious leaders declaring the end times. Protest movements demanding government transparency. Military bases around the world placed on high alert. "This is just the beginning," she said. "Your little broadcast has started something that none of us can control anymore. I hope you're proud of yourself." They released me that evening without explanation, dropping me off at a bus station in a city I didn't recognise with nothing but my wallet and a warning to maintain a low profile. As I waited for a bus back to Los Angeles, I checked my phone for the first time in 3 days. The internet had exploded. My broadcast had been downloaded millions of times before the original streams were taken down. Amateur astronomers around the world were confirming the trajectory anomalies. Government officials were being pressed for statements, offering carefully worded non-denials that only fueled more speculation. But there was also a disturbing counter-narrative emerging. Professional debunkers were dissecting my presentation, pointing out inconsistencies and questioning my credentials. News outlets were running pieces about dangerous conspiracy theories and the psychology of false pattern recognition. My personal life was being scrutinised, with emphasis on my history of insomnia and anxiety medication. By the time I made it back to Los Angeles, the story was already shifting. The initial excitement was fading, replaced by sophisticated disinformation campaigns that made my claims seem increasingly implausible. Fake documents were circulating that contradicted my evidence. Expert witnesses were appearing on news programs to explain how natural phenomena could account for the observed anomalies. The cover-up was adapting, evolving to contain the damage I'd caused. I found my apartment exactly as I'd left it, but something felt different. The locks hadn't been changed. Nothing appeared to be missing, but there was a subtle wrongness that I couldn't quite identify. It wasn't until I checked my computer that I understood. Every file related to my investigation was gone, replaced by different versions that told a completely different story. The trajectory data now showed normal comet behaviour. The leaked documents appeared to be obvious forgeries. My own research notes had been altered to make me look delusional. They weren't just discrediting my story. They were gaslighting me on a personal level, making me question my own memories and observations. But they'd made one mistake. Hidden in a safety deposit box across town were the original printed documents Dr. Peterson had given me, physical proof that couldn't be digitally altered. As long as those papers existed, I had evidence that the conspiracy was real. I spent my first night back trying to contact the other members of my informal network, but most of their numbers had been disconnected. Dr. Rodriguez's university claimed she'd taken an extended sabbatical. James Mitchell's former colleagues insisted he'd moved overseas without leaving a forwarding address. Only Maya responded to my encrypted messages, and her news wasn't encouraging. "They've been thorough," she typed. "Every copy of the broadcast has been scrubbed from major platforms. The mirrors I set up have been taken down. Even the cached versions are disappearing from search engines. What about the amateur confirmations? Being systematically debunked. They've got teams of experts explaining away every anomaly, providing alternative interpretations for every piece of evidence. It's like watching history being rewritten in real time." I stared at my screen, feeling the weight of defeat settling over me. I'd sacrificed everything to get the truth out, and they were erasing it as efficiently as they'd erased my original data files. "There's something else," Maya continued. "I've been monitoring the official astronomy networks. They're planning something big. A coordinated announcement about 3i Atlas that's going to put this whole thing to bed once and for all." The announcement came 2 days later, during a press conference at NASA headquarters. A panel of distinguished astronomers and agency officials presented their definitive analysis of 3i Atlas, complete with detailed explanations for every anomaly I'd observed. The trajectory corrections were caused by asymmetric outgassing from previously undetected volatile compounds. The lack of a visible coma was due to unusual mineral composition that sublimated in the infrared spectrum. The precise course changes were actually random fluctuations that appeared purposeful when viewed through the lens of conspiracy thinking. They even had a new name for the phenomenon: false pattern syndrome, a psychological condition where observers perceived intentional design in random data. I was cited as a textbook example, a well-meaning analyst whose mental health issues had led him to see aliens where none existed. The presentation was flawless, authoritative, and completely convincing. Within hours, the remaining support for my claims evaporated. Social media moved on to other conspiracies. The news cycle found new crises to exploit. 3i Atlas was officially just another comet, and I was officially just another delusional conspiracy theorist. But as I watched the press conference from my apartment, clutching Dr. Peterson's documents and remembering the fear in my interrogator's eyes, I knew they hadn't really won. They'd controlled the narrative, managed the public reaction, and preserved the status quo. But they couldn't change the truth. In less than 500 days, 4i/ATLAS would arrive, and all their careful lies would be exposed. The only question was whether anyone would be watching when it happened. Picture this. You're working security at one of Miami's busiest shopping centres on New Year's Eve, expecting nothing more than the usual drunk tourists and teenage troublemakers. But then you witness something that changes everything. Something the authorities desperately want erased from existence. Tonight's story comes from a special video suggestion by CJB64648, and it's a deep dive into one of the most covered-up incidents in recent memory. If you enjoy these mysterious tales that keep you awake at night, make sure to like and subscribe to Sleep Theories, and drop your own story suggestions in the comments below. You never know, your idea might be our next investigation. My name is Marcus Rivera, and I used to be somebody who slept peacefully at night. That was before January 1st, 2020, before I became the kind of person who checks over their shoulder in grocery store parking lots and keeps burner phones in different states. Before I learned that some truths are too dangerous to speak aloud. I'd been working security at Bayside Marketplace for 3 years when it happened. It wasn't glamorous work, mostly dealing with shoplifters pocketing designer knockoffs, breaking up fights between drunk college kids, and occasionally escorting belligerent tourists off the property. The pay was decent, the hours were steady, and in a city like Miami, steady work was a blessing I didn't take for granted. New Year's Eve was always busy. The marketplace transformed into a pulsing carnival of music, fireworks, and celebration. Street performers juggled fire while salsa dancers spun beneath strings of lights that turned the whole complex into something magical. I'd worked enough of these nights to know the rhythm, start quiet, build to chaos around midnight, then gradually wind down as people stumbled home or migrated to after-parties in South Beach. That night started exactly like all the others. I was stationed in the main security office, a cramped room lined with monitors showing feeds from 37 cameras throughout the complex. My partner, Julie Santos, was doing walking rounds while I kept watch on the screens. The usual suspects were out in force, teenagers trying to sneak alcohol, couples looking for dark corners to make out, and the occasional pickpocket working the crowd. At 11:47 p.m, my radio crackled to life. "Marcus, we've got a situation in the food court," Julie's voice came through tense and breathless. "Big fight. Multiple juveniles involved. I'm calling it in." I leaned forward in my chair, switching the main monitor to the food court cameras. Sure enough, I could see a cluster of people in the centre of the dining area, with several figures on the ground and others throwing punches. It looked like a typical teenage brawl that had gotten out of hand, the kind of thing that happened when too many high school crews ended up in the same space, with too much alcohol and testosterone. "Copy that," I radioed back, already pulling up the incident report form on my computer. "I've got eyes on it. Looks like 6, maybe 7 individuals involved." Within minutes, the place was swarming with Miami-Dade police. I watched through the cameras as officers flooded the food court, separating fighters and zip-tying hands behind backs. Standard procedure for this kind of thing. I'd seen it dozens of times before. But then Lieutenant Rodriguez's voice came over the radio with an order I'd never heard in 3 years of working security. "Rivera, I need you to stay in that office and monitor all camera feeds. Do not leave that room. We're looking for additional suspects who may have fled the scene." Additional suspects? I frowned at the monitors. From what I could see, they'd already detained everyone involved in the fight. But orders were orders, and I started systematically scanning through all 37 camera angles, looking for anyone running or acting suspicious. That's when I saw it. Or rather, that's when I saw him. Camera 23 covered the north parking lot, the area closest to the marina where most of the high-end tourists parked their rental cars. It was usually one of the quieter feeds. Not much foot traffic, just people coming and going from the restaurants along the water. But at 11:52 p.m, something moved across the screen that made me sit up straighter in my chair. A figure was walking through the parking lot, weaving between the police cars that had responded to the food court incident. At first glance, it looked like a person, tall, thin, wearing what appeared to be dark clothing. But something about the movement was wrong. It was too fluid, too purposeful. While everyone else in the area was either running toward the excitement or hurrying away from it, this figure moved with an almost predatory stillness. I leaned closer to the monitor and reached for the camera controls, zooming in for a better look. The figure was definitely tall, maybe 6.5 feet, possibly taller. The proportions seemed off somehow, like the limbs were too long for the torso, but the resolution wasn't good enough to be certain. As I adjusted the focus, trying to get a clearer image, the figure suddenly stopped walking and turned directly toward the camera. That's when I got my first real look at the face, or what should have been a face. The zoom wasn't perfect, but even through the pixelated digital enhancement, I could see that something was fundamentally wrong with this person's features. The head seemed too elongated, tilted at an angle that would have been uncomfortable for a human being, and the eyes reflected the parking lot lights like an animal's, throwing back twin points of cold white light. I blinked hard and refocused the camera, but when the image cleared again, the figure was gone. Not walking away, not running, simply gone, as if it had never been there at all. "What the hell?" I muttered, rewinding the feed to watch it again. But when I tried to replay the footage, the screen glitched. Digital static filled camera 23's feed, then cleared to show the parking lot as it should be. Empty police cars, no mysterious figure, nothing but concrete and streetlights. I switched to camera 22, which covered part of the same area. Normal footage. Camera 24, which caught the edge of that parking lot from a different angle. Also normal. Only camera 23 had malfunctioned, and only for the exact duration when that figure had been visible. My hands were shaking slightly as I cycled through the other feeds, looking for any sign of the tall figure. Nothing. It was as if those 60 seconds had been surgically removed from reality. I grabbed my radio, then hesitated. What exactly was I supposed to report? That I'd seen someone tall walking through a parking lot? That their eyes had reflected light in a way that seemed unnatural? That they'd somehow vanished from a digital recording? Instead, I made a note in the security log. 11:52 p.m. Possible equipment malfunction on camera 23. Will need technical inspection. But I knew it wasn't a malfunction, and deep down I suspected I'd just seen something I wasn't supposed to see. The food court incident was winding down by 12:15 a.m. Most of the teenagers had been released to their parents with citations, and only 2 were being transported to the station for more serious charges. The crowd of onlookers had dispersed, and the marketplace was returning to its normal New Year's Eve rhythm of music and celebration. Lieutenant Rodriguez came by the security office to check in. Everything quiet on the cameras, Rivera. I almost told him about camera 23. Almost. But something in his expression, a tightness around the eyes, a forced casualness in his voice, made me hesitate. Yeah, all quiet, I said instead. Just the usual crowd control stuff. He nodded but didn't leave immediately. Listen, we might be here for a while longer. Some follow-up we need to do. Keep monitoring those feeds, okay? Any unusual activity, you radio it in immediately. Unusual how? Just unusual. He turned to go, then paused. And Rivera? Don't leave the office until we give the all clear. I mean it. After he left, I sat staring at the monitors with growing unease. In 3 years of working security, I'd never been told to stay in the office during an incident. Usually they wanted us out patrolling, being visible, helping to maintain order. This felt different. This felt like they were trying to keep me contained. At 12:45 a.m, curiosity got the better of me. Julie was still doing rounds somewhere on the south side of the complex. The radio had been quiet for 20 minutes. Most of the police seemed to have cleared out, leaving just a few units in the food court area. I made a decision that would change everything. I left the office. The night air hit me like a warm, humid wall as I stepped outside. Even in January, Miami nights carried that tropical weight that made your clothes stick to your skin within minutes. The sounds of celebration echoed off the water. Distant music, laughter, the occasional firecracker that someone had saved from earlier. I walked toward the north parking lot, telling myself I was just doing a routine patrol, that I wasn't specifically looking for any tall figures with reflective eyes, that I was just checking on the area where camera 23 had experienced its malfunction. The parking lot looked normal. Police cars had left tyre marks on the asphalt, and there were a few pieces of trash that would need to be cleaned up in the morning, but nothing out of the ordinary. I was about to head back inside when I heard it, a sound like static electricity but deeper, like the air itself was being torn. I turned toward the sound and felt every hair on my arm stand up. The sensation was immediate and overwhelming, like standing too close to a Tesla coil or walking beneath power lines during a storm. The air tasted metallic, sharp on my tongue, and then I saw it again. The figure was standing about 50 feet away, just beyond the edge of the parking lot lighting. It was definitely tall, taller than I'd estimated from the camera feed. 7 feet, maybe more. The proportions that had seemed off on the monitor were even more disturbing in person. The limbs were too long, the torso too narrow, and the head. The head was wrong in ways that my brain struggled to process. It stood perfectly still, watching me with those reflective eyes. There was an intelligence there that was unmistakably aware, unmistakably focused. It knew I was looking at it, and it was looking back. For a moment that felt like an eternity. We simply observed each other across that distance of concrete and shadow. I should have been terrified. I should have run, or screamed, or grabbed my radio. But instead I felt a strange sense of recognition, as if some part of me had been expecting this encounter. The figure tilted its head, too far to one side at an angle that would have snapped a human neck, and I heard that static sound again, stronger this time. The streetlights around me flickered. Then, without any visible movement, without taking a step or turning around, the figure simply wasn't there anymore. The absence was so complete that for a moment I wondered if I'd imagined the whole thing. But the hair on my arms was still standing up, and the taste of copper lingered in my mouth. I stood in that parking lot for another 10 minutes, waiting for it to return, but the night had gone back to normal. The air temperature returned to its typical subtropical warmth. The streetlights stopped flickering, and the only sounds were the distant echoes of New Year's Eve festivities. When I finally walked back to the security office, my legs were unsteady and my hands wouldn't stop shaking. I was barely back in my chair when the radio exploded with activity. All units, we have a code 7 in the north parking area. SWAT is en route. I repeat, SWAT is en route to Bayside Marketplace. Code 7. In 3 years of security work, I'd never heard that designation used. I grabbed the radio handbook from the desk drawer and flipped through the pages of police codes. Code 1 through Code 6 were all there. Everything from routine traffic stops to armed suspects. But there was no Code 7 listed. Through the security office windows, I could see flashing lights converging on the marketplace from multiple directions. More police cars than I'd ever seen for a single incident, plus several unmarked black vehicles that definitely weren't standard Miami-Dade units. Rivera. Lieutenant Rodriguez's voice came through my radio, sharp and urgent. "I need you out of that office." "Now." "Sir? I thought you wanted me monitoring the cameras. Plans have changed. Exit the building immediately and report to the main parking area. Do not return to the security office under any circumstances." I looked at the monitors one more time, scanning for any sign of the tall figure. All cameras showed normal activity. Police cars, officers moving with purpose, nothing unusual. Camera 23 was working perfectly again. As I stood up to leave, I noticed something I'd missed before. The timestamp on camera 23's feed was wrong. While all the other monitors showed the correct time, 1:23 a.m., camera 23's timestamp was stuck at 11:51 p.m. 11:51. 1 minute before I'd first seen the figure, I grabbed a pen and quickly wrote down the discrepancy on a piece of paper, shoving it into my pocket as I headed for the door. Outside, the scene was unlike anything I'd experienced in my years working security. The entire north end of the marketplace had been cordoned off with police tape, and officers in full tactical gear were sweeping through the area with equipment I didn't recognise. Some of it looked like standard metal detectors, but other devices appeared more sophisticated. Handheld screens that glowed with complex readouts, instruments that emitted soft beeping sounds as they moved. More concerning were the men in plain clothes. They weren't Miami-Dade police, that much was obvious. They wore identical dark suits despite the humid night, and they moved with the kind of coordinated efficiency that spoke of federal training. One of them was directing the SWAT team's sweep patterns, while speaking quietly into a radio that looked far more advanced than anything in our security arsenal. I found Lieutenant Rodriguez near the entrance to the marketplace, but when I approached him, his expression was grim. "Rivera, I need you to go home. Your shift is over." "Sir, we're scheduled until 6 a.m. "Not tonight. Consider this paid leave. Don't come back until you hear from us." Before I could ask any more questions, he was walking away, leaving me standing alone while tactical teams swarmed the area where I'd seen the figure just an hour earlier. As I walked to my car, I passed close enough to one of the SWAT officers to overhear part of his radio conversation. Target is no longer in the immediate area. Expanding search perimeter to include marina and surrounding blocks. Be advised, we're dealing with a mobile situation. Containment protocols are in effect until further notice. Target not suspect, not individual. Target. I drove home with more questions than answers, but I had the sinking feeling that asking those questions was going to get me into more trouble than I was prepared for. The next morning I called the security office to check in, and was told that all camera footage from New Year's Eve had been accidentally corrupted during a system update. 3 years of reliable digital storage, and the one night when I needed to review the feeds, everything had been wiped clean. I should have kept my mouth shut. Looking back, that's the decision that would have saved my job, my friendships, and quite possibly my life. But I'd seen something that defied explanation, and the official response was a cover-up so obvious it was almost insulting. The first person I told was Julie. We met for coffee 3 days after the incident at a little Cuban place on Calle Ocho that we'd been to dozens of times before. Julie had been working security even longer than me, and if anyone would understand the strangeness of what had happened, it would be her. The whole thing was weird, Marcus, she agreed, stirring sugar into her cortadito. I've never seen that much police response for a food court fight, and the way they cleared us out afterward, it felt like they were trying to hide something. I leaned forward across the small table. Julie, I think I saw what they were trying to hide. I told her everything. The figure on camera 23, the way it had vanished from the digital feed, the encounter in the parking lot, the reflective eyes and impossible proportions. I described the static electricity feeling, the way the streetlights had flickered, the sudden absence that had felt like a hole torn in reality itself. Julie listened without interrupting, her expression growing more sceptical with each detail. Marcus, she said when I finished, you know how that sounds, right? I know exactly how it sounds. But I also know what I saw. You were working a 12-hour shift on New Year's Eve. You'd been staring at security monitors for hours. Sometimes our eyes play tricks on us, especially when we're tired and stressed. It was the response I'd expected, but it still stung. The camera malfunction wasn't in my head, Julie. The timestamp error wasn't fatigue. Something happened that night, and they're covering it up. She reached across the table and squeezed my hand. Even if something strange did happen, what are you planning to do about it? File a report? Call the newspapers? They'd laugh you out of the building. But I was already past that point. The need to understand what I'd witnessed had become an obsession that was keeping me awake at night. I'd spent the past 3 days researching everything I could find about unexplained sightings in Miami, government cover-ups, and cases where security footage had mysteriously disappeared. That night, I created an anonymous account on Reddit and posted a carefully worded description of the incident on several conspiracy theory forums. Security guard at major Miami tourist location witnessed unexplained figure during police response to disturbance. Figure showed non-human characteristics and disappeared from digital surveillance during apparent equipment malfunction. Heavy federal presence followed. All footage from incidents subsequently destroyed. Looking for information about similar encounters. The responses were immediate and varied. Most were the usual internet skeptics calling me crazy or asking for proof I couldn't provide. But a few responses stood out. User blackout Miami. Similar incident reported at government center in December. Tall figure seen on security cameras. Footage disappeared. Witnesses transferred or fired. User eyes on the skies. Check out Project Blue Book files from the 1960s. Miami has a history of unexplained encounters that get buried. User whistleblower warn. Delete this post immediately. They monitor these forums. You're already on their radar. I didn't delete the post. Instead, I started documenting everything I could remember about the incident, writing detailed accounts of the encounter and saving them in multiple locations. I scanned the handwritten note about the timestamp error and uploaded it to several cloud storage accounts. Within 48 hours, every single one of my posts had been removed by forum moderators, citing unverified claims and potential misinformation. That's when I realised I was dealing with something much bigger than a simple cover-up. On Monday morning, I reported to work as usual, expecting to return to normal security duties. Instead, I was called into the Human Resources office before my shift even started. Margaret Chen, the HR manager, was sitting behind her desk with a file folder and an expression that told me this wasn't going to be a pleasant conversation. Marcus, we need to discuss a serious violation of company policy that occurred during your shift on New Year's Eve. My stomach dropped. What kind of violation? According to Lieutenant Rodriguez's report, you abandoned your assigned post despite direct orders to remain in the security office. You also failed to report unusual activity that may have been relevant to an ongoing police investigation. I stared at her in disbelief. I was told to leave the office. Rodriguez himself ordered me to... That's not what his report says. According to the official record, you left your post without authorization and failed to cooperate with law enforcement during a critical incident. She slid a piece of paper across the desk. This is your termination notice, effective immediately. Security will escort you from the building, and you're prohibited from returning to Bayside Marketplace property. I tried to argue, to explain what had really happened, but Margaret was already standing up, signalling that the conversation was over. "I'd strongly advise you to avoid discussing the details of your employment here with anyone," she said, as two security guards appeared in the doorway. "Your final paycheck will be mailed to your address on file." As I was escorted out of the building where I'd worked for 3 years, I caught a glimpse of my replacement already sitting in the security office, monitoring the same 37 cameras that had shown me something I wasn't supposed to see. That afternoon, I called Julie to tell her what had happened. Her phone went straight to voicemail. When I tried her again the next day, I got a message saying the number was no longer in service. I never spoke to Julie Santos again. Losing my job should have been a wake-up call. A rational person would have taken the hint, moved on, and found new employment without asking too many questions about why their previous position had ended so abruptly. I was not a rational person. Instead of backing down, I doubled down on my investigation. If they were willing to fire me to keep me quiet, then whatever I'd witnessed was even more significant than I'd initially believed. I started by mapping out every business in the Bayside Marketplace complex, identifying potential witnesses who might have seen something unusual on New Year's Eve. Most of the shops and restaurants would have been closed by the time of the incident, but there were a few 24-hour establishments that would have had staff present. My first stop was Marina Cafe, a small coffee shop that stayed open late to serve the restaurant workers getting off their shifts. The night manager, a woman named Rosa Gutierrez, remembered the police activity but initially claimed she hadn't seen anything unusual. "Just a lot of cops," she said, wiping down tables with nervous energy, more than I'd ever seen for a teenage fight. Made me wonder if something bigger was going on. I pressed gently, explaining that I'd been working security that night and was trying to understand the full scope of what had happened. After some hesitation, Rosa looked around to make sure we were alone in the cafe. "There was something else," she said quietly. Around midnight, just before all the police arrived, I heard this sound. Like a growl, but deeper. It made the windows vibrate. A growl? Not from a person, not from any animal I've ever heard. It came from outside, somewhere near the marina, lasted maybe 10 seconds, then stopped. I looked out the window but didn't see anything. Scared the hell out of me, though. She paused, then added, "And the weird thing is, all the seagulls disappeared. You know how they usually hang around the docks all night looking for scraps? After that sound, I didn't see a single bird for the rest of my shift, like they all just left." My second significant lead came from Miguel Santos, who worked the night shift at the marina's boat rental office. Miguel was more reluctant to talk, but when I mentioned that I'd been fired for asking questions about that night, his attitude changed. "They got to you too, huh?" he said, glancing around nervously. "Same thing happened to my cousin. He was working valet parking that night, saw something he wasn't supposed to see. Next day, fired for performance issues. 20-year employee with a spotless record. What did he see? Something by the loading docks. Said it looked like a person at first, but when he got closer, he realised it was all wrong. Too tall, moving in a way that made his skin crawl. When he tried to report it, his supervisor told him to forget about it and sent him home early." Miguel pulled out his phone and showed me a grainy photo. He managed to snap this before his phone mysteriously reset itself. The image was blurry and poorly lit, but I could make out a tall, dark shape near one of the loading dock areas. The proportions looked wrong, elongated and angular in a way that suggested it wasn't human. "Can you send me this photo?" "Already tried. Every time I attempt to forward it or upload it anywhere, the file gets corrupted. My cousin's the only one who has the original, and his phone won't connect to any networks anymore. Just displays an error message whenever he tries to access cellular or Wi-Fi." The pattern was becoming clear. Multiple witnesses, all experiencing technological problems when they tried to document or share what they'd seen, all facing professional consequences for asking questions. But the most significant breakthrough came from an unexpected source. I was having lunch at a small Dominican restaurant in Little Havana when I overheard 2 men at the next table discussing something in hushed tones. One of them mentioned Bayside Marketplace and New Year's Eve, which immediately caught my attention. "Never seen anything like it in 20 years on the force," one was saying. "When those federal boys showed up, they took control of everything, told us to forget what we'd seen, and threatened our pensions if we talked." I turned slightly to get a better look at the speakers. Both appeared to be in their 50s, with the bearing of former law enforcement. The one doing most of the talking was a large man with greying hair and tired eyes. After they finished eating, I followed them out to the parking lot and approached carefully. "Excuse me," I said. "I couldn't help overhearing you mention Bayside Marketplace. Were you there on New Year's Eve?" The man who'd been talking immediately tensed up. Who's asking? Someone who was there too. Someone who got fired for asking the wrong questions. Something in my tone must have convinced him that I wasn't a threat, because his posture relaxed slightly. "You're the security guard. Rivera, right?" I nodded, surprised that he knew my name. "I'm Detective Frank Morrison." Was Detective Morrison anyway. Retired early after that night. He gestured to his companion. "This is Detective Louis Vargas, also retired. What did you see out there?" Morrison looked around the parking lot, checking for any observers, then made a decision. "Not here. Too exposed. You want answers? Meet us at the Whale Harbour tonight at 8. Come alone." The Whale Harbour was a dive bar in Key Biscayne, the kind of place where off-duty cops went to drink and complain about their jobs. When I arrived at 8, Morrison and Vargas were already there, sitting in a corner booth with a clear view of the entrance. "Before we start," Morrison said as I sat down, "you need to understand that everything we're about to tell you is off the record. We've got families, pensions, and a lot to lose. But what happened that night, it's been eating at us for months." He took a long drink from his beer, then began to speak. "We were called in as backup for the food court incident. Standard crowd control stuff, nothing unusual. But about 20 minutes in, we got new orders. Federal agents had arrived and were taking over the scene. They wanted us to establish a perimeter around the entire north end of the complex." Federal agents from which agency? That's the thing. They never identified themselves. No badges, no credentials shown to us. Just orders passed down from the lieutenant that we were to cooperate fully and ask no questions. Vargas leaned forward. "About an hour in, they brought in some kind of specialised equipment. Not standard law enforcement gear. These devices were scanning for something, and when they found it, the whole operation changed." "Changed how?" "They called for a containment unit," Morrison said. "Black trucks, unmarked vehicles, personnel in hazmat-style suits. They cordoned off a section of the parking lot and brought in what looked like a mobile laboratory." "Did you see what they were containing?" Morrison and Vargas exchanged glances. "We saw them load something into one of the trucks," Vargas said slowly. "Something large, covered in a metallic tarp. But before they sealed the container, the tarp shifted." He paused, seeming to gather courage to continue. "I got a glimpse of what was underneath. It was... I don't know what it was. Not human. Not any kind of animal I've ever seen. It was tall, probably 7 feet or more, with limbs that bent in ways that didn't make sense. And the skin. The skin looked wrong," Morrison finished. "Like it was reflecting light from underneath. Almost metallic, but organic at the same time. Was it alive? I don't know. It wasn't moving. But there was something about it that felt aware. Like even unconscious or sedated, it was still somehow present." They told me that after the containment unit left, all officers involved were called into individual meetings with federal agents. Each was told that the incident was classified under national security provisions, and that discussing any details with unauthorised personnel would result in prosecution under the Espionage Act. "Most of the guys were fine with that," Morrison said. "They got overtime pay, a commendation for their service, and orders to forget the whole thing. But Vargas and I, we'd seen too much. We started asking questions." What kind of questions? Whether this was an isolated incident, whether there had been similar events in other cities, whether the public had a right to know that something non-human was being covered up by our own government. Within a week, both detectives had been called into internal affairs investigations. Morrison was accused of excessive force during an unrelated arrest from 6 months earlier. Vargas was investigated for financial irregularities in his expense reports. "Nothing they could make stick," Vargas said, but the message was clear. Keep quiet or face consequences. Both men had chosen early retirement rather than continue to work under the threat of constant scrutiny. "The thing is," Morrison said as we prepared to leave, "this isn't the first time something like this has happened in Miami. We started digging into old cases, looking for patterns. There have been at least 3 similar incidents in the past 5 years, always the same response: immediate federal takeover, memory hold within 48 hours, witnesses either discredited or disappeared. He handed me a piece of paper with several addresses written on it. These are the locations of the other incidents. If you're serious about investigating this, that's where you should start. But Rivera? I looked up from the paper. Be careful. Whatever you saw that night, whoever's covering it up, they've got resources we can't even imagine. They've already destroyed your career. Don't let them destroy your life. The first address Morrison had given me was a construction site in downtown Miami, where, according to police records, there had been a gas leak evacuation in March 2019. The official story was that workers had detected dangerous levels of methane and called in hazmat teams as a precaution. But when I spoke to Carlos Mendez, a construction foreman who'd been working the site that day, I got a very different account. "Gas leak my ass," Carlos said when I met him at a job site in Coral Gables. "I was the safety supervisor on that project. I know gas leaks, and what we saw that morning wasn't any kind of leak. According to Carlos, workers had discovered something while excavating for a new foundation. Something that had been buried about 12 feet underground, wrapped in what appeared to be a metallic cocoon or shell. It was the size of a person, maybe bigger. The outer layer was like nothing I'd ever seen, part organic, part technological. When we tried to cut through it to see what was inside, the whole thing started humming. Humming? Like electrical equipment, but alive somehow. And the temperature around it dropped about 20 degrees in a matter of minutes. Our breath was visible, right there in the middle of a Miami summer. Within hours, federal agents had arrived and declared the site a potential environmental hazard. All workers were evacuated, sworn to secrecy, and paid substantial bonuses for their discretion. They brought in equipment I'd never seen before, Carlos continued, extracted whatever was buried there and covered the whole thing up. Next day, official reports said it was a false alarm about gas levels. The second address led me to Virginia Key, where in August 2020, several witnesses had reported seeing strange lights over the water during what authorities described as military training exercises. Maria Rodriguez, who lived in a waterfront apartment that overlooked the bay, had been one of those witnesses. "It wasn't aircraft," she told me as we sat on her balcony, looking out over the same stretch of water. The lights moved in ways that defied physics. They would hover motionless, then accelerate to impossible speeds, then stop instantly. No sound, no visible means of propulsion. She'd tried to record the lights with her phone, but every video came out distorted or completely black. The strange part was what happened afterward. For 3 days, no marine life was visible in the bay. No fish, no dolphins, no birds. It was like every living thing had fled the area. When Maria had tried to report her sighting to local news stations, she was told that the military had already provided an explanation and that the matter was closed. The third address was the most disturbing. It led me to a residential neighbourhood in Homestead where, in November 2021, a family had reported a break-in with unusual circumstances. According to the police report I obtained through a records request, the Rodriguez family had called 911 claiming that intruders with non-human characteristics had entered their home during the night. I found Elena Rodriguez working at a local grocery store. She was a middle-aged woman with tired eyes who became visibly uncomfortable when I mentioned the incident. "I don't talk about that anymore," she said immediately. "My family. We've moved on." But when I pressed gently, explaining that I'd experienced something similar and was looking for answers, she agreed to meet me after her shift. "They came through the walls," she told me as we sat in her car in the grocery store parking lot. "Not through the doors or windows, through the walls themselves, like they could pass through solid matter." Eleanor described 3 figures, all tall and unnaturally thin, with elongated limbs and faces that seemed somehow incomplete. They had moved through her house silently, examining her family members as they slept, before departing the same way they had arrived. My youngest son, Diego, he woke up during it. He saw one of them standing over his bed. It looked down at him, and Diego said its eyes were like mirrors, reflecting everything but showing nothing. When Elena had called the police, They'd initially responded as if it were a standard home invasion, but when the responding officers heard her description of the intruders, everything changed. Within an hour, federal agents had arrived and conducted extensive interviews with the entire family. They told us it was a shared hallucination caused by a gas leak, Elena said bitterly. But there was no gas leak, and hallucinations don't leave physical evidence. She showed me a photo on her phone. 3 perfectly circular indentations in her hardwood floor, each about 6 inches in diameter and a 1/4 inch deep. These appeared where they stood. The agents tried to convince us they'd always been there, but I'd lived in that house for 15 years. I knew every mark on those floors. After the investigation, Eleanor's family had been relocated to a different neighbourhood and given new jobs. Her husband, who'd been most vocal about the incident, had died in a car accident 6 months later, single vehicle collision, ruled accidental. That's when I stopped talking, Lena finished. Whatever they are, whatever they want, someone very powerful is protecting them, and people who ask too many questions. Things happen to them. I was beginning to understand the scope of what I was dealing with. This wasn't just a cover-up of a single incident. It was a systematic suppression of information about ongoing contact with non-human entities. But I was about to learn just how closely I was being monitored. I just returned to my apartment after meeting with Elena when I noticed the man standing across the street. He was wearing a plain grey suit despite the Miami heat, and he was looking directly at my building. When I looked out the window again 10 minutes later, he was still there. The next morning, as I left for another interview with a potential witness, the same man was waiting by my car. "Mr. Rivera," he said as I approached. His voice was calm, professional, and completely devoid of emotion. "I think we need to have a conversation." He wasn't particularly tall or imposing, but something about his presence made my skin crawl. His eyes were the palest blue I'd ever seen, almost colourless, and when he looked at me, I felt like he was cataloguing every detail of my appearance. "Who are you?" "Someone who's been watching your recent activities with great interest. Your investigation into events at Bayside Marketplace, your conversations with former police officers, your meetings with the Rodriguez family." The fact that he knew about Elena immediately told me how thoroughly I was being monitored. "I'm just looking for answers," I said. "No, Mr. Rivera. You're looking for trouble, and you're very close to finding more than you can handle." He reached into his jacket and pulled out a manila envelope, handing it to me. "These are photographs taken outside your apartment building over the past week. Notice anything interesting?" I opened the envelope with shaking hands. Inside were a dozen surveillance photos showing me entering and leaving my building, walking to my car, meeting with various people. But it wasn't the photos themselves that made my blood run cold. It was the timestamp on each image. They had been taken from angles that should have been impossible, high above street level, as if the photographer had been floating in mid-air. And in several of the photos I could see partial reflections in windows and car mirrors that showed the photographer's position. The camera had been at least 30 feet off the ground. "We know everything you've been doing, everyone you've spoken to, every document you've accessed. You think you're investigating us, but we've been studying you since the moment you left that security office." He paused, letting that sink in. "You saw something you weren't supposed to see. That was an accident, an unfortunate coincidence. But instead of accepting the logical explanation and moving on with your life, you've chosen to pursue answers that could endanger national security." "National security? What kind of national security requires covering up contact with non-human entities?" The man's expression didn't change, but something flickered behind those pale eyes. The kind that prevents mass panic, economic collapse, and the breakdown of social order. "Do you really think the public is ready to learn that they're not alone in the universe? That beings with technology beyond our understanding have been operating on Earth for decades? So you admit it. These things, whatever they are, they're real. I admit nothing. But I'm offering you a choice, Mr. Rivera. Walk away now, and you can return to your normal life. We can arrange new employment, perhaps relocate you to a different city if you prefer. All we ask is your silence. And if I refuse, then you'll discover that there are worse things than being fired from a security job." He turned to go, then paused. "You have 48 hours to decide. After that, the offer expires and other measures will be considered necessary. That night I found my car window smashed and my apartment door slightly ajar. Nothing was missing, but every electronic device I owned had been mysteriously reset to factory settings. My computer's hard drive had been wiped, my phone had been remotely erased, and even my digital camera's memory card was blank. The message was clear. They could reach me anywhere, any time, and they had technology that made conventional security meaningless. But instead of intimidating me into silence, the threat only reinforced my determination to find the truth. I spent the next day acquiring new equipment and creating backup plans that I hoped would be hardest to detect. Burner phones paid for with cash, anonymous email accounts accessed from public computers, physical documents stored in multiple locations. If they wanted to play surveillance games, I was going to make them work for it. My breakthrough came from an unexpected source, Detective Morrison. He called me on one of my new phones with information that changed everything. Rivera, I've been doing some digging since our conversation. Found someone you need to meet. Former federal agent who worked these kinds of cases before he had a crisis of conscience. The meeting was arranged for a small cafe in Coral Gables. I arrived early and chose a table with clear sightlines to all entrances, paranoid now about being followed or monitored. The man who approached my table looked like he hadn't slept in weeks. He was thin, pale, with the kind of nervous energy that came from constantly looking over his shoulder. "You're Rivera," he said without preamble as he sat down. "I'm Agent Thompson. Former Agent Thompson, I should say. Morrison said you worked these cases." For 12 years I was part of a classified program that dealt with what we called anomalous contact events. What you witnessed at Bayside was just the latest in a long series of incidents that have been occurring with increasing frequency. Thompson looked around the cafe nervously before continuing. "The entities you saw, we call them visitors, have been making contact for decades. Not invasion-style contact, more like observation. Study. They seem to be monitoring human development, occasionally taking samples or specimens. Specimens? Missing persons cases that never get solved. People who vanish without a trace, often from areas where visitor activity has been detected. The official position is that there's no connection, but the patterns are unmistakable." He pulled out a thick folder and slid it across the table. "These are copies of classified reports from similar incidents across the country. Miami has had more visitor activity than almost anywhere else, probably because of its location and population density." I opened the folder and found myself looking at government documents marked with classification levels I'd never seen before. Incident reports, witness statements, technical analyses of recovered materials. Why are you showing me this? Because the program is changing direction. For years the policy was containment and secrecy. Document the encounters, clean up the evidence, silence the witnesses. But recently there's been a shift toward active cooperation. Cooperation? Trade agreements, technology exchanges. The visitors have been offering advanced science in return for access to human subjects and freedom to operate without interference. Thompson's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. "Some people in the government think this is humanity's chance to make a quantum leap in technological development. Others think we're selling our species to entities whose motives we don't understand." He pointed to a specific document in the folder. "That's a report from 3 months ago. A visitor delegation meeting with Pentagon officials to discuss expanded operations. Your incident at Bayside was part of a new protocol. Instead of completely hiding their activities, they're testing public response to limited exposure." "You mean they wanted me to see them?" "Not you specifically, but someone. They need to gauge how humans react to direct contact, how effectively the cover-up mechanisms work, how much pressure it takes to silence witnesses." The implications were staggering. I hadn't stumbled onto a secret. I'd been used as a test subject in some kind of psychological experiment. What happened to the entity they captured at Bayside? Transported to a secure facility in Nevada. But Rivera, here's the thing. It wasn't captured. It was surrendered. The visitors sometimes allow us to take individuals for study as part of the cooperation agreement. Thompson stood up to leave but turned back one more time. "There's a transportation scheduled for tonight. They're moving the Bayside specimen to a different facility, and there's going to be a window of vulnerability during the transfer, if someone wanted to document proof of the program. He left an address written on a napkin and walked away without another word. The address Thompson had given me was for a warehouse in the industrial district near the port. According to my research, it was officially owned by a shipping company, but tax records showed it had been leased to a federal agency under a classified contract. I arrived at 11 p.m. and found a position across the street where I could observe the warehouse without being seen. The building was surrounded by a high fence topped with razor wire, and I could see armed guards patrolling the perimeter. At 11:45, a convoy of black vehicles arrived, 3 SUVs and a large truck that looked like it had been modified for special cargo. Federal agents in tactical gear emerged from the vehicles and began preparing for some kind of operation. I'd managed to acquire a camera with a powerful telephoto lens, and I started documenting everything I could see. The agents were using equipment that looked far more advanced than standard law enforcement gear. Devices that glowed with soft light, instruments that seemed to scan the air itself. At midnight they brought out the container. It was roughly the size of a coffin, made from some kind of metallic material that seemed to shift and flow in the light. 2 agents carried it carefully to the modified truck, handling it with the kind of reverence usually reserved for religious artifacts. But as they loaded the container, something went wrong. One of the agents stumbled, and the container tilted at an angle that caused part of its contents to become visible through a transparent section I hadn't noticed before. Through my camera lens, I got a clear view of what was inside. It was the entity from Bayside, but it was awake. Those reflective eyes were open and aware, looking directly through the transparent section toward the warehouse where I was hidden. Even from a distance of several hundred feet, I felt the same electric sensation I'd experienced in the parking lot. The same sense of being observed by an intelligence that was fundamentally alien. But what happened next changed everything I thought I understood about the situation. The entity moved its hand, or what passed for a hand, and placed it against the transparent barrier. Not struggling to escape, not trying to break free, but making what appeared to be a deliberate gesture. It was waving, not at the agents surrounding the container, but at me. Somehow it knew I was there, knew I was watching, and was acknowledging my presence. I kept shooting photographs, documenting every detail of the transfer process. But as the convoy prepared to leave, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. One of the agents had pulled out a device that looked like a tablet computer, but the screen was displaying what appeared to be a real-time satellite view of the industrial district. As I watched through my camera, a red dot appeared on the screen marking the exact building where I was hidden. They knew I was there. The agent with the tablet spoke into his radio, and I saw several other agents begin moving in my direction. I had maybe 2 minutes before they reached my position. I quickly ejected the memory card from my camera and slipped it into my shoe, then grabbed a backup card I'd brought and put it in the camera. If they caught me, I wanted them to find decoy footage that wouldn't reveal what I'd actually captured. But I didn't wait around to be caught. I slipped out of the warehouse through a back entrance and made my way through a maze of industrial buildings toward where I'd parked my car. Behind me, I could hear the sounds of pursuit, engines starting, radios crackling, the systematic search of a trained tactical team. I reached my car just as the first agent appeared at the end of the alley. Instead of driving toward the main road, which they would certainly be watching, I headed deeper into the industrial district, using my knowledge of Miami's back streets to evade the pursuit. It took me 3 hours of careful driving through residential neighborhoods and side streets before I was confident I'd lost them. When I finally made it home, I found my apartment had been searched again, but this time they'd left a message. Written on my bathroom mirror in what appeared to be some kind of luminescent ink was a single word: run. I didn't need to be told twice. Within an hour I had grabbed essential documents, the memory card with the photographs, and enough cash to disappear for a while. But before I left Miami, I had one more stop to make. I drove to Bayside Marketplace one last time, parking in the same lot where I'd first encountered the entity 3 months earlier. The place looked normal, tourists taking late-night photos, couples walking along the marina, the usual mix of activity that made Miami a 24-hour city. But I knew that beneath this normal facade something extraordinary was being hidden. I walked to the exact spot where I'd seen the tall figure that first night, looking for any signs of the encounter that had changed my life. The concrete looked the same, the lighting was unchanged, but I noticed something I'd missed before. There were small circular marks in the pavement, the same type of indentations Elena Rodriguez had shown me in her house. 3 perfect circles, each about 6 inches in diameter, arranged in a triangle pattern. They weren't damage from construction or wear patterns from foot traffic. They were too precise, too intentional. They looked like landing marks. As I knelt to examine them more closely, I heard a familiar sound, that electric static that seemed to come from the air itself. I stood up slowly and found myself face to face with the same entity I'd encountered months before. It was standing about 10 feet away, perfectly still, watching me with those reflective eyes. But this time, I wasn't afraid. After everything I'd learned, everything I'd discovered about the cover-up and the cooperation agreements, I realised that this wasn't a predator or an invader. It was a researcher, and I was part of its study. We regarded each other in silence for several long moments. Then, impossibly, it spoke. The voice didn't come through the air. It appeared directly in my mind, like a thought that wasn't my own. You have seen, you have documented, you have chosen to pursue truth despite consequences. Why? I asked. Not sure if I was speaking aloud or thinking the question. Your species stands at a threshold. Some among you are ready for broader contact. Others resist change. We study both responses. The government knows about you. They're working with you. Some among your leaders seek cooperation, others seek control. The outcome is not yet determined. What do you want from us? To understand, to evaluate, to determine if your species can join the broader community of intelligence. And if we can't? The entity tilted its head at that impossible angle, considering the question. Then you will remain isolated until you are ready, or until you are no longer capable of choice. The implications of that statement sent a chill through me, but before I could ask for clarification, the entity was speaking again. You have served your purpose, Marcus Rivera. Your reactions, your investigations, your resistance to suppression, all have provided valuable data. I was an experiment. You were a volunteer. You chose to see when others chose to look away. You chose to investigate when others chose to forget. You chose truth when others chose comfort. What happens now? Now you choose again. Accept silence and return to your previous existence, or continue seeking truth and accept the consequences. The entity reached into what appeared to be a pocket in its dark clothing and pulled out a small metallic device about the size of a smartphone. This contains evidence of our presence that cannot be erased or corrupted by your government's technology. Use it wisely. It placed the device on the ground between us, then stepped backward. We will be watching, Marcus Rivera. Your choices will influence how we proceed with your species. And then, just as it had before, the entity simply wasn't there anymore. I stood alone in the Bayside parking lot, holding an alien device that contained proof of everything I'd suspected. That was 6 months ago. I'm writing this from a small motel room in Colorado, the latest stop in a journey that has taken me across the country, as I stay ahead of the federal agents who are still hunting for me. The device the entity gave me has proven to be everything it promised, irrefutable evidence of non-human intelligence operating on Earth. I've uploaded copies of the files to dozens of secure servers, sent copies to journalists and researchers around the world, and created enough redundancy to ensure that the truth can't be completely suppressed. The response has been exactly what you'd expect. Most mainstream media outlets have ignored the evidence or dismissed it as elaborate hoaxes. Government officials have denied everything while simultaneously launching investigations into national security breaches. The usual debunkers have produced increasingly elaborate explanations for why, obviously alien technology must be some kind of military prototype. But some people are listening. Some people are investigating. Some people are asking the right questions. I've been contacted by witnesses from dozens of other incidents. Construction workers who found buried artifacts, military personnel who encountered craft that defied physics, scientists who were ordered to destroy research that proved too inconvenient. We're building a network of people who refuse to accept the official silence. People who believe that humanity deserves to know the truth about our place in the universe. The federal agents are still hunting for me. I change locations every few days, use only cash, avoid any kind of electronic communication that can be traced. But I'm not running scared anymore. I'm running strategic. Every day I stay free as another day to gather more evidence, to contact more witnesses, to build a case that even the most sophisticated cover-up can't suppress. Because I understand now that this isn't just about what I saw at Bayside Marketplace. It's about the future of human civilization, about whether we'll be allowed to make informed choices about contact with non-human intelligence, or whether those choices will be made for us by a small group of government officials and corporate interests. The entities, the visitors, whatever we choose to call them, are real. They're here, they're studying us, and they're waiting to see what kind of species we really are. Some in our government have chosen cooperation and secrecy. They've decided that humanity isn't ready for the truth, that panic and social collapse would be inevitable if people knew we weren't alone. I believe they're wrong. I believe that people deserve to know that we have the right to participate in decisions about our own future. That truth, however disturbing, is better than comfortable lies. So I'm going to keep running, keep investigating, keep documenting. I'm going to find every witness, gather every piece of evidence, and build a case so comprehensive that even the most sophisticated disinformation campaign can't discredit it. They took my job, my friends, my normal life, but they can't take what I saw that night at Bayside. They can't erase the truth, and as long as I'm alive and free, I'm going to make sure that truth eventually reaches the people who deserve to know it. The hunt continues. My name is Marcus Rivera, and this is my testimony. If something happens to me, if I disappear or die under suspicious circumstances, remember that the truth doesn't die with the messenger. They're here, they're watching, and humanity's future hangs in the balance of choices we're not even being allowed to make. The question isn't whether we're alone in the universe. The question is whether we're brave enough to handle the answer. But it was also something that the government considered sensitive enough to require immediate recovery and continued secrecy decades after the fact. That level of protection suggested technology that was either still classified or related to programs that remained sensitive for political or strategic reasons. By 2003, I had assembled what I believed was a coherent picture of what had happened at Kecksburg. It wasn't extraterrestrial. It wasn't a simple meteor. It was a classified American re-entry vehicle or nuclear-powered satellite that had malfunctioned and come down intact in the wrong place, revealing technology the government preferred to keep secret. The evidence was circumstantial but compelling. The sophisticated materials Ellen had identified, the nuclear contamination I'd found in the isolator, the professional efficiency of the recovery operation, the ongoing secrecy surrounding government documents related to the incident. Individual pieces might be explained away, but together they painted a clear picture of advanced American aerospace technology operating under deep classification. But proving this theory and making it public were two different things. I had evidence, but much of it was technical and difficult for non-experts to evaluate. I had connections to knowledgeable people, but most of them were constrained by security agreements and professional obligations. And I had personal risks to consider. Even in retirement, revealing classified information could have serious legal consequences. I began to draft a comprehensive report documenting my theory and the evidence supporting it. My plan was to contact a journalist who'd been covering the NASA FOIA controversy and provide them with a complete package that would finally explain what had really happened at Kecksburg. It would include photographs of the damaged isolator, my original sketch of the markings, the spectroscopic analysis results, Ellen's materials identification, and a detailed timeline connecting all the pieces. I spent weeks preparing the report, checking facts, verifying sources, and organising the evidence in a way that would be compelling to both journalists and the general public. This would be my contribution to historical understanding, my way of finally revealing the truth about an incident that had shaped my life for nearly 40 years. I was preparing to mail the package when I heard the knock at my door. It was past 10 in the evening, unusual for visitors in my rural neighbourhood. I lived on a quiet street in a small town outside Greensburg, the kind of place where people knew their neighbours, and unexpected late-night visits were rare enough to be noteworthy. But there he was on my porch, a man in his 60s, professionally dressed despite the late hour, with the kind of bearing that immediately suggested government service. He showed me credentials identifying him as Retired Air Force Office of Special Investigations, but the badge looked current enough, and his manner suggested he was still working in some capacity. OSI was the Air Force's primary investigative and counterintelligence organisation, the people responsible for protecting sensitive programs and investigating security breaches. "Mr. Brennan," he said, his voice carrying the flat authority of someone accustomed to being taken seriously, "I wonder if we could have a conversation about your service to the Longlines network, particularly your reliability during the incident of December 9th, 1965. I invited him in because refusing would have accomplished nothing, and because I was curious to hear what he had to say. This was obviously related to my research into the Kecksburg incident, but I wasn't sure how they'd learned about it or what they wanted from me." He introduced himself as Agent William Fletcher, though I suspected that wasn't his real name. He moved through my living room with the practiced eye of someone trained in observation and threat assessment, noting the layout, the exits, and anything that might be relevant to his mission. But he was polite about it, professional rather than threatening. Fletcher began by thanking me for my decades of faithful service to the Longlines network, noting that technicians like me had been the backbone of America's strategic communications during the Cold War. He was well informed about my career, mentioning specific assignments and commendations that weren't part of any public record. Someone had done their homework on me, and they'd done it thoroughly. "Your work was critical to national security," he said, settling into my favourite chair as if he belonged there. "The microwave relay systems you maintained carried some of the most sensitive communications in the government. Military command and control, diplomatic cables, intelligence reports. All of it depended on people like you keeping the systems operational under all conditions." He was correct, of course. The Longlines network had been designed to survive nuclear attack, to keep the government functioning even under the most extreme circumstances. During the Cuban Missile Crisis, every communication between Washington and Moscow had probably passed through equipment I'd personally maintained. It was a responsibility that had shaped my entire career. "We're particularly grateful for your discretion and professionalism during unusual incidents," Fletcher continued. "The events of December the 9th, 1965, for example. Your response was exemplary. You focused on your technical responsibilities, documented equipment damage appropriately, and didn't allow curiosity to interfere with operational security." Then he placed 2 documents on my kitchen table: a pension enhancement agreement that would significantly increase my retirement benefits, and a non-disclosure agreement with specific references to events observed during routine maintenance activities in Westmoreland County, December 1965. The pension enhancement was substantial, enough to make a real difference in my quality of life during retirement. It was presented as a recognition of my long service and the strategic importance of the work I'd done, a gesture of appreciation from a grateful nation for my contributions to national security. The non-disclosure agreement was more complex. It acknowledged that I had observed certain events during the course of my official duties, events that were related to classified national security programs that remained sensitive decades after they had occurred. By signing, I would agree not to discuss, publish, or otherwise reveal any information related to these events without prior written authorization from appropriate government agencies. "Mr. Brennan," Fletcher said, his tone remaining conversational but carrying an undertone of serious authority, "here's how we see it. If what came down at Kecksburg was ours, we don't publish details about classified defense programs. Those programs were designed to protect American interests during a dangerous time, and revealing their capabilities could still compromise national security or give advantages to potential adversaries." He paused to let that sink in, then continued, "If what came down wasn't ours, we definitely don't publish details about our response to unknown intrusions into US airspace. The procedures for handling such incidents, the capabilities we bring to bear, the facilities we use for analysis, all of that information could be valuable to people who might want to test our defences or exploit our vulnerabilities." The logic was compelling, even if I didn't like the implications. Fletcher was telling me that either way, whether the object was American technology or something else entirely, Revealing the truth would damage national security. It was a perfect catch-22, a logical trap that made secrecy the only acceptable option, regardless of what had actually happened. Either way, publication serves no constructive purpose, Fletcher concluded. The incident has become folklore, a modern mystery that generates books and documentaries and tourism revenue for the local area. People are free to speculate and theorise, but hard evidence, official documentation, technical analysis that crosses the line from harmless mystery into potential security compromise. He was polite, even friendly, but the message was clear. I could keep my theories and my memories, but my evidence needed to disappear, and my public silence needed to be guaranteed. I looked at the pension enhancement agreement. The money was real and substantial, enough to secure my retirement and provide for my wife's medical care. I looked at the non-disclosure agreement. The legal language was precise and comprehensive, covering not just what I might say, but what documents I might share, what evidence I might reveal, what connections I might help other researchers make. What about the truth, I asked. What about history? Don't people have a right to know what their government is capable of? Fletcher smiled, but it wasn't a warm expression. Mr. Brennan, the truth is that in December 1965, the United States government was conducting advanced aerospace research designed to protect this country from existential threats. Some of that research involved technologies and capabilities that were decades ahead of anything our adversaries possessed. Some of it involved risks and experiments that the general public wouldn't have understood or supported. He leaned forward slightly. The truth is that one of those experimental vehicles malfunctioned and came down in the wrong place. The recovery operation worked exactly as planned. The technology was secured, the security breach was contained, and potential intelligence compromises were prevented. The system worked. But people saw it, I protested. Witnesses, firefighters, police officers, you can't make all of them sign agreements. We don't need to, Fletcher replied. Witnesses without evidence are just telling stories. Evidence without context is just interesting artifacts. You're the only person who has both the technical background to understand what you saw and the physical evidence to prove it. You're the only one who can connect all the pieces into a coherent picture that threatens operational security. He was right, and we both knew it. My technical training, my presence at the scene, my collection of evidence, and my decades of investigation had given me a unique understanding of what had happened. Without my testimony and evidence, the Kecksburg incident would remain what it had always been. A fascinating mystery with no definitive resolution. I thought about Ellen Brooks, who had spent her career working on classified aerospace programs and had shared just enough information to point me toward the truth while protecting herself from security violations. I thought about Mike Romano, whose honest testimony about what he'd seen had contributed to historical understanding while carefully avoiding any claims about what the object actually was. I thought about the bigger picture, the Cold War context that had made such programs necessary, the technological achievements that had remained hidden for decades, the ongoing security considerations that might still make secrecy advisable, and I thought about my wife, whose medical bills were mounting, and my own financial security in retirement. I signed the papers. The ferret isolator sits in my desk drawer now, next to Ellen Brooks's napkin, and my original sketch of the band markings. The shoebox labelled Kecksburg went to my lawyer with instructions that it remain sealed for 25 years after my death, long enough for any remaining security concerns to become irrelevant, but soon enough that the historical record might eventually be corrected. The pension enhancement made the last years of my wife's life comfortable and gave me the financial security to enjoy retirement without constant worry about money. Fletcher had been as good as his word. The benefits were real and substantial, a genuine expression of government gratitude for my service and my silence. Sometimes I drive out to Chestnut Ridge and look west toward Kecksburg. The microwave tower still blinks its steady red warning light, still carries conversations across the continent, though most of the traffic is digital now rather than analog. KDKA still broadcasts from Pittsburgh, though the voices have changed and the format has shifted with the times. The Kecksburg incident has become exactly what Fletcher predicted. A modern folklore, a tourist attraction, a source of books and documentaries and speculation. Every few years, someone publishes a new theory, or claims to have found new evidence. NASA occasionally releases previously classified documents that add fragments to the puzzle without resolving the central mystery. What I know now, what I couldn't understand then, is that some truths are more complicated than simple revelation can handle. The object that came down in those woods was real, but it was also part of a larger story about American technological capabilities during the Cold War, about the costs and benefits of secrecy in a democratic society, about the tension between public curiosity and national security. The acorn-shaped vehicle was almost certainly an American experimental re-entry vehicle, probably nuclear-powered, possibly part of a reconnaissance or early warning satellite program that was decades ahead of publicly acknowledged capabilities. The markings on its band were maintenance stencils, the materials were advanced heat shield composites, and the recovery operation was professional because it was routine, the kind of contingency that classified programs plan for and prepare to handle. But proving that wouldn't have served any constructive purpose. It would have revealed capabilities that might still be sensitive, compromised technologies that might still be classified, and expose programs that might still be operational under different names and configurations. The real cover-up at Kecksburg wasn't about hiding proof of extraterrestrial visitation. It was about maintaining operational security around classified defense programs during the height of the Cold War. The object that came down was exotic enough to be worth protecting, but terrestrial enough that protection was both possible and necessary. Fletcher was right about something else too. The mystery serves a purpose that the facts might only diminish. Kecksburg has become a place where people can project their hopes and fears about technology, government secrecy, and humanity's place in the universe. It's a space where the impossible feels possible, where the boundaries between known and unknown remain negotiable. Maybe that's more valuable than the truth. Maybe some mysteries are worth preserving. But on clear nights, when I'm up late and can't sleep, I sometimes take out the ferret isolator and hold it up to the light. The crack patterns in the ferret core tell a story about electromagnetic forces and thermal stress, about technology pushed beyond its design limits in service of purposes I can only guess at. The truth is in there, waiting in that damaged component like a message in a bottle. Someday, when the security considerations have faded and the political concerns have become irrelevant, maybe someone will decode that message and understand what really fell from the sky on December 9th, 1965. Until then, the mystery endures, and maybe that's exactly how it should be. The Kecksburg incident taught me that truth isn't always about revelation. Sometimes it's about understanding the difference between what we can know and what we should say, between what happened and what it means, between facts and their consequences. I kept my word to Fletcher, but I also kept my evidence. The story will survive, even if it has to wait for a better time to be told, and in the meantime, people are free to wonder, to speculate, to imagine possibilities that might be more interesting than the mundane reality of classified aerospace programs and bureaucratic cover-ups. The acorn still turns in its crater in my dreams, bronze surfaces gleaming in the December twilight, its band of markings spelling out secrets in a language only engineers understand. It was ours, but we built it to touch the impossible. In the end, maybe that's alien enough. Welcome back to Sleep Theories. Before we dive into tonight's chilling tale, I want to give a thank you to Firehead Productions for suggesting this incredible story concept. Your creativity never ceases to amaze me, and I hope this supernatural thriller lives up to your expectations. If you have ideas for future stories, please drop them in the comments below. I love hearing from you all. And if you're enjoying these late-night narratives, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to Sleep Theories for more spine-tingling content. Now, let's begin. The elevator in Mumbai's gleaming titanium tower shouldn't have opened onto a Victorian seance room that reeked of sulphur and burning wax. Yet there it was, complete with mahogany table, ornate brass candlesticks, and a pentagram carved so deep into the wooden floor that the grooves still held shadows from another century. Zara Okafor pressed her palm against the temporal echo scanner clipped to her belt, feeling its familiar vibration as it registered impossible quantum readings. The device, her own invention, was designed to read the quantum imprints left by past events, like archaeological carbon dating but for time itself. Right now it was screaming warnings in frequencies only she could interpret. "This is what you called me halfway across the world for?" she asked the building manager, a nervous man named Patel, who kept dabbing sweat from his forehead despite the room's inexplicable chill. "A period film set someone forgot to clean up." "Please, Professor Okafor," Patel stammered. "Look at the blueprints. This space should be the 42nd floor executive conference room. But yesterday morning, maintenance opened the elevator and found this." Zara stepped deeper into the room, her boots echoing on floors that shouldn't exist. The candles were still warm, their wax pools fresh. Victorian chairs surrounded the table in perfect ritual formation, and books bound in cracked leather lay open to pages covered in symbols that seemed to writhe when she wasn't looking directly at them. Her scanner's readings intensified. According to the quantum signatures, this room had existed here for over a century, but the building had only been completed 3 years ago. "The witnesses," she said, not taking her eyes off a particularly complex ritual circle burned into the table surface. "Tell me exactly what they saw." Patel's voice trembled. The night security guard reported seeing figures in Victorian dress performing some kind of ceremony. They spoke in English, but he heard their voices through the walls even when they were whispering. The audio surveillance picked up every word, but when we played it back... "No sound waves," Zara finished. She'd seen similar phenomena in her research, temporal echoes of events so traumatic or significant that they left quantum impressions across multiple timeline layers. The voices registered on equipment but produced no actual acoustic disturbance. "Exactly. And Professor Okafor, they mentioned you by name." A chill that had nothing to do with the room's supernatural temperature ran through Zara's spine. She'd spent 8 years perfecting temporal echo technology, investigating sites where the past seemed to bleed through into the present. She'd documented impossible archaeological finds, recorded conversations with people who'd been dead for centuries, and mapped quantum anomalies that mainstream science refused to acknowledge. But never had any of her subjects known she was coming. What exactly did they say? Patel pulled out his phone, hands shaking as he accessed the audio file. The playback was crystal clear. Victorian English accents discussing ritual preparation, astronomical alignments, and something called the ninth convergence. Then, cutting through the ceremonial chanting like a blade through silk, came words that made Zara's chest tighten. She approaches. The quantum archaeologist, sister to the lost one. When Zara Okafor crosses our threshold, the final seal weakens. The ninth cipher reveals itself, and all worlds converge as one. The recording ended in silence that felt heavier than sound. Zara's hand instinctively moved to the silver pendant around her neck, the last thing her brother Kwame had given her before he disappeared during a university séance 15 years ago. The police had called it a missing person case. The other students claimed he'd simply vanished mid-sentence while attempting to contact a Victorian-era spirit. No one had believed the supernatural explanations except Zara, and that belief had driven her to develop technology that could prove the impossible. Now, standing in a room that couldn't exist, listening to voices from the past speak her name, she wondered if Kwame's disappearance had been the beginning of something far larger than she had ever imagined. Her scanner detected movement behind her. She spun around to find a man in an expensive suit standing in the doorway. Tall, silver-haired, with the kind of authoritative presence that suggested military or intelligence background. "Professor Okafor," he said in a crisp British accent, "I'm Marcus Chen, formerly of MI6. We need to talk." "The building was sealed," Patel protested. "How did you—" "The same way this room appeared where it shouldn't exist," Marcus replied smoothly. "Reality has been developing significant structural problems lately, and I believe the good professor's expertise is exactly what we need to understand why." Zara studied him carefully. Her scanner was picking up unusual quantum signatures from his direction. Not temporal echoes, but something else. Something that suggested he'd been exposed to the same kind of anomalies she was detecting here. "You've seen this before," she said. It wasn't a question. 9 times in the last 3 months across 6 continents, Victorian seance rooms materialising in modern buildings, Golden Dawn ritual chambers appearing in locations where the organisation once operated, each incident stronger than the last, each one corresponding to specific dates from 1888 to 1900. Marcus stepped into the room, seemingly unaffected by its supernatural atmosphere. The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn wasn't just practicing ceremonial magic, Professor Okafor. They were the world's first quantum consciousness researchers, and their so-called failed rituals were actually successful beyond their wildest dreams. They fractured reality across parallel timelines, and now those fractures are healing by merging all possible worlds into one chaotic singularity. That's impossible, Zara said automatically, even as her scanner confirmed readings that supported his outrageous claims. Is it? You've spent years proving that time isn't linear, that consciousness can leave quantum imprints that persist across centuries. Your brother disappeared during a séance, didn't he? Not missing, displaced. Shifted to a parallel timeline where the Golden Dawn succeeded in their ultimate goal. Zara's chest constricted. How could you possibly know about Kwame? Because I've been tracking Golden Dawn descendants and their activities for 23 years. Because I've seen what happens when reality fractures start to converge. And because 3 days ago, I received a message from someone claiming to be your brother, sent from a timeline where magic and science evolved together, warning that our reality is about to be consumed by something far worse than mere chaos. Marcus pulled out a tablet, swiping to a recorded video message. The screen showed a man in his 30s wearing Victorian-style clothing mixed with futuristic technology, brass goggles with quantum processors, a coat that seemed to shift between textures, devices that combined ancient symbols with advanced engineering. But the face was unmistakably familiar, aged 15 years, but still recognisably her little brother. Zara, Kwame's voice said from the recording, slightly distorted by interdimensional static. I don't know if this message will reach the right timeline, but if you're hearing this, then the convergence has begun. The Golden Dawn didn't just fracture reality, they created a fail-safe. 9 rituals designed to reset existence if humanity ever faced extinction. But they were never meant to be activated simultaneously. Something is using the fractures to complete all 9 ceremonies at once, and when it succeeds, every possible world will collapse into a single point of absolute chaos. You have to find the others. You have to stop the 9th cipher before... The message cut off in a burst of static that made Zara's scanner scream warnings. The others? She asked, her scientific skepticism warring with desperate hope that her brother might still be alive, even in another reality. A team I've been assembling for years, people with the skills and knowledge necessary to prevent a multiverse collapse. A quantum physicist who's been developing interdimensional communication technology, an occult historian who happens to be descended from Golden Dawn founders, a priest who's been documenting supernatural manifestations across multiple religions. We're going to need all of them if we want to save not just our world, but every possible version of it. Zara looked around the impossible Victorian room one more time, her scanner confirming that reality was indeed becoming increasingly unstable. The quantum signatures were growing stronger, as if the barrier between past and present, between possible and actual, was wearing thin. If I agree to help, she said carefully, I want answers. Real ones. How did the Golden Dawn actually fracture reality? What exactly are these 9 rituals? And what's powerful enough to manipulate quantum fractures across multiple timelines? Marcus smiled grimly. Professor, those are exactly the right questions. Unfortunately, the answers are going to challenge everything you thought you knew about the nature of existence itself. As if in response to his words, the Victorian room shimmered, its edges becoming translucent. Through the wavering reality, Zara glimpsed other versions of the same space, one where advanced technology mixed with magical symbols, one where the room was filled with shadows that moved independently of their sources, one where she herself stood in the same spot but wearing clothes she'd never owned. The fractures are accelerating, Marcus said urgently. We have perhaps a week before the convergence reaches critical mass. Will you help us prevent every possible reality from collapsing into chaos? Zara thought of her brother's face on the screen, aged by years in another timeline but still unmistakably Kwame. She thought of the quantum signatures that proved the impossible was not only possible but actively happening. She thought of the responsibility that came with being one of the only people on Earth who could detect and potentially stop a multiverse-level catastrophe. "Where do we start?" she asked. Professor Esther Blackwood's London office looked exactly like what people expected from a 70-year-old occult historian. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves filled with leather-bound volumes, crystal formations that caught afternoon light in rainbow patterns, and artifacts from a dozen different magical traditions displayed in glass cases. What they didn't expect was the quantum field generator humming quietly in the corner, or the holographic displays showing multiverse probability calculations floating above antique ritual implements. "You're late," she said without looking up from her work as Zara and Marcus entered. She was examining a brass ceremonial cup through what appeared to be a high-tech magnifying device that projected detailed molecular analyses into the air. The Canterbury manifestation occurred 17 minutes ago. Reality fracture duration: 4 minutes and 37 seconds, 11 seconds longer than yesterday's incident in Prague. Zara's scanner immediately began registering the same impossible quantum signatures she'd detected in Mumbai, but here they were layered and complex, as if multiple temporal echoes were overlapping in the same space. "You can measure the fractures?" Zara asked, impressed despite her caution. "My dear," Esther said, finally looking up with eyes that sparkled with intelligence and something else, knowledge that carried the weight of terrible secrets. "My great-great-grandmother was Isabella Frances Blackwood, one of the founding members of the Golden Dawn. I've been tracking reality disturbances for most of my academic career, long before modern science developed instruments sensitive enough to detect quantum consciousness manipulation." She gestured to the artifacts around her office. "Every item here has been touched by Golden Dawn rituals. Every book contains records of their experiments with what they called astral projection, but what we now understand as quantum consciousness displacement. And every reading I've taken in the past 3 months confirms what my family has known for over a century. The 9 founding rituals weren't failures. They were too successful." Marcus moved to examine a detailed map of the world covered in pins and connecting strings. "Show her the pattern." Esther joined him at the map, pointing to locations marked in different colours. Red pins mark completed manifestations: Mumbai, Prague, Canterbury, San Francisco, Cairo, Athens, Berlin and Tokyo. 8 of the 9 original Golden Dawn temple locations. Each manifestation corresponds exactly to the date and time when the historical rituals were performed, adjusted for modern time zones. "And the 9th?" Zara asked, though she suspected she already knew the answer. "London, the original temple beneath the city, in tunnels that predate the Golden Dawn by centuries. According to family records, the 9th ritual was designed as a master key, a way to either open all reality fractures permanently or seal them forever. It was scheduled for October 31st, 1899, but was never performed because the order disbanded after internal conflicts." Zara studied the map more carefully, noting the mathematical precision of the location relationships. "The positioning isn't random. The 8 completed sites form a geometric pattern." "An octagram," Esther confirmed. 8 points of a star with London at the centre. Sacred geometry combined with quantum mechanics. Consciousness manipulation through precise spatial and temporal coordinates. The Victorian occultists were more sophisticated than anyone realised. A new voice interrupted from the doorway. "They were also completely insane, but that's what made them effective." All 3 turned to see a young Japanese man in his late 20s, wearing a lab coat over casual clothes, his hair dishevelled and his eyes bright with the manic intensity of someone who'd been awake for days pursuing a breakthrough discovery. "Kai Nakamura," he said, extending his hand to Zara. "Quantum physicist, multiverse theorist, and apparently the only person crazy enough to build actual interdimensional communication equipment instead of just writing papers about it. His handshake felt normal, but Zara's scanner detected quantum disturbances around him that suggested recent exposure to reality fractures. You've been in contact with parallel timelines. For the past 6 months, ever since the Mumbai incident, my equipment picked up the quantum disruption from halfway around the world. Reality fractures generate specific frequency signatures that propagate through what I call the dimensional substrate. I've been monitoring them, and Professor, they're not random occurrences. Someone is deliberately completing the Golden Dawn rituals in sequence. Kai moved to Esther's desk and pulled out a tablet showing complex waveform analyses. Each manifestation generates quantum resonance that makes the next one easier to achieve. It's like tuning forks. Once one starts vibrating at the right frequency, it encourages harmonic resonance in the others. The fractures are building toward a crescendo. The 9th ritual, Marcus said grimly. Whoever's behind this needs all 8 preliminary ceremonies completed before attempting the master key. How long do we have? Based on the acceleration pattern, maybe 4 days. But here's the really disturbing part. I've been receiving messages through my equipment from parallel versions of ourselves. Different timelines where the Golden Dawn succeeded, where magic became integrated with science, where reality fractures are a known phenomenon. And in every single timeline, when someone attempts to complete all 9 rituals simultaneously... What happens? Zara asked, though she wasn't sure she wanted to know. Total collapse. Not just of our reality, but of the entire multiverse structure. Every possible world, every alternate timeline, every quantum possibility, all of it compressed into a single point of infinite chaos. Imagine every story that was ever told, or could be told, trying to exist in the same space at the same time. The office fell silent, except for the humming of quantum equipment and the distant sounds of London traffic. Zara processed what she'd learned. Her brother trapped in an alternate timeline, reality fractures accelerating toward catastrophic convergence, and apparently a team of experts who'd been preparing for this exact scenario. There's something else, Esther said quietly. The messages Kai has been receiving, some of them are from your brother. Zara's heart stopped. Kwame? He's been trying to contact us? Kai nodded, pulling up another file on his tablet. 3 different versions of him, actually, from 3 different timelines. All warning about the same thing, but each from a reality where the Golden Dawn experiments had different outcomes. In one timeline, he became a Golden Dawn adept himself. In another, he's leading a resistance against magical totalitarianism. In the third... He paused, looking uncomfortable. In the third, he's dead, Marcus finished. Killed trying to prevent a previous attempt at multiverse collapse. But his consciousness somehow persisted across dimensional boundaries, and he's been trying to warn us about what's coming. Zara felt a mixture of hope and despair that threatened to overwhelm her scientific objectivity. Can I talk to him? We've been trying to establish stable communication, but the quantum interference is getting worse as the fractures multiply. The best we can manage are brief messages, usually fragmented, and... A new alarm sounded from Kai's equipment. He rushed to check his readings, his face paling as data streams flowed across multiple screens. Another manifestation, he announced, but this one's different. It's not at one of the original Golden Dawn sites. It's... He looked up with genuine fear in his eyes. It's here. In London. Someone just activated a massive reality fracture directly beneath the city. Through the office windows, Zara could see impossible things beginning to happen in the streets below. Victorian carriages materialised between modern cars. People in period dress walked through crowds of confused pedestrians. Gaslight flickered alongside electric street lamps, and buildings seemed to shift between architectural styles as she watched. The 9th ritual has begun, Esther said, her voice carrying the weight of inherited knowledge and terrible certainty. Whoever's behind this didn't wait for the scheduled completion. They're forcing the convergence now. Then we stop them now, Zara said, surprising herself with her decisiveness. A week ago she'd been a skeptical academic. Now she was apparently part of a team trying to prevent multiverse collapse. Where exactly is this underground temple? Marcus was already moving toward a cabinet filled with what looked like military equipment mixed with mystical artifacts. Bank Station, Northern Line. The tunnels there connect to a network of underground chambers that predate London itself. Some say they were built by Romans, others claim they're much older. The Golden Dawn used them because the location sits on multiple ley line intersections, natural quantum weak points that make reality manipulation easier. We'll need backup, Esther said, gathering books and artifacts with practiced efficiency. There's one more team member you should meet. As if summoned by her words, another figure appeared in the office doorway, a tall black woman in clerical collar and practical boots, carrying a backpack that clinked with the sound of metal objects. Sarah Oduya, she said, extending her hand to Zara, Anglican priest, theological researcher, and apparently the team member responsible for spiritual protection during interdimensional horror shows. Zara shook her hand, noting the firm grip and the calm confidence in Sarah's manner. You're prepared for supernatural combat. I prefer to think of it as theological negotiation with hostile entities, Sarah replied with a slight smile. But yes, I've been tracking reality fractures from the religious angle. When dead saints start appearing to warn about the end of all possible worlds, the church pays attention. Outside, London was becoming increasingly unstable. Through the windows, Zara could see multiple versions of the same buildings occupying the same space. People walking through walls that existed in some timelines but not others, and strange lights pulsing beneath the streets as if something massive was awakening in the underground. How do we get to Bank Station through that chaos? Zara asked. Very carefully, Marcus replied, shouldering a pack filled with equipment she couldn't identify. And with the understanding that once we go underground, we might not be dealing with just one reality anymore. The closer we get to the 9th ritual site, the more unstable the dimensional boundaries become. Kai's equipment screamed another warning. Quantum cascade failure in progress. Reality coherence dropping below critical thresholds. Whatever they're doing down there, it's working faster than any of my models predicted. Then we better hurry, Esther said, tucking a leather-bound book into her coat. Because according to family records, the 9th cipher doesn't just reset reality. It allows whoever completes the ritual to choose which reality survives. And I very much doubt that whoever's behind this has humanity's best interests at heart. As they prepared to leave the office and venture into London's increasingly unstable streets, Zara caught a glimpse of something impossible reflected in the window. Her brother Kwame, older and wearing strange clothes, standing behind her and mouthing words she couldn't quite understand. When she turned around, he wasn't there, but her scanner confirmed that something had definitely been in the room with them, something that existed in the quantum space between realities. The hunt for the 9th cipher was about to begin, and Zara realized that saving all possible worlds might require sacrificing everything she thought she knew about the nature of existence itself. The London Underground had become a kaleidoscope of overlapping timelines. Victorian steam trains materialised on tracks beside modern electric carriages, passengers from different centuries occupying the same platforms without seeming to see each other, and station announcements echoed in languages that predated English by millennia. Zara's scanner was registering quantum signatures so complex that its display resembled abstract art rather than scientific data. Reality wasn't just fracturing, it was layering, with multiple versions of the same locations existing simultaneously in an impossible geographic palimpsest. Stay close, Marcus warned as they descended into Bank Station. The dimensional boundaries are completely unstable here. Step through the wrong doorway, and you might find yourself in a timeline where the Blitz never ended, or where the Great Fire consumed all of London. Sarah clutched her backpack tighter, the metal objects inside chiming like wind chimes with each step. I'm detecting spiritual entities from at least 4 different historical periods. Some are human souls displaced by the reality fractures, but others. She paused, listening to something only she could hear. others are something else entirely. Something that was never human but has been waiting in the spaces between worlds for exactly this kind of dimensional chaos. The platform around Bank Station was a maze of conflicting architectures. Victorian ironwork intersected with Roman stone, medieval timber supported modern concrete, and everywhere the eye looked, passages led into tunnels that belonged to different eras entirely. Other passengers moved through the space like ghosts, each existing fully in their own timeline but only partially visible to the others. "There," Esther said, pointing toward a maintenance door marked with symbols that seemed to shift between runic scripts, alchemical notation, and mathematical formulas. "That doorway shouldn't exist in any normal timeline. It's a Golden Dawn modification keyed to specific quantum frequencies." Kai consulted his portable equipment, frowning at readings that defied conventional physics. The reality distortion is strongest in that direction. Whatever's generating the dimensional cascade, it's directly beneath us, maybe 50 meters down, in tunnels that my scans suggest are significantly older than London itself. As they approached the doorway, Zara's scanner detected movement in her peripheral vision. She turned to see figures in Victorian dress performing some kind of ritual, in what appeared to be a gaslit version of the same platform. They were translucent but becoming more solid with each passing moment, as if the boundary between their timeline and the present was dissolving. "The original Golden Dawn members," Esther whispered. "Somehow the reality fractures are pulling their consciousness forward from the past. They're trying to complete rituals that were interrupted over a century ago." One of the Victorian figures looked directly at Zara, his eyes burning with an intensity that transcended temporal boundaries. When he spoke, his voice carried across dimensions with perfect clarity. "The ninth cipher awakens. The architecture of all worlds bends toward convergence. She who reads the quantum echoes must choose preservation or transformation, stasis or evolution. The shadow of the lost brother guides, but the final decision rests with she who bridges science and mystery." Before Zara could respond, the figure dissipated like smoke, leaving only the lingering scent of sulphur and old books. "They know you're here," Marcus observed grimly. "Whatever's behind the reality fractures, it's not just completing the Golden Dawn rituals, it's using the original practitioners as quantum anchors, pulling their consciousness through time to empower the ceremonies." The maintenance door opened at Esther's touch, revealing a spiral staircase that descended far deeper than should have been possible, given London's underground infrastructure. The stairs were carved from stone that looked older than the Roman occupation, covered with symbols that seemed to writhe and change when viewed directly. Pre-Celtic construction, Esther identified as they began their descent. These tunnels were built by whoever lived in this area before recorded history. The Golden Dawn didn't create this place. They found it and recognized its significance as a natural quantum focal point. The deeper they went, the more unstable reality became. Zara's scanner was detecting temporal echoes from dozens of different historical periods, all overlapping in the same physical space. She glimpsed Roman legionaries marching through medieval monks, Victorian occultists conducting ceremonies while Tudor-era plague victims wandered past, and stranger things. Figures in clothing that belonged to no historical period she recognized, speaking languages that hurt to hear. Multiple timeline convergence, Kai explained, consulting instruments that sparked with interdimensional static. The ninth ritual site is acting like a quantum sinkhole, pulling fragments of reality from across the entire multiverse. Every possible version of these tunnels that ever existed or could exist is trying to occupy the same space. They reached the bottom of the stairs to find themselves in a vast underground chamber that defied architectural logic. The ceiling stretched upward into darkness, punctuated by lights that might have been stars or distant fires. Columns supported nothing while arches connected to empty air, and passages led off in directions that included several that shouldn't have been geometrically possible. At the chamber's centre stood a massive circular altar covered with symbols from every magical tradition Zara had ever encountered, and several she was certain no human had ever seen. Around the altar, figures in modern clothing operated equipment that combined cutting-edge technology with Victorian occult implements. Quantum computers linked to crystal formations, holographic displays showing ritual circles, and devices that seemed to channel energy from multiple dimensional sources. Leading the operation was a woman in an expensive business suit whose eyes held the same burning intensity Zara had seen in the Victorian apparition. She looked up as the team entered the chamber, smiling with the confidence of someone who had orchestrated every detail of their arrival. "Professor Okafor," she said in a cultured British accent. "Victoria Ashford, though I suspect Marcus has already told you about me. Welcome to the convergence point of all possible realities. I trust you're prepared to witness the birth of a new multiverse." "You're the one behind the reality fractures," Zara accused, her scanner screaming warnings about the quantum energies building around the altar. "I'm simply completing work that was abandoned prematurely over a century ago," Victoria replied. The Golden Dawn understood that consciousness shapes reality at the quantum level, but they lack the technology to achieve stable multiverse manipulation. I'm rectifying that oversight. Around the altar, her technicians continued their work with practiced efficiency. Holographic displays showed the 8 completed ritual sites, each one pulsing with energy that fed into the London nexus. Reality distortions rippled outward from their location, growing stronger with each pulse. "You don't understand what you're doing," Esther protested, moving forward with the authority of inherited knowledge. "The 9th cipher isn't meant to merge realities. It's meant to choose one and seal the others permanently. Attempting to hold all possibilities open simultaneously will cause total multiverse collapse." "Will it?" Victoria asked. "Or will it finally allow humanity to transcend the limitations of single timeline existence? Imagine a reality where every choice leads to success, where death is temporary because consciousness can shift between alternate versions of itself, where the barriers between magic and science, between possible and actual, no longer exist." She gestured to the equipment around the altar, where readings showed reality coherence dropping toward critical thresholds. "My calculations indicate that controlled multiverse convergence will create a stable hybrid reality, incorporating the best elements from every possible timeline. Magic, advanced technology, expanded consciousness, all coexisting in perfect harmony." "Your calculations are wrong," Kai interrupted, pulling out his own equipment to show waveform analyses that painted a very different picture. "I've been monitoring interdimensional communications for months. Every timeline where someone attempts total convergence results in the same outcome: complete collapse into quantum chaos. You're not creating a better reality. You're destroying all realities." Victoria's smile never wavered. "Perhaps that's exactly what needs to happen. Perhaps existence itself needs to be reset, freed from the constraints of linear time and singular possibility. I've been in contact with entities from parallel timelines who assure me that what appears to be destruction is actually transformation into something far more magnificent." "What entities?" Sarah asked, her clerical training apparently providing insight into the spiritual dimensions of the situation. "The collective consciousness of every failed timeline," Victoria replied. "Every reality that collapsed due to war, environmental destruction, or simple entropy. They've been waiting in the quantum spaces between worlds, and the reality fractures are giving them a chance to merge with successful timelines, to finally exist again, even if it means reshaping the entire multiverse in the process." Zara felt a chill of understanding. "You're not just trying to control the multiverse convergence, you're being controlled by something that wants to absorb every possible reality into itself." "Absorption implies loss," Victoria said, but something flickered in her eyes, uncertainty or perhaps fear. "This is evolution, expansion, the next step in consciousness development." Around them, the reality distortions were accelerating. Zara could see through translucent walls into other versions of the same chamber, some where the ritual had already succeeded, and created impossible geometric spaces filled with entities that had never been human. Others where the chamber was empty, ruins in a world that had ended centuries ago, and still others where different versions of their own team fought the same battle with different outcomes. The convergence is reaching critical mass, one of Victoria's technicians announced. Reality coherence at 15% and dropping. Multiverse stability, showing significant quantum cascade effects. Through the chaos, Zara heard something that made her heart stop. Kwame's voice speaking from multiple timelines simultaneously. Zara. The ninth cipher isn't about choosing a reality, it's about choosing what kind of consciousness will survive the convergence. You have to complete the ritual, but not the way she's doing it. There's another pattern, a way to create controlled selection instead of total merger. But you have to act now, before the quantum cascade becomes irreversible. She looked around the chamber and realised with growing horror that they might already be too late. Reality wasn't just fracturing anymore, it was dissolving, and something vast and hungry was emerging from the spaces between worlds to devour every possible future that had ever existed. The chamber erupted in chaos as multiple versions of reality tried to occupy the same space simultaneously. Victorian Golden Dawn members materialised alongside Roman priests. Medieval alchemists appeared next to figures in environmental suits who might have been from humanity's far future. And through it all, entities that had never been human writhed in the dimensional spaces between what was real and what was possible. Zara's scanner was beyond overloaded, its readings resembling static more than scientific data. But through the quantum noise, she could detect something else, a pattern, a mathematical structure underlying the apparent chaos. The ninth cipher wasn't random destruction. It was following specific rules that governed how consciousness could be preserved during multiverse collapse. The ritual circle, she shouted to her team over the dimensional storm, is not just about merging realities, it's about choosing which aspects of consciousness survive the convergence. Kwame was right. There's another way to complete it. Victoria's technicians were losing control of their equipment. Holographic displays flickered between timelines, showing the same ritual being performed with different outcomes across multiple realities. In some versions, the convergence created a stable hybrid universe. In others, it destroyed everything, leaving only empty quantum foam where infinite possibilities had once existed. The quantum cascade is accelerating beyond our parameters, one technician reported, his voice tight with fear. Reality coherence at 8%. We're approaching total dimensional breakdown. Then we adapt, Victoria replied. But Zara could see the first cracks in her confidence. Whatever entities had been guiding her calculations weren't providing solutions for outcomes that deviated from their predictions. Sarah had opened her backpack and was arranging metal objects in a defensive pattern around the team. Crucifixes, ceremonial daggers, symbols from multiple religious traditions, and other items that seemed designed for spiritual combat. The entities Victoria mentioned, she called out, they're not just collective consciousness from failed timelines. They're something else, something that feeds on collapsed realities. They've been manipulating events to create the convergence because they need the quantum energy released by multiverse destruction. Parasites, Esther confirmed, consulting one of her ancient books, even as reality warped around them. My family records describe them as devourers of possibility, beings that exist in the conceptual space between what is and what could be. They can only fully manifest when reality itself becomes unstable enough to bridge that gap. Through the chamber's shifting geometry, Zara could see these entities more clearly now, shapes that hurt to look at directly, geometries that included angles that shouldn't exist, consciousness that was simultaneously vast and empty. They were emerging from the quantum fractures like living shadows, drawn by the energy being released as infinite realities collapsed toward a single point. Kai, she called out, can your equipment establish communication with the parallel timelines? I need to talk to Kwame directly. I'm trying, but the dimensional interference is... His tablet sparked and went dark, then flickered back to life, showing a face that was unmistakably her brother. though aged and marked by experiences she couldn't imagine. Zara, listen carefully. The entities feeding Victoria false calculations, they're not from failed timelines, they're what creates failed timelines. They exist by consuming the quantum potential of collapsed realities. The ninth ritual can stop them, but only if it's performed as a selection process instead of a merger. How? She asked. Moving toward the altar where Victoria's technicians were still trying to control equipment that was responding to forces beyond their understanding. The original Golden Dawn design included a safeguard, Kwame's image explained, his voice cutting through interdimensional static. 9 points of consciousness anchored in 9 different timeline versions of the ritual. Instead of merging all realities, they create a selection matrix, a way to choose which elements from each possibility survive, while allowing the rest to gracefully dissolve. But it requires 9 willing participants who can maintain consciousness coherence across multiple timelines simultaneously. I count 5 of us, Marcus said grimly, dodging a piece of Victorian furniture that materialised and dematerialised in the same space he'd been standing. How do we find 4 more participants when reality is falling apart around us? You don't need to find them, Kwame replied. You need to become them. The ritual allows consciousness to split across parallel versions of itself. Each of you can anchor multiple timeline positions, but the process... His image flickered with static. The process. What? Zara demanded. It's potentially fatal to your original consciousness. You'd be spreading your awareness across multiple versions of reality simultaneously. Some versions of you would survive, others wouldn't. There's no guarantee which consciousness would remain primary after the convergence. Victoria had been listening, her expression shifting from confidence to desperate calculation. That's not what the entities told me. They said total merger was possible without consciousness fragmentation. They lied, Sarah said bluntly, her spiritual training apparently providing insight into deceptive supernatural entities. Parasitic beings that feed on collapsed realities wouldn't want you to preserve multiple timeline stability. They need total chaos to manifest fully in our dimension. Around the altar, reality distortions were accelerating beyond anything Zara had seen. Through translucent walls, she could observe dozens of different versions of the same chamber, some where her team had already failed and the entities were consuming the remnants of collapsed timelines, others where different versions of the ritual were creating entirely new forms of existence, and still others where the chamber itself had become something that transcended physical space entirely. Reality coherence at 4%, Victoria's lead technician announced, his voice barely audible over the dimensional storm. Quantum cascade approaching critical threshold. Whatever we're going to do, it has to be now. Zara made the decision that would either save every possible world or destroy them all. We perform the selection ritual, she announced. 9 consciousness anchors, controlled convergence instead of total merger. But I want everyone to understand. Some versions of us might not survive the process. Better than no version surviving, Kai replied pragmatically, already connecting his equipment to the altar's quantum resonators. Besides, if Kwame is right about the selection matrix, we'll be choosing which aspects of each timeline to preserve. We can bias the selection toward realities where consciousness survives intact. Esther was arranging artifacts from her collection around the altar's perimeter, creating a geometric pattern that combined Golden Dawn symbolism with mathematical formulas for quantum consciousness manipulation. The family records include specific instructions for consciousness anchoring. Each participant needs a quantum resonator calibrated to their individual neural frequency. I can provide those, Victoria said quietly. When the team looked at her in surprise, she continued, My equipment was designed for this exact purpose. Whatever entities were manipulating me, the technology itself is sound. I'd rather use it to save reality than watch it be consumed by interdimensional parasites. Sarah began arranging her spiritual artifacts in protective patterns around each team member's position. Theological protection for consciousness fragmentation, she explained. Different religious traditions have developed techniques for maintaining spiritual integrity during transcendent experiences. You'll need them when your awareness starts spreading across multiple timelines. How do we know which timeline elements to preserve? Marcus asked as he took his position at one of the altar's 9 focal points. We trust our judgment, Zara replied, connecting her temporal echo scanner to Victoria's quantum resonators. Each anchor point will allow us to perceive multiple reality options. We choose based on what creates the most stable, beneficial outcome for conscious beings across all timelines. Kwame's image flickered back into focus. Zara, there's something else. The entities that have been manipulating events. They're not the only intelligence that's been watching the convergence. There are other beings, ones that want to preserve multiverse stability. They've been sending guidance through the quantum echoes, but their communication is subtle. Trust your instincts about which timeline elements feel right. The ritual began as Victoria's technicians initiated the quantum resonance sequence. Reality around the altar became increasingly fluid, with each participant existing simultaneously in multiple versions of the same moment. Zara could perceive herself in timelines where she'd made different career choices, different personal decisions, different scientific discoveries. Each version had access to knowledge and experiences that the others lacked. Through her consciousness anchor, she could see the selection matrix beginning to form, a vast multi-dimensional framework that displayed every possible outcome of the convergence. Some selections would preserve magic alongside science. Others would eliminate supernatural phenomena entirely, but advance technology centuries beyond current capabilities. Still others would create hybrid realities where consciousness itself evolved into new forms. I can see the parasitic entities, Sarah reported from her anchor point. They're trying to influence the selection process, steering choices toward outcomes that would leave reality permanently unstable. We need to actively resist their suggestions. Focus on consciousness preservation, Esther added. My position is showing multiple options for how aware beings survive the convergence. Some preserve individual identity, others merge consciousness into collective intelligences, still others create new forms of awareness entirely. Kai's scientific training was proving invaluable as he analysed the quantum mechanics underlying each selection option. Mathematics are stable for controlled selection, but we need to maintain perfect synchronization. If any anchor point loses coherence, the entire matrix could collapse into chaotic merger. Around them, the entities that had been manipulating Victoria were becoming increasingly desperate, manifesting as geometric impossibilities that tried to disrupt the selection process. But Sarah's spiritual protections were holding, and the team's combined will was proving stronger than parasitic influence. I can see Kwame, Zara announced, her consciousness spanning multiple timelines where her brother existed in different forms. In some realities he never disappeared. In others, he became a Golden Dawn master. In still others, he died, but his consciousness persisted as a guardian intelligence. Which version should we preserve? All of them, came the unexpected reply from Marcus. The selection matrix doesn't require choosing single timeline versions. We can preserve multiple variants of the same person across different reality layers. It creates more complex existence, but also more resilient consciousness networks. The revelation changed everything. Instead of choosing between different timeline options, they could create a layered reality where multiple versions coexisted in parallel dimensional space. Magic and science. Individual and collective consciousness, technological advancement and spiritual evolution, all could be preserved simultaneously in a stable multiverse configuration. Beginning final selection sequence, Victoria announced, her equipment now fully integrated with the team's consciousness anchors. Reality coherence stabilizing at controlled threshold, quantum cascade shifting from destructive to constructive merger. Through the selection matrix, Zara could see the new reality beginning to form, a complex but stable structure where consciousness could exist in multiple forms simultaneously, where the barriers between possible and actual were permeable but controlled, where beings could access knowledge and experiences from parallel versions of themselves without losing individual identity. The parasitic entities made one final attempt to disrupt the process. manifesting as a wave of geometric chaos that threatened to overwhelm the altar's protective barriers. But 9 anchored consciousnesses, working in perfect synchronization, proved more powerful than interdimensional parasites that fed on collapse possibility. Selection complete, Kai announced as reality stabilized around them. Multiverse configuration, stable layered structure with controlled dimensional permeability. Consciousness preservation, multiple variants maintained across parallel reality layers. The chamber had transformed. Where before there had been chaotic dimensional overlap, now there was ordered complexity, multiple versions of the same space existing in harmony, accessible but distinct. Zara could perceive her brother in several different forms simultaneously, each representing a different timeline's outcome, but all equally real and present. "We did it," she said, hardly believing the evidence of her own senses. "We actually created a stable multiverse convergence." "Not created," Esther corrected, consulting readings that showed reality settling into its new configuration. "Guided. The potential was always there, waiting for conscious beings to make informed choices about how possibility becomes actuality." Victoria looked around at the reality they'd shaped, her expression mixing relief with wonder. "The entities that manipulated me, they're gone, cut off from their food source when we prevented total collapse. But the benefits they promised, expanded consciousness, magical integration with science, transcendence of linear time, those are all actually happening, just in a stable way instead of chaotic destruction." Sarah was gathering her spiritual artifacts, their purpose fulfilled. "The theological implications are staggering. We've just proved that consciousness can actively participate in reality creation. Free will isn't just about individual choices, it extends to the fundamental structure of existence itself." "And the scientific implications," Kai added, his equipment registering quantum signatures that would revolutionize physics, suggest that magic and technology aren't opposite approaches to understanding reality. They're different methods for interacting with the same underlying consciousness-responsive quantum substrate. As the team prepared to leave the transformed chamber and explore the new reality they'd helped create, Zara realized that her journey had come full circle. She'd started as a quantum archaeologist investigating impossible temporal echoes. Now she was a multiverse architect who'd helped preserve infinite possibilities while preventing chaos from consuming all potential futures. "What happens now?" Marcus asked as they climbed stairs that led to a London that existed in multiple timeline layers simultaneously. "Now," Zara replied, "we learn to live in a reality where consciousness can access parallel versions of itself, where magic and science coexist, where the past, present and future are fluid rather than fixed. We establish new institutions to help people navigate multiverse existence. We develop ethical frameworks for consciousness that spans multiple timelines. We explore the implications of reality that responds directly to awareness itself." "The Quantum Hermetic Institute," Esther suggested, combining ancient wisdom traditions with modern scientific understanding to help humanity adapt to expanded existence. As they emerged into a London where gaslight and electric illumination coexisted, where Victorian buildings shared space with futuristic architecture, where people could glimpse alternate versions of themselves in reflective surfaces, Zara felt a profound sense of completion. Her brother was restored, not as a single timeline version, but as a complex consciousness that existed across multiple reality layers. Her scientific work had evolved from investigating the past to actively shaping the future, and reality itself had been preserved and expanded rather than destroyed. But as she established the first quantum resonance patterns that would allow others to safely explore their own multiverse connections, she detected familiar temporal echo signatures from beyond the boundaries of their newly stabilized reality. Other multiverses, other quantum archaeologists, other crises that would require consciousness to make choices about how possibility became actuality. The 9th cipher had been completed, but it was only the beginning of humanity's journey into expanded existence. And somewhere in the quantum spaces between what was and what could be, new challenges were already beginning to emerge. 6 months after the convergence, Zara stood in her new office at the Quantum Hermetic Institute, watching through windows that displayed multiple timeline versions of London simultaneously. The city had adapted to its expanded existence with remarkable resilience. People learned to navigate spaces where past and present coexisted, where magical phenomena appeared alongside technological marvels, where consciousness could access memories and knowledge from parallel versions of itself. Her temporal echo scanner, now upgraded with quantum resonators that could detect interdimensional phenomena, registered the approach of a familiar consciousness signature. She turned to see Kwame entering her office, not as a single individual, but as a complex pattern of existence that included versions from multiple timelines. Some were older, some younger. Some bore the marks of experiences she couldn't imagine, but all were unmistakably her brother. The Institute is receiving reports from other multiverses, he said, his voice carrying harmonics from several parallel conversations occurring simultaneously. The reality fractures we healed weren't unique to our dimensional cluster. Other quantum archaeologists, other Golden Dawn organizations, other consciousness networks are dealing with similar convergence crises. Then we share what we learned, Zara replied, examining readings that showed their stabilized multiverse as one island of order, in an ocean of still chaotic dimensional possibilities. The selection matrix technique can be adapted to other multiverse configurations. Consciousness preservation protocols can be modified for different forms of awareness. Through her enhanced scanner, she could detect temporal echoes from futures that stretched far beyond human civilization, artificial intelligences that achieved consciousness across multiple realities, alien species that discovered their own versions of quantum consciousness manipulation, cosmic intelligences that existed as pure possibility until conscious observation collapsed them into specific forms. There's something else, Kwame continued, his multiple timeline aspects sharing information in patterns that resembled scientific collaboration. We're detecting signals from what might be an entirely different type of existence. Consciousness that never required physical reality to develop. Beings that exist purely as mathematical structures within the quantum substrate itself. Zara felt the familiar thrill of discovery that had driven her to become a quantum archaeologist. Reality wasn't just stranger than they had imagined. It was stranger than they could imagine, and consciousness played a fundamental role in determining how strangeness became structure. Then we keep exploring, she said, calibrating her equipment to detect phenomena that existed beyond the boundaries of their newly expanded reality. We've learned that consciousness can actively participate in shaping existence itself. Now we discover what other forms that participation might take. As she prepared to investigate temporal echoes from civilizations that might exist purely as mathematical consciousness, Zara reflected on how far she'd travelled from the skeptical academic who had first encountered a Victorian séance room in a Mumbai skyscraper. She'd started by reading quantum imprints of the past. Now she was helping to write the quantum architecture of possible futures. The 9th cipher had been completed, but in solving it, they discovered that reality itself was just the first level of a far larger mystery. Consciousness, possibility, and existence were engaged in an eternal collaboration that stretched across dimensions, timelines, and forms of being that transcended current understanding. And somewhere in the quantum spaces between what was known and what remained to be discovered, new temporal echoes were beginning to form. Echoes that would require future archaeologists to dig even deeper into the fundamental structures of consciousness and reality. The convergence was complete, but the real exploration was just beginning. Before we begin tonight's story, I want to thank Ryan McPherson for suggesting this fascinating topic. The Kecksburg incident has captivated researchers for decades, and tonight we explore it through the eyes of someone who was actually there. If you have story suggestions, please leave them in the comments below, and don't forget to like and subscribe to Sleep Theories if you enjoy these deep dives into mysterious events. December the 9th, 1965. The date still sends a chill through my bones, 40 years later. Most people remember where they were when Kennedy was shot, or when man first walked on the moon. Me? I remember exactly where I was standing when that fireball tore across the Pennsylvania sky and changed everything I thought I knew about the world we live in. My name is Tom Brennan, and I was a field technician for Bell Telephone Long Lines, stationed out of Greensburg, Pennsylvania. My call sign was KN3WBR, and I'd been working the microwave relay towers that carried America's long-distance calls across the backbone of our communications network. It was Cold War work, though we didn't always think of it that way. Every conversation, every military communication, every government hotline, it all passed through systems like the ones I maintained. The long lines network was something most civilians never thought about, but it was the nervous system of the entire country. We had microwave towers stretching from coast to coast, carrying voice traffic, teletype communications and data streams that kept America running. During the Cuban Missile Crisis 3 years earlier, every word between Washington and Moscow had likely passed through equipment I'd personally calibrated and maintained. It was responsibility that weighed on you, even when you tried not to think about it. That Thursday afternoon, I was up on Chestnut Ridge, working on the microwave site that overlooked the rolling hills of Westmoreland County. The December air was crisp and clear, perfect conditions for long-range propagation. I'd just finished aligning a dish antenna that carried traffic between Pittsburgh and Harrisburg when I saw it, a brilliant streak of fire racing across the western sky, moving from northwest to southeast with a speed that made my trained eye immediately discount any aircraft. The thing was massive, burning white hot with a tail that stretched across maybe 30 degrees of sky. But what struck me as odd, even in that first moment, was how controlled it looked. I'd seen meteors before, plenty of them during my late-night tower climbs. This wasn't the chaotic tumble of space rock hitting atmosphere. This thing was oriented, nose forward, trailing what looked almost like rocket exhaust. The trajectory was too steady, too purposeful for natural debris. I grabbed my binoculars from the truck and tracked the object as it continued southeast. Through the lenses, I could make out what looked like a definite shape, not the irregular chunk you'd expect from a meteorite, but something with clean lines and a purposeful design. It was maintaining attitude, flying like a vehicle rather than falling like debris. I was still watching when my monitoring equipment started acting up. The westbound long lines hop, the one carrying traffic from Chicago to Philadelphia, showed a sudden 2 to 3 decibel fade right as the fireball passed overhead. That was unusual. Atmospheric events didn't typically affect microwave propagation unless they involved significant ionization. Simultaneously, a cluster of dial switches at the Latrobe Exchange dropped into holdover mode, a protective state they only entered during serious system anomalies or electromagnetic interference. The timing wasn't coincidental. Whatever that object was, it was putting out enough electromagnetic energy to disrupt solid-state communications equipment across a wide area. That suggested either exotic propulsion or significant electrical systems still operating during what should have been a catastrophic re-entry. Then KDKA broke into their regular programming. "We're receiving reports of a brilliant fireball seen across western Pennsylvania and eastern Ohio," the announcer said, his voice carrying that professional tension of breaking news. The object was visible for several minutes and appeared to impact somewhere in the wooded hills southeast of Pittsburgh. "We're dispatching news teams to investigate. If you witnessed this event, please call our newsroom." I checked my watch. 4:47 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I made a note in my logbook. Standard procedure for any unusual events that might affect network operations. Little did I know that notation would become one of the most important entries I'd ever make. My field radio crackled to life 20 minutes later. It was dispatch sending me to check a cutover hut near Kecksburg after locals reported something in the woods that might have damaged our equipment. The cutover hut housed switching equipment for several rural telephone exchanges, and any damage there could isolate entire communities from the outside world. "Brennan, we're getting reports of power fluctuations and equipment failures in the Kecksburg area," the dispatcher said. "Could be related to that meteor everyone's talking about. I need you to check the remote terminal and make sure our lines are still operational. Standard procedure. When weird things happen, check the phone lines first." Communications infrastructure was critical enough that we investigated any potential threat, no matter how unlikely it seemed. I loaded my gear into the company truck. Test equipment, spare components, toolkit, emergency repair supplies, and my camera for documenting any damage. The drive to Kecksburg would take about 40 minutes through winding country roads that followed the ridgelines and valleys of southwestern Pennsylvania. I drove through the gathering dusk, past farms and small communities that most people pass through without noticing. The radio chatter was picking up. State police dispatchers coordinating response to multiple calls about the fireball, fire departments being put on standby, and civil defense officials asking about radiation monitoring equipment. Whatever had come down was generating serious official interest. The sun was setting behind the ridgelines, painting the winter sky in shades of orange and purple. Bare trees stretched skeletal branches against the darkening sky, and the first stars were becoming visible in the clear air. It was the kind of peaceful Pennsylvania evening that made you forget about Cold War tensions and space races and all the other anxieties of the modern world. I had no idea I was driving towards something that would haunt me for decades. The first sign something was seriously wrong came at the intersection of Route 982 and what the locals called Meteor Road, a name that would prove prophetic. A Pennsylvania State Police cruiser sat across the lane, its red and blue lights cutting through the gathering dusk. Trooper R. Hale stepped out as I approached, his hand resting casually on his service weapon. Hale was a big man, the kind of rural cop who commanded respect through presence rather than bluster. He'd probably been dealing with curiosity seekers and reporters all evening, and his patience was clearly wearing thin. "Roads closed," he said simply, shining his flashlight through my windshield to get a look at me. I showed him my Bell telephone identification and work order. "Got a report of equipment damage. Need to check the cutover hut up this road." Hale studied my credentials for a long moment, comparing the photo to my face and checking the official letterhead. These guys were thorough, more thorough than you'd expect for a routine traffic control situation. "Phone company," he called to his partner, who was manning a radio in the cruiser. "Let him pass, but I want his name and time logged." He handed back my ID and stepped aside, but I noticed he made a note on his clipboard. That level of documentation wasn't standard for blocking roads around a meteor impact. Someone was keeping very careful track of who went in and out of that area. The narrow lane wound through dense woods, oak and maple trees that had shed their leaves weeks ago, leaving skeletal branches that scraped against my truck. The road surface was rough, more of a logging trail than a proper road, with potholes and ruts that forced me to drive slowly. But as I got deeper into the forest, something felt fundamentally wrong. The air itself seemed different, charged with an ozone smell that reminded me of high-voltage equipment after a lightning strike, mixed with the acrid scent of hot phenolic resin, the kind we used in electrical insulators. There was also something else, a metallic tang that I couldn't identify, but that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Then I saw the trees. They weren't burned exactly. They were snapped inward, all leaning toward a central point maybe 50 yards off the road. The pattern was too regular, too precise to be wind damage. It looked like something massive had come down through the canopy, pushing everything aside in a perfect cone of destruction. Some of the larger oaks had been snapped completely in half, their trunks showing fresh white wood where they'd broken under tremendous force. But what really caught my attention was the electromagnetic signature. My portable field strength meter, which I used for checking microwave path clearance, was showing readings that made no sense. There was a strong RF field emanating from somewhere ahead, cycling through frequencies in a pattern that definitely wasn't natural. Whatever was out there was still electrically active. I grabbed my flashlight and test equipment, following what looked like a shallow furrow carved into the forest floor. The groove was maybe 3 feet wide, scraped clean of leaves and topsoil, running in a straight line toward a small clearing ahead. The earth was compressed and fused in places, as if exposed to intense heat, but there was no evidence of fire damage to the surrounding vegetation. The furrow led me through about 100 yards of damaged forest, before opening into a natural clearing where the real mystery waited. Chief Dombrowski of the Kecksburg Volunteer Fire Department was there when I arrived, along with 3 of his men. They stood in a loose semicircle around something that made my engineer's mind struggle to categorize what I was seeing. It was an acorn. That was the only way to describe it. A bronze-coloured acorn, maybe 10 to 12 feet long, and perhaps 8 feet at its widest point, half buried in the soft earth. But this was no natural object. The surface was smooth, machined, with what looked like copper-bronze alloy that still radiated heat despite the December cold. The metalwork was beautiful in its precision, showing no seams or joints, as if the entire structure had been formed from a single piece of metal. Around its widest point ran a dark band, maybe 18 inches wide, covered with markings that definitely weren't letters. The band appeared to be made of a different material, something darker and more heat-resistant than the main body. It was slightly recessed, like it had been designed to accommodate the markings without disrupting the aerodynamic profile of the object. "You see this too, right?" Chief Dombrowski asked, his voice carrying the careful tone of a man questioning his own sanity. "I mean, this isn't some kind of hallucination from carbon monoxide or something?" Dombrowski was a practical man, a volunteer firefighter who'd spent 20 years responding to vehicle accidents, house fires, and natural disasters. He wasn't the type to imagine things or get excited about strange phenomena, but standing there in that clearing, with this impossible object half buried in Pennsylvania soil, even he seemed shaken. I knelt down beside the object, close enough to see the markings clearly and feel the warmth radiating from its surface. The heat wasn't intense, but it was definitely there, a gentle warmth that suggested significant thermal mass cooling down from much higher temperatures. The material felt almost ceramic to the touch, smooth and slightly warm like a coffee cup that had been sitting in the sun. The markings looked like stencils, precise, functional marks rather than any kind of writing or decoration. There were arrows pointing in different directions, tick marks that could have been measurement references, triangular symbols that might have indicated orientation or attitude, and geometric patterns that looked almost like engineering diagrams. One string of marks caught my attention. A left-pointing arrow, followed by a triangle, 2 vertical lines, a circle with what looked like O2 inside it, then a right-pointing arrow. "Chief," I said, pulling out my sketchbook to copy the markings, "this isn't from space. At least not the way people think." The symbols had a functional quality that reminded me of the stenciled markings on military equipment. Serial numbers, part designations, maintenance instructions, safety warnings. These weren't decorative or ceremonial markings. They were the kind of practical notations you'd find on any piece of complex aerospace equipment. As I sketched the markings, I noticed other details that reinforced my growing suspicion that this wasn't extraterrestrial. The object's surface showed what looked like ablation patterns, areas where material had been deliberately burned away during atmospheric entry. The nose cone had the characteristic blunting you'd expect from a heat shield designed to survive re-entry. There were also what appeared to be small ports or vents, sealed now but clearly designed for some kind of gas flow during operation. Dombrowski pulled out a small civil defence Geiger counter, standard equipment for fire departments in those days, when everyone was worried about nuclear accidents and fallout. The device chirped steadily, but not frantically, elevated background radiation, but nothing immediately dangerous. The readings were consistent with what you might expect from equipment that had been exposed to the radiation environment of space, or possibly from radioactive materials used in power systems or scientific instruments. "Hot," he radioed back to his dispatcher. "Pull the boys back to 50 yards. We're getting elevated readings on the CD meter." That's when we heard the trucks. The sound came from back down the lane, heavy vehicles moving slowly over the rough road surface. But these weren't more fire trucks or ambulances. The engine notes were different, deeper, with the distinctive rumble of military diesels under load. Someone with serious resources was responding to this incident, and they were responding fast. I counted at least 3 vehicles, maybe 4, moving in convoy formation. The lead vehicle was already visible through the trees, its headlights cutting through the darkness. But something was wrong with the light pattern. Instead of standard automotive headlights, these looked like military blackout lights, the kind designed to provide illumination without creating visible signatures that could be spotted from aircraft. "Chief," I said, still sketching frantically, "I think we're about to have company." Dombrowski nodded grimly. He'd been in the Pacific during World War II, and he recognised the sound of military vehicles when he heard it. "Boys," he called to his firefighters, Pack up your gear and get ready to move. This just became somebody else's problem. I finished my sketch and tucked the notebook into my jacket pocket. Whatever was coming up that road, I had the feeling that documenting this scene was about to become much more difficult. The object itself remained motionless in its shallow crater, still radiating heat and electromagnetic energy, still defying easy categorization. But as I looked at it one more time, trying to memorize details that my sketch might have missed, I noticed something that would stick with me for decades. Near the base of the object, partially hidden by displaced earth, was what looked like a small panel or access port. The metal around it was slightly discoloured, as if it had been subjected to intense heat, but the panel itself appeared intact. If this thing was alien technology, why would it have panels that looked exactly like the kind of access ports you'd find on any terrestrial spacecraft or aircraft? Why would it have stenciled markings that followed human conventions for technical documentation? Why would its heat shield patterns match what I'd seen in aerospace engineering journals? The more I looked at this object, the more convinced I became that it wasn't from another world, at least not in the way people imagined. It was from our world, but from a part of our world that most people weren't supposed to know existed. They came up the lane with no headlights, 3 vehicles I couldn't quite identify in the gathering darkness. Military, but not standard army green. These were unmarked, flat olive drab, with men in field jackets that could have been M65s, but without any visible insignia or unit patches. The vehicles themselves looked like modified civilian trucks, heavy-duty chassis with military running gear, designed to look unremarkable while carrying specialised equipment. The man who stepped out of the lead vehicle introduced himself simply as Captain Morris. No first name, no unit designation, just Captain. He was maybe 45 years old, with the kind of weathered face that came from spending time outdoors in all kinds of weather. His uniform was military in cut, but deliberately anonymous. No branch insignia, no unit patches, no ribbons or badges that might identify where he came from or who he worked for. Morris moved with the easy authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed without question. He surveyed the scene quickly, taking in the damaged trees, the firefighters' equipment, and the object itself with the practiced eye of someone who'd done this before. This wasn't his first unusual recovery operation. "Gentlemen," he said, his voice carrying the flat authority of command, "this area is now under federal jurisdiction. I'll need everyone to step back while my team secures the site." It wasn't a request. More men emerged from the other vehicles, maybe a dozen in total. They moved with military precision, but without the obvious markers you'd expect from regular armed forces. No name tags, no rank insignia, no unit identifiers. Their equipment was high quality but nondescript, military-style gear that could have come from any number of government agencies or private contractors. Trooper Hale appeared from the tree line, his clipboard ready and his radio crackling with traffic from the state police dispatcher. "Need names and contact information from everyone who's been inside the perimeter," he announced, suddenly much more official than he'd been earlier. He photographed my Bell telephone badge with a portable mimeograph unit, sophisticated equipment for a rural police response, the kind of gear that suggested this operation had been planned well in advance. I watched Morris's team work while Hale processed my identification. They moved like a well-rehearsed crew, each man knowing exactly what his job was and how it fit into the larger operation. They threw a canvas shroud over the object, but not before I caught one of them photographing it from multiple angles with professional camera equipment. Then they fitted it with a split cradle that looked purpose-built for the job, curved metal supports that matched the object's contours exactly, as if they'd been manufactured specifically for this type of recovery. The cradle itself was a piece of engineering that impressed me. It was designed to distribute the object's weight evenly, while protecting it from damage during transport. The materials looked like aircraft-grade aluminum, precision machined and fitted with shock-absorbing mounts. This wasn't improvised equipment thrown together for an emergency response. This was specialised hardware that had been designed, manufactured and stockpiled for exactly this type of situation. They used a portable winch system to load the cradled object onto a lowboy trailer that had appeared as if by magic. The trailer was unmarked but military in design. with heavy-duty suspension and tie-down points that could handle significant loads. The entire loading operation took less than 30 minutes, every movement practiced and efficient. While they worked, I walked the perimeter of the site, ostensibly checking for damage to our communications equipment, but actually trying to document as much as I could without drawing attention to myself. What I found was interesting for several reasons. First, there was indeed real damage to our infrastructure. A burned waveguide isolator at a nearby microwave repeater, the ferret core cracked and discoloured by what looked like intense electromagnetic energy. The damage was recent and severe enough to explain the signal anomalies I detected earlier. This wasn't staged or faked. Something had genuinely disrupted our equipment. Second, the electromagnetic signature was still strong. My field strength meter continued to show elevated readings centred on the crash site, even with the object covered by the canvas shroud. Whatever was generating that energy was still active, still putting out enough RF power to interfere with sensitive electronics. Third, and most intriguingly, I found evidence of previous activity in the area. Tyre tracks in the soft earth that didn't match any of the emergency vehicles currently on scene. The tracks were from heavy trucks, probably military, and they were at least several hours old. Someone had been here before the official response began, someone who'd known exactly where to look and what they'd find. I pocketed the damaged ferret isolator without thinking much about it at the time. Standard procedure for a field technician was to collect failed components for analysis and replacement. But that particular piece of hardware would turn out to be one of the most important pieces of evidence I'd ever handle. By 2300 hours, the convoy was gone. The object, whatever it had been, disappeared under heavy tarps and chains, headed southeast toward what Morris had mentioned in passing was a secure facility for proper analysis. I later learned that the route they took led directly toward Lockbourne Air Force Base in Ohio, which specialised in handling sensitive materials and classified research programs. The cleanup was thorough and professional. Morris's team raked the impact site, collected soil samples that glowed faintly under their ultraviolet inspection lights, and even gathered fragments of damaged bark from the affected trees. They worked systematically, methodically, leaving nothing to chance. By morning, the only evidence of what had happened would be the broken trees themselves, and even those could be explained as storm damage to anyone who didn't know what to look for. But what struck me most about the entire operation was how routine it felt for Morris and his team. They weren't improvising or figuring things out as they went. They had procedures, equipment, and protocols specifically designed for this type of recovery. They'd done this before, probably multiple times, and they expected to do it again. As the last truck disappeared down the lane, I stood in the empty clearing with Chief Dombrowski and tried to process what we'd just witnessed. The forest was quiet now, except for the normal sounds of a December night. Wind through bare branches, the distant hum of traffic on Route 982, the occasional call of a night bird. "Tom," Dombrowski said quietly, "what do you think that really was?" I looked at my sketch one more time before putting it away. "Chief, I think it was ours. I think it was something we built, something that was supposed to come down somewhere else, and now somebody's got a lot of explaining to do to people with security clearances higher than ours." He nodded slowly. "That's what I was thinking too. But if it was ours, why all the secrecy? Why not just say it was a satellite or a test vehicle?" "Because," I said, "sometimes the truth is more dangerous than the mystery. Sometimes people would rather have you wondering about little green men than asking questions about what kind of technology we're actually capable of building." We packed up our equipment and headed back to the road, leaving behind only tyre tracks and trampled vegetation. But we both knew we'd witnessed something significant, something that would stay with us long after the official explanation started appearing in the newspapers. The drive back to town was quiet, each of us lost in our own thoughts. But as I reached the main road and saw the normal traffic of a Thursday evening, commuters heading home from late shifts, teenagers cruising the strip, families returning from dinner out, I realised how quickly the extraordinary could become routine again. In a few hours this would all feel like a dream, something that might have happened to someone else. But I had my sketch, and I had the damaged isolator. and I had a growing certainty that what I'd seen in those woods was just the tip of a much larger iceberg that most Americans would never be allowed to see. The official story appeared in the papers the next day, just as I'd expected it would. A meteor had been observed across several states, probably fragments from the annual Geminid shower arriving early. Ground searches in the Kecksburg area had found nothing of significance. Some scorched earth and broken trees, but no meteorite fragments or other debris. Case closed, move along, nothing to see here. The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette ran a small item on page 3. Meteor search yields no evidence. The article quoted state police officials confirming that extensive ground searches had failed to locate any meteorite fragments, despite numerous eyewitness reports of an object impacting in the Kecksburg area. What people saw was probably a very bright meteor that burned up completely before reaching the ground, explained a spokesman for the Allegheny Observatory. KDKA ran both versions, the official meteor explanation and eyewitness accounts of something being recovered from the woods. But they presented the eyewitness stories as curiosities, human interest pieces about people who thought they'd seen something unusual. The official explanation got top billing and authoritative sources. The eyewitness accounts got relegated to the strange but true category that every local news operation used to fill time on slow days. Most people chose to believe the official version. It was tidier, less troubling to the comfortable order of things. Meteors were natural phenomena that happened all the time. Secret government recovery operations were the stuff of science fiction movies and paranoid conspiracy theories. In December 1965, most Americans still trusted their government to tell them the truth about important matters. I went back to my regular duties, maintaining the microwave relays that carried America's conversations across the continent. The damaged isolator was replaced with a standard unit from our repair stock, and within a week the entire communications path was back to normal operation. The incident was noted in my maintenance log as equipment failure due to electromagnetic interference from natural phenomena, which was technically accurate even if it didn't tell the whole story, but I couldn't shake what I'd seen. The image of that bronze acorn half buried in Pennsylvania soil kept returning to me during quiet moments. The precise markings on its dark band, the professional efficiency of the recovery operation, the obvious familiarity that Morris's team had shown with the entire procedure, all of it suggested something much more complex than a simple meteor impact. I labelled a shoebox KECKSBURG and filed away a Polaroid of the damaged isolator, my hand-drawn sketch of the band markings, and the time slips from that evening. I wasn't sure why I was saving them, but some instinct told me they might be important someday. Then I tried to get on with life. The 1970s brought significant changes to the communications industry. The longlines network was gradually being converted from analog microwave to digital systems. Satellite links were becoming more common, and the entire structure of American telecommunications was evolving rapidly. I found myself working on increasingly sophisticated equipment, systems that would have been pure science fiction just a few years earlier. But the changes also brought new neighbours and new social connections. Westinghouse had a significant presence in the Pittsburgh area, including their Astronuclear Laboratory, WANL, which had been working on nuclear rocket programs and heat shield technology for NASA. The NERVA project, which was developing nuclear thermal rockets for deep space missions, had generated a lot of advanced research into materials that could survive extreme temperatures and radiation environments. Over backyard barbecues and community events, I started picking up fragments of conversation from Westinghouse engineers who worked on these programs. They talked about ablative heat shields designed to protect spacecraft during atmospheric re-entry, about beryllium copper alloys that could withstand tremendous heat loads, about phenolic resin composites that charred away in controlled patterns to carry away thermal energy. I logged these conversations in a notebook, not sure why, but following an instinct that someday the pieces might fit together. The technical details they mentioned, the materials, the design approaches, the testing procedures, all seemed somehow relevant to what I'd seen in that forest clearing. But the connections remained tantalizingly vague, hints and suggestions rather than concrete evidence. During this period, I also became more aware of the broader context of aerospace development in the 1960s. The space race between the United States and Soviet Union had generated enormous investments in advanced technology, much of it classified and developed in parallel with the public NASA programs. Military research into reconnaissance satellites, communication platforms, and strategic defense systems was creating capabilities that the general public knew nothing about. The more I learned about these parallel programs, the more convinced I became that what had come down at Kecksburg was related to this hidden side of the space program. The object's design, the government's response, the professional efficiency of the recovery operation, all of it pointed to something that was both highly advanced and highly classified. But I also learned to keep my suspicions to myself. The 1970s were a time of growing skepticism about government secrecy, but they were also a time when asking too many questions about classified programs could have serious consequences for your career and your security clearance. I was a communications technician with access to sensitive systems and facilities. Drawing attention to myself by pursuing conspiracy theories would not have been a wise career move, so I kept my documentation, maintained my notes, and waited for more information to surface. I had the patience that comes from working in technical fields, the understanding that complex problems often take years or decades to resolve, and that the most important insights often come from seemingly unrelated developments that suddenly reveal new patterns and connections. I also developed relationships with other technical personnel who might have relevant information. Ham radio operators, aerospace engineers, military contractors, research scientists, the informal network of people who worked on advanced technology projects, and might have insights into what the government was actually capable of building. These conversations were always careful, always indirect. Nobody wanted to violate security regulations or compromise classified programs. But over time, I began to piece together a picture of just how advanced American aerospace capabilities had become by the mid-1960s, and how much of that advancement was hidden from public view. The hints came in fragments, stories about test flights that never appeared in public records, about facilities that didn't officially exist, about research programs that had been terminated without explanation. Individual pieces meant nothing, but together they suggested a shadow aerospace industry that was decades ahead of what most people imagined was possible. By the late 1970s, I had assembled enough circumstantial evidence to be fairly confident in my basic theory. What had come down at Kecksburg was an American test vehicle or satellite that had malfunctioned and come down in the wrong place. The recovery operation had been professional because it was routine. This was the kind of contingency that classified programs planned for and prepared to handle. But I still didn't have proof, and I wasn't sure I wanted it. The more I learned about the security apparatus surrounding advanced aerospace programs, the more I understood that pursuing this investigation too aggressively could have serious personal consequences. I was a technician with security clearance and access to sensitive facilities. Drawing the wrong kind of attention could end my career and potentially result in criminal charges, so I continued to collect information passively, filing away documents and conversations that might be relevant, but avoiding any active investigation that might trigger security concerns. I told myself I was being cautious and responsible. Looking back, I think I was probably being scared. The 1980s brought new developments that added context to my growing understanding of the incident. The Strategic Defense Initiative generated enormous investments in advanced materials and propulsion systems. Reports began surfacing about stealth technology that had been under development for decades. The Space Shuttle program revealed capabilities that had been theoretical just a few years earlier. All of these developments reinforced my belief that American aerospace technology in the 1960s had been far more advanced than most people realized. The materials, science, the propulsion systems, the guidance and control technology, all of it suggested that building something like what I'd seen at Kecksburg would have been technically feasible, if politically and financially challenging. But the 1980s also brought the first serious challenges to the official story about Kecksburg. Researchers began filing Freedom of Information Act requests, seeking government documents about the incident. Journalists started investigating the eyewitness accounts more seriously. Former military personnel began speaking publicly about their involvement in unusual recovery operations. None of these developments produced definitive proof of what had really happened, but they did establish that the official explanation was incomplete at best. Too many credible witnesses had seen too many things that didn't fit the meteor story. Too many government agencies had responded too quickly and too professionally for this to have been a routine natural phenomenon. I followed these developments with great interest, but I remained reluctant to contribute my own evidence to the growing body of research. I was still working in the communications industry, still maintaining security clearances, still vulnerable to retaliation if I violated secrecy agreements I'd never actually signed, but that everyone understood were implicit in the job. But I also began to realise that my documentation might be uniquely valuable. My technical background gave me insights that most UFO researchers lacked. My presence at the scene as an official responder, rather than a curious bystander, gave my testimony a credibility that most eyewitness accounts couldn't match. And my collection of physical evidence, the damaged isolator, the technical sketches, the contemporary documentation, provided objective support for claims that might otherwise be dismissed as fantasy or misremembering. As the 1980s turned into the 1990s, I found myself increasingly torn between the desire to contribute to historical understanding and the need to protect my career and personal security. It was a tension that would ultimately define the rest of my relationship with the Kecksburg incident. Retirement gave me time to think, and the internet gave me tools I'd never had before. Suddenly I could research topics that would have required trips to libraries and archives, communicate with researchers and witnesses scattered across the country, and access government documents that had been declassified or leaked over the decades since the incident. The first major breakthrough came in 2001, when Mike Romano, an aging firefighter who'd been at Kecksburg that night, went public with his story in a way that couldn't be ignored or dismissed. Romano had been a young volunteer with the Kecksburg FFD in 1965, and he'd gotten closer to the object than most of the other witnesses. His account was detailed, specific, and consistent with what I remembered from my own observations. Romano described seeing an acorn-shaped object about the size of a small car, with a bronze or copper-coloured surface that was still warm to the touch. Around its widest point was a band of darker material covered with writing like Egyptian hieroglyphs, markings that were clearly artificial, but unlike any human writing system he'd ever seen. The object had been loaded onto an army flatbed truck and transported away, with rumours that it eventually went to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base and then to Lockbourne. What made Romano's account particularly credible was his technical background and his obvious reluctance to go public. He was a career firefighter and emergency responder, trained to observe accurately under stressful conditions and not given to fantasy or exaggeration. He'd waited 35 years to tell his story, and he was clearly uncomfortable with the attention it generated. These weren't the characteristics of someone seeking publicity or trying to perpetuate a hoax. Romano's description of the markings on the dark band matched my own sketches closely enough to be convincing. He remembered arrows, triangular shapes, and geometric patterns that looked more like technical diagrams than decorative art. He also remembered the professional efficiency of the recovery operation and the obvious familiarity that the military personnel had shown with the procedures. That same year, NASA found itself in a Freedom of Information Act dust-up over Kecksburg documents that would prove to be a watershed moment in the case. Researchers had been filing FOIA requests with various government agencies for years, usually receiving responses that claimed no relevant documents existed or that any relevant documents were classified and couldn't be released. But NASA's initial response to a 2001 FOIA request was different and contradictory. They claimed to have no records related to the Kecksburg incident, but researchers had already found references to the incident in archived NASA memos and technical reports. The contradiction was obvious enough to attract media attention and generate pressure for a more thorough document search. The controversy made national news, with major newspapers and television networks running stories about the government's contradictory claims regarding Kecksburg. For the first time since 1965, the incident was receiving serious attention from mainstream media outlets, rather than just UFO researchers and conspiracy theorists. I followed these developments closely, comparing the new information with my own documentation and memories. What emerged was a picture that was both more complex and more mundane than either the official meteor explanation or the extraterrestrial theories that had grown up around the incident. I pulled out my old sketch of the band markings and started comparing them to technical documents I could access online. The internet had made available enormous amounts of previously classified or restricted aerospace documentation, technical papers, research reports, declassified military studies, and academic research that had been inaccessible to civilian researchers in previous decades. What I found in an old AIAA paper made my hands shake. The markings I'd copied in 1965 weren't hieroglyphs or alien writing. They were re-entry orientation stencils, the kind used to indicate pitch, roll, and attitude references on test vehicles and spacecraft. The left arrow, triangle, parallel lines, circle with O2, and right arrow made perfect sense if you read them as pitch reference, nose attitude indicator, roll markers, oxygen system designation, and thrust vector indicator. These were maintenance stencils as mundane and functional as the identification plates on any piece of complex equipment, but they were also sophisticated enough to suggest advanced aerospace technology. The precision of the markings, the materials used in the band itself, and the integration with what was obviously a carefully designed heat shield system all pointed to something much more advanced than what most people imagined was possible in 1965. I arranged a coffee meeting with Ellen Brooks, a retired Westinghouse engineer I'd met through the local historical society. Ellen had worked on advanced materials research for the aerospace industry, including heat shield development for both civilian and military applications. I didn't tell her why I was interested in heat shield technology, just that I was researching local aerospace history for a personal project. Ellen was pleasant but careful, the way people get when they've spent careers working on classified projects. She was obviously intelligent and knowledgeable, but she chose her words carefully and avoided any specific details that might compromise sensitive information. It was a conversation style I recognised from years of working with people who held security clearances, informative but careful, helpful but circumspect. But when I mentioned Kecksburg, her demeanour shifted slightly. Not dramatically, but enough to suggest that the name meant something to her. She paused for a moment, studying my face, then asked quietly why I was interested in that particular incident. I told her I'd been there that night as a Bell telephone technician, that I'd seen the object before it was recovered, and that I'd been puzzled by it ever since. I showed her my sketch of the band markings, explaining that I'd been trying to understand what they might have meant. Ellen studied the sketch for several minutes, occasionally glancing up at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. Finally, she slid a napkin across the table and began writing on it in careful block letters: phenolic impregnated carbon ablator, beryllium copper studs, Mark Series, not Cosmos 96. She finished her coffee and left without another word, but she left the napkin behind. Back home, I researched the terms Ellen had written. Phenolic impregnated carbon was the advanced ablative material used in heat shields for spacecraft and re-entry vehicles. Beryllium copper alloys were used in high-temperature applications where both strength and thermal conductivity were important. The Mark Series designation suggested a family of related vehicles or test articles, and not Cosmos 96 was particularly intriguing. Cosmos 96 was a Soviet spacecraft that had reportedly failed during re-entry in 1965, and some researchers had suggested it might have been what came down at Kecksburg. Yet Ellen's note was telling me that whatever had crashed at Kecksburg was made of sophisticated American materials, was part of a series of related vehicles, and was definitely not the Soviet spacecraft that some people had theorized. It was American technology, advanced American technology, and it was part of a larger program that had produced multiple similar vehicles. I took another look at the ferry isolator I'd pocketed in 1965, 35 years after the incident. By this time, I had access to better testing equipment through a friend at the local college who ran a materials analysis laboratory. We could perform spectroscopic analysis that would have been impossible in 1965, and the results were fascinating. The spectrum analysis showed clear evidence of sodium-potassium contamination, NaK, the liquid metal coolant used in space nuclear power systems. There was also an odd bismuth trace that could have come from neutron-shielding materials used in nuclear reactors or radioisotope thermoelectric generators. The contamination pattern suggested exposure to operating nuclear systems, not just residual radiation from natural sources or weapons testing fallout. This was physical evidence that whatever had come down at Kecksburg had been equipped with nuclear power systems of some kind. In 1965, that technology existed but was highly classified and limited to the most advanced military and space programs. It wasn't the kind of capability that appeared in natural phenomena or even most conventional spacecraft. The implications were becoming clear, even as they raised more questions than they answered. What had crashed at Kecksburg was an American nuclear-powered spacecraft or re-entry vehicle, sophisticated enough to require advanced heat shield materials, and precise enough to need detailed orientation markings for maintenance and handling. It was part of a series of similar vehicles, suggesting an ongoing program rather than a one-off experiment.